Okay, before we dive into the teams, before we dive into the questions, I definitely want to take a look at the news that we are dealing with right now. There's actually a decent amount of it. All right, the first thing that we see is Davante Adams. Obviously, we've had a lot of focus in on Adams as of late regarding the potential trade rumors. Davante Adams' list of preferred trade destinations includes the Jets. Obviously, if Adams were to get sent to Rodgers' team, it would be a massive benefit for Davante Adams. It would be a massive hit for Garrett Wilson. It would be a massive hit for Allen Lazard, the massive hit for Mike Williams. Lazard, Mike Williams wouldn't be worth roster spots. Garrett Wilson would be a wide receiver too if Adams got dealt to the Jets. And it does seem like Adams most likely will not be playing another game for the Raiders so far this season. You have another report from Shefty saying that you need at least a second-round pick if Adams is going to be dealt. Don't care about Von Miller getting traded here. Snoop Huntley will remain the Dolphins starting quarterback for week 5. I don't know why you just don't bring in Tannehill at this point. But outside of that, really, the big news that we have is Christian Watson not going to get placed on the IR. So if you were going to go and submit some waiver wire bids specifically for, say, Dontavian Wicks tonight, you're probably going to be lowering your expectations just a bit for Wicks long-term, as you should get Christian Watson back in. Not telling you not to pick up Dontavian Wicks. Of course, go get Wicks. I believe we have him ranked as top 36 wide receiver this week with no Christian Kirk. It's just more so about being realistic about the timeline that you have with Kirk and what this means for the receivers in Green Bay. But I think that should be it. Let's go ahead. Let's dive into the teams. The first team that we're going to be looking at is from Give More, who is a longtime member of the flock, always out in these live streams with us. Looks like they take advantage of the Underdog free team review promo. Going to be excited to dive into this. But first, let me remind everybody, if you wanted to take advantage of that Underdog promo, if you wanted to get a free team review in one of these live streams like Give More, all you have to do is go over to Underdog Fantasy. Over there on Underdog, I actually like the Travis Etienne higher than 55.5 total yards. Regardless, you can check out all these Underdog picks. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with code FLOCK, you will get an additional free pick, a Kirk Cousins free pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game. And you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. All you got to do is make sure after you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog and make a $10 deposit, you go over to flockfantasy.com and set up an account with the same email address. That way I know who we should get that free team review to. But anyway, Give More says, Mason, my guy, my team is the 2022 Kyle Pitts of the league. The most underwhelming, saddest performance across the board with the greatest projections, hands down, to be 1-3 and a 10-team full PPR after getting hit with the Henry Hammer last night. Ready to sell everyone. Any suggestions? Thank you, sir. Thank you, my guy. I am sorry that we are getting wrecked. If you're 1-3 here, I'm honestly kind of surprised by it, because looking at the league analyzer, we are currently up here with the other two teams looking like they should be, a pretty solid contender, pretty solid juggernaut. And yeah, pulling this up, it's a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So if you do get hit with the Henry Hammer, then obviously you have no shot to win. If you get 30, 40 points dropped on your head. But regardless, quarterback going to make a big difference here, knowing that it's going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output from a week-to-week perspective in this league setting. And yeah, here we are currently sitting with Josh Allen. Couldn't be better. Obviously, absolutely love having Allen as our quarterback, to nobody's surprise. Don't need a backup quarterback either. Going over to what we have at running back, Jonathan Taylor has been extremely disappointing. But if you look at Taylor, you've had almost 20 touches a game, and you've had the consistent usage as a receiver, and you have better matchups going into the future. And I think potentially we can say that this past week, a little bit can be blamed, and I don't mean a lot, but maybe a little bit can be blamed on that shoulder injury he was dealing with earlier in the week. Jonathan Taylor looks like a top 10 RB rest of season, of course, when he is healthy. And McCaffrey, long-term upside, but at the same time, doesn't really matter too much that McCaffrey's out, because we have Jordan Mason to play in the short term. We have Chuba Hubbard in the short term. We have Pacheco in the long term. We have Algier, Cam Akers. Obviously, at this point, we are going to go ahead, and it's pretty easy call to just go through and cut Cam Akers. But ultimately, I think this is a phenomenal running back room. It's going to be tough in the short term. It's nice that we don't have Jonathan Brooks back this week in Carolina, so we can start Chuba Hubbard in the case that you have no Jonathan Taylor here. But in reality, I mean, obviously, Jordan Mason's absolutely crushing alongside Bijan Robinson, so it doesn't matter too much anyway. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, this is another position where we are dealing with a multitude of injuries. We have Cooper Kupp, Rashee Rice. How the hell could you have built this team? Going into the year, Bijan Robinson, round 1 pick. Jonathan Taylor, round 1 pick. Christian McCaffrey, round 1 pick. CeeDee Lamb, round 1 pick. Kupp, Rice looked to be league winners based off where they were drafted. How did you possibly build this team? Obviously, you've been decimated by injuries with the injury to CMC, Pacheco, Kupp, Rice, maybe throw Taylor in the list, depending on how much time he misses. But brutal spot where obviously at this point, we are going to need to go out there and need to acquire a wide receiver. Going over to tight end, we have Kittle and Andrews. We're chilling at tight end with Kittle. If you wanted to drop Andrews, probably wouldn't fault you. But here with how strong this team is, I think you can afford to hold on to Andrews. So first thing that we are going to look to do, we are dropping Cam Akers. We're picking up a wide receiver, looking for some high upside play that could potentially fill in for Rashee Rice, going and trying to get somebody that looks like Dontavian Wicks. The second thing that we are looking to do is if we could squeeze some value out of one of these injured players to get somebody in the starting lineup that can help us right now, I think you honestly may end up having to. If we can find somebody to trade for CMC, find somebody to trade for Pacheco, and to give us a viable wide receiver that we can start every single week, given the injury that we have to Rashee Rice, I think we have enough long-term running back upside anyway where we can afford to give up one of the top-end injured running backs, if that means we can get a wide receiver that we like in return. Now, the issue is when we look at the league analyzer, we are already sitting here as one of those juggernaut teams. So if anybody's going to be able to trade for an injured running back, really it's only going to be these teams at the top. This squad, though, I mean, has Najee Harris as their RB4, Jonathan Brooks their RB5. I don't see why they would ever go trade for a running back. This team, maybe you could talk them into potentially needing the high upside that you have with a player like McCaffrey. So, I mean, if we could somehow sweet talk them and get a deal where we send them McCaffrey and one of our receivers, we send them McCaffrey and Kupp. Actually, I don't even know if we want to do that. If we send them McCaffrey and Kupp and get Amon-Ra St. Brown, no brainer. But, I mean, maybe you send them, I mean, if we can go McCaffrey and Kupp, maybe even to get Nico Collins and a depth running back in return, I think that could be appealing where you could very easily see this team talking themselves into, oh, okay, getting McCaffrey in, we have the long-term upside. We are selling the top-end receiver, but we also have a long-term upside at wide receiver. We have players that we can start right now. I think potentially that's the move that you would look to make here is, one, obviously cut Akers, pick up a receiver off the waiver wire. And two, we know you're not going to be able to sell Andrews for anything at this point, but see if you could potentially swing something where we go ahead, we look to sell one of our injured backs, whether that's CMC or Isaiah Pacheco, that still have a lot of long-term upside, but see if we can go ahead and sell them for something in the short term that we should be able to plug and play into our lineup that can actually potentially help us out here. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you, my guy. Thank you. I know you're always out in the live stream with us, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's move this over to Laporta Potty's trade question. Here we are looking at Fields, Laporta, Pittman, Etienne, Worthy. And then going over to receiver, we have the first thing is I hate us going through and selling this many players for this many. 99% of the time, it's going to be a deal that does not favor both parties. It's hard to make a win-win trade if you're trading 5 players for 4. But to go through and try to narrow some of this stuff out, let's say that Worthy and Brian Thomas are roughly about in the same ballpark. I would rather have Laporta over Goddard. We can't cross them off. How about, let's say, Laporta, Pittman, roughly in the same ballpark as Terry McLaurin and Dallas Goedert, where you're getting the upgrade from Pittman to McLaurin, but you're getting the upgrade from Laporta to Dallas Goedert. Here, this is an absolute no-brainer for me. We prefer the Jahmyr Gibbs side. I think this is probably the meat potatoes of the deal. I don't even know if Justin Fields worth the roster spot, depending on your exact league settings. So to be honest with you, I'd probably take the best player here. I'd probably take the Jahmyr Gibbs side. I don't even want to throw this trade into the trade calculator on the site, but let's go ahead and let's do it. Let's just see what the trade calculator has just for funsies. All right, we are trading Worthy, Etienne, Pittman on this side. Worthy, and obviously everybody watching this can use the trade calculator for completely free if you want. Worthy, Etienne, Pittman, Laporta, and Fields as well. Okay. Sam Laporta, Justin Fields. And if you're using the trade calculator, what I highly recommend doing is actually putting your league settings, because it's going to change the weights. So we have everything geared down to your exact league settings. This is a 12-team start, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So honestly, it's all we got to do is pivot over to 12 teams and we're good here. Okay, and then we receive and return Gibbs, Terry, Brian Thomas, as well as Dallas Goedert. When I use the trade calculator, I'm never putting this many players in just because I hate these kind of deals. I'd never look to make these trades. Okay. But does anybody want to take a guess on what side wins this trade with the trade calculator? What side would you rather have? Would you rather have the Etienne side or the Gibbs side? Gibbs, Thomas, McLaurin, Goddard versus Etienne, Laporta, Worthy, Pittman, Fields. And you know what we're going to do? Instead of using the average expert rankings, I'm going to use my rankings. Okay, let's use my rankings instead. We got Gibbs, going to be even. Etienne, Gibbs, Etienne. Looks like the majority of people are saying the Gibbs side. Let's see. It's saying that the Gibbs side is the winner of the trade, which is what I initially thought as well. So yeah, good to see that. Hopefully, I would hope that we would agree with the trade calculator using our own values. But yeah, I think you keep the best player in this trade. I think you go with Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay. Now let's go over to Cag's trade question. This is Pitts, Flowers, Bucky, Zach Moss versus Kelsey, Mixon. Well, I'd easily prefer Kelsey now that you have Rice injured over Pitts. Easily give me, this is the Kelsey Mixon side by a freaking mile. I almost just want to put this into the trade calculator, just see how off it says this is. I mean, Kelsey, Mixon versus Pitts, Flowers, Bucky, and Moss. Flowers, Bucky, and Moss. Yep, has us as the winner here yet again. Please just take the best player. Go with Joe Mixon. And I do want to reiterate, if y'all are ever going to make a trade, obviously you don't have to listen to what the trade calculator says one for one, but this trade calculator is free for y'all on the site. So if you're ever going to make a trade, just literally go over to the site and you can just get a second opinion effectively. And obviously it's flockfantasy.com, which I'm assuming most people know at this point. But let's move this over. This is a trade question from Ray Charles. Says, guy who has Rice is a Chiefs fan. He said he would do this straight up. Also, should we trade Jordan Mason? Probably wouldn't trade Jordan Mason right at this point. Yeah, I would prefer Higgins over Xavier Worthy. Okay. Now, let's move this trade over. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews from Justin Credible. Says, yo, Mason, currently 2-1, but I'm aware the team could be better. Been working on some trades, but everyone's being pretty stingy. Curious if there are any moves we should try to make out. Thanks. So thank you, my guy. I will say, as a quick side note, this is an 8-team league. So every trade we make in an 8-team format is centered around get the best player in the deal, get the best player in the deal, get the best player in the deal. I mean, if we can make a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade in the lineup, a 3-for-1 trade to get an upgrade in the lineup, it's an absolute no-brainer. Second thing is, while we are the top team with the league analyzer, if you're looking at the other 4 teams that are right alongside us, it's all about the same, right? So as long as we're not one of these teams at the bottom, we are kind of chilling. But looking at the squad, quarterback, we have Josh Allen. Obviously, expectations in an 8-team league will be higher across the board. But with that being said, Josh Allen still a top 8 quarterback, still a QB1, even in an 8-team format. So there's not too much to discuss there. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane, both of whom I have ranked as top 8 running backs rest of season. So both of whom I would be very, very confident having here as RB1s, even in this format. Montgomery, James Conner, I think could even be RB2s in an 8-team league. Tony Pollard's like the perfect example of a player in an 8-team league that's never going to make a difference. Obviously seeing volume, but you would just simply never start him in a format that's this shallow unless you are absolutely desperate for a running back play. And this is the perfect example of a player that we should go through and we should try to include in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere if possible. Jefferson, a top 8 wide receiver, can be a wide receiver 1 even in this league. Deebo Samuel looks to be a, say, wide receiver 2 in 8-team formats. George Pickens, Keon Coleman, Shaheed, Juwan Jennings, names that would maybe be okay to look at in a 12-teamer, but in an 8-team league, just simply does not matter whatsoever. And then going over to tight end, I think Kincaid is a top 5 tight end. So honestly, really strong team, even with this being an 8-team format. The number one thing that I would want to do is I would want to try to squeeze out some value for Tony Pollard, knowing that the ceiling's going to be a little bit capped based off the offense that he's playing in. So if we can go through and if we can potentially sell Tony Pollard and a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade at wide receiver to a team that needs a running back, I think that's the main play. Looking at this team down here at the bottom, their 3 running backs are James Cook, Najee Harris, and Chase Brown. So, I mean, if you could potentially take, say, Tony Pollard and George Pickens and pivot over here to Garrett Wilson, I think it's an absolute no-brainer in an 8-team league. If we can take Deebo Samuel and Tony Pollard and pivot over to Tyreek Hill and get the short-term downgrade but the long-term upgrade in a format that the only thing that matters is the highest ceiling possible, I think that would be a great move as well. Going over and looking at this team, they're about to lose Chuba Hubbard with Jonathan Brooks coming back soon. Really only a Mixon and Brian Robinson. If we can send them Tony Pollard, maybe send them Pollard and Deebo Samuel to pivot over to Malik Neighbors if possible. Maybe send them Tony Pollard and George Pickens to get to Cooper Kupp and hunt the long-term upside if possible. I think that's also something we can be looking to do, but I'm really to appreciate you. Obviously, in an 8-team league, we're kind of expecting the team to be much better than it would be in a different format, and I think this one is. So I think it's great kind of regardless of the format that you're playing in currently. Now, let's move this over to AJ's team. This is tailor-made. Happy to check this out for you, my guy. This is a team that we are number 7 in the league analyzer. If you look at the gap between us and the top teams, though, it's not massive. This is a very, very even league if you are looking at the analyzer. It says, I'm looking for a different direction for the squad. Obviously, the Rashee Rice injury just happened, and I made a big trade for him 2 weeks ago. We lost most of my depth, but should have some coming soon with Brooks, Chubb, Hawkinson. Need some advice on where to go. Love the streams. Thanks. Thank you so much, my guy, for supporting the live stream. Going to be excited to check this out for you. But going through and pulling it up, good news is in a league where you don't have much depth, you only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I mean, in terms of the starting lineup requirements. So depth isn't going to be a super high priority in this format. Other good news is we have Josh Allen. We have Travis Kelce. So you're not needing to roster a backup quarterback. You're not needing to roster a backup tight end. And obviously the expectation is that TJ Hawkinson's on the IR in this league. If TJ Hawkinson's on your bench, then honestly, I think that you should potentially go through and look to see if we can squeeze out some value from him. Going over to what we have at running back, we have Jonathan Taylor. So the Taylor injury is a little disappointing here as well. Let me see if I can find any additional news from what we've had with the Jonathan Taylor injury today. I have not seen anything But of course, there could have been something that I missed, especially if it was over the past few hours. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat, is there anything that we have heard about Jonathan Taylor today? Because obviously the last report that I heard was it's a high ankle sprain, but it's a quote unquote a mild high ankle sprain. So people are saying that we are not going to see him miss any time here, which I don't exactly know how that works. But yeah, I can't really find anything out about JT anyway. But I mean, this is a serious situation because if we have no JT this week, we're starting Zach Moss and maybe Samaje Perine or Ty Chandler. So this is definitely a team that is lacking depth at this point. Going over to receiver, we have Wilson, Reed, Leggett, Cooks, Rice. So the Rice injury kills us as well. The last report that I saw regarding Rashee Rice, though, is it's not a guarantee that it's a torn ACL. So if Rice is able to make it back near the end of the year, particularly for the fantasy football playoffs, obviously that could be a massive boom to this roster. But we have Leggett to play in the flex in the short term. Jayden Reed looks like a borderline high-end wide receiver 2, low-end wide receiver 1. I mean, he already did. And plus you add the Christian Watson injury, which makes it look even better. So going through and looking at what we can do with this team, there are a couple different options. One, I think potentially you have to cash in on one of these injured guys, and we just have to go and get some production in the starting lineup right now. Now, I'm not saying this with every team, but specifically with rosters where we are sitting here with 1, 2, 3 injured running backs. We just lost our top receiver. We have a tight end sitting on the IR as well. While I had Jonathan Brooks on our buy low list last week, and we have TJ Hawkinson on our buy low list this week, I actually don't think it's the worst idea in the world to go through and throw TJ Hawkinson on the trade block in this format and see what we could get in return. Because if we're able to potentially go out there and move off of TJ Hawkinson in a 2-for-1 deal just to get an upgrade somewhere else into the starting lineup, or move off TJ Hawkinson and just get a viable running back play in the short term, I think that could be an interesting pivot. Like, let's go ahead and let's see if we can find a team that really needs a tight end that could look at the long-term upside of Hawkinson. I mean, this team has Kyle Pitts. Obviously, if you could sell Hawkinson for Ramondre, we do it. Just much, much easier said than done. Probably not going to be able to do that. This team at tight end sitting only with Dallas Goedert. I mean, I'm sure that they're not super excited to trade for a tight end. This team has Njoku and Parkinson. The thing is, would I be that excited to trade Dallas Goedert for Hawkinson for Dowdle? Probably not. I mean, if you could go through and sell like Hawkinson for Dowdle and Christian Watson, and then we cut Brandon Cooks, it would at least give us that short-term viable running back too. If you do have the injury to Jonathan Taylor to fill in the short term, it would give us a little long-term upside at wide receiver for when Christian Watson does come back in. I'm sure that our league doesn't give us 4 IR slots. So when it comes to, especially if there's a chance Rice comes back later in the year, obviously there's a chance that we get a report come out later today that he did officially tear his ACL. Just as of right now, we don't know. But if we're sitting here with like 4 players on the IR and we only have 1 to 2 IR slots, we're going to have to be rostering these guys on our bench, which will severely limit the amount of waiver wire moves that we are actually able to make, which obviously isn't the most exciting thing. So I think if we can squeeze any value out of TJ Hawkinson, we would. If we could just cut cut Brandon Cooks and go and pick up a running back like Trey Sermon for the short-term fill-in, I think you could do that as well. That's definitely what I'd be prioritizing off the waiver wire this week. It's just effectively a short-term fill-in play if possible. Because long-term, you're right. Long-term, we do get Jonathan Brooks back in. We get Taylor back in. We get Chubb. And then all of a sudden, we have too much running back depth. And honestly, looking towards the future, when that does happen, when all 4 of our top running backs are fully healthy, then I think at that point, Zach Moss probably does become an expendable asset for us. And at that point, if you wanted to see if we can sell Moss and Leggett to a team that's running back needy and go get a wide receiver upgrade, we look to do so. Just simply put, that move's not possible for us right now, because while theoretically we have a lot of long-term running back upside and we have a lot of long-term running back depth, in the short term, as of weeks 5 and 6, it could be very, very ugly. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. I definitely think the team has a lot of upside in the long term. It's all just about trying to survive the short term. But thank you for hanging out with us in the streams. Thank you for supporting the channel. And yeah, I really hope I was able to help you out. But let me move over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions in the chat, go drop them now. Would be happy to try to get to as many as we possibly can. Now, Christopher says, should we drop Raheem Mostert for Bucky Irving? Yes. With Mostert, you have absolutely no upside when it comes to the receiving role, because obviously that is going to go to Devon Achane. And at the same time, the touchdowns won't be there with how bad this offense looks like with no Tua and Raheem Mostert's injured. So if you go over, I mean, you can obviously always pull up the rankings on the site. Well, let's go ahead and let's pull up the rankings on the site real quick. I'll just let you know where we have Mostert ranked in comparison to where we have Achane ranked. So the expert rankings on the site will always be free for y'all. The my rankings are behind a paywall, but I'll show it to you on the live stream. Don't you worry. If you hang out with me, you get to see them regardless. Where do we have these fellas? We got Bucky Irving here at RB 36. And I have Raheem Mostert down at RB 44. It's hard to see the upside. I honestly may flip Mostert and Pacheco, just on the off chance Pacheco does come back. Okay. Creed says Michael Pittman and Tank Bigsby for Jackson Smith and Jigba. So let me give you my incentives here. I have Tank Bigsby in a ridiculous amount of underdog drafts. Bigsby was one of my most drafted late round players, and I would print money if Tank Bigsby comes out here and crushes it. However, with that being said, the reality of the situation that you are in with Tank Bigsby is this is a running back that, while yes is the RB2 in Jacksonville, he is also splitting that RB2 role with Dearness Johnson. So in the case that ETN were to go down, while Tank Bigsby definitely could be a play in fantasy football, it's not a Braylon Allen situation. It's not a Tyler Algier situation. It's not a Tajee Spears situation, where if the starting back goes down, then all of a sudden he's an automatic must-start name. No. I hope, but the reality is Bigsby is barely worth the roster spot. So if you can use him in any deal to go pivot up and get a wide receiver upgrade, we would. Okay. Henry says trade DJ Moore for Devonta Smith. Yeah, we can go ahead and we can just look at my rankings on the site here. Let's go over and let's look at wide receivers instead. I have Devonta Smith over DJ Moore. I have DJ Moore wide receiver 24 in our rest of season ranks. I have Devonta Smith up here at wide receiver 14. If you look at Smith, it's going to be a great situation where it's the perfect timing for his bye. So now you're going to be able to get him back fully healthy. He's going to be good to go. He'll be a player that you can just automatically jam into your starting lineup with no hesitation. Soro says, should we hold Njoku? If you've held David Njoku up until this point, like if David Njoku got injured in week 1 and you went, yeah, I know he's going to be out a couple weeks, but I'm not going to cut him. And then you held him for week 2. And then you held him in week 3. And then you held him in week 4. Just for you to cut him in week 5 when he's 3 weeks closer to returning. I don't know why you held him in the first place. If you're considering cutting David Njoku right now, why didn't you cut him week 1? Okay. Joe says, please talk about Adams if he goes to the Jets. How does this affect Garrett? We talked about this at the beginning of the stream, but if Adams goes to the Jets, Garrett Wilson falls dramatically in my rankings. As of right now, I have Garrett Wilson wide receiver. Well, look at the expert ranks too. I have Garrett Wilson wide receiver 10 in my rankings. He's the wide receiver 10 in the expert rankings as well. But if Adams were to go to the Jets, Wilson probably falls closer to about wide receiver 23, probably around that Stephon Diggs range, where you're the wide receiver 2, presumably, or wide receiver 1B to Adams' wide receiver 1A. But I don't know. Amidas says people are overreacting to the Adams news. So if you look at what sportsbooks are putting out this week, they are putting out that the Raiders are actually underdogs to the Denver Broncos. They are currently saying that the Las Vegas Raiders have the lowest implied team total of any team in the NFL. So I honestly am looking at this going, are the Raiders just giving up? Is Adams going to play another snap as a Raider? I don't think so. Of course, I could be. Who am I to say anything? I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if we don't get to see Davante Adams in Las Vegas again this season. But let's move this over and get some more questions on the site going. Of course, obviously, if you ever want to ask any questions to get a guaranteed answer, you can always do so through flockfantasy.com. It's all through the little button in the top right, the expert advice button. You can ask a start sit question, a trade question, a team review, whatever you are wanting. But definitely if you want that team review, like I said, the best way to get it or the cheapest way to get it is by taking advantage of the offer that's over there on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you will be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you will also be getting that free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game. And on top of that, with code FLOCK, you will get that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure if you want the free team review, you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way we're able to go ahead and get you hooked up. But let's move this over to our next team. This one is coming out from, I believe, this is a photo submission. My guy, this looks like ESPN. You should be able to link your ESPN league with the site. Obviously, I'd be happy to go through and dive into this for you regardless. But, I see the reason maybe you didn't want to link it is because we do not have individual defensive players on the site. I am sorry that we don't have IDP options on the site. To be honest with you, my guy, I do not play IDP. So I am not going to be able to give you some massive advice with this. I know typically, yes, in your defensive player spot, we want to go through and throw a linebacker. But to be honest with you, if you only have one individual defensive player, it doesn't even matter. There's always going to be an option on the waiver wire we could pick up. But anyway, let's look at these league settings. This is very unique league settings. So in this league, you're going to be starting a quarterback. You're going to be starting one running back. This is a flex spot right here for the second RB slot. You're going to be starting 2 wide receivers and then 2 flexes. So this is effectively a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where you don't have to start a running back in your running back 2 slot, which is freaking crazy to think about. And it's super flex. So here I play in super flex leagues exclusively for Dynasty fantasy football purposes. But all the super flex leagues I play in, typically you start 10 total offensive players. You have 3 wide receivers in your starting lineup, plus 2 additional flex, and then the super flex. Here, if you only start 1 flex, the super flex spot is going to make up such a high percentage of your starting lineup output from a week-to-week perspective that you are highly, highly, highly incentivized to build around elite level QBs. Now, with that being said, looking at our quarterback room, we do not have anything close to elite level quarterbacks. We are currently rolling with Geno Smith as well as Kirk Cousins. Going down to the bench, we had Tua get injured. Obviously, that really does hurt the super flex squad in a 1 quarterback format. You lose Tua, it doesn't matter. You go to the waiver wire, you'll figure it out. But here, that is a spot that does hurt. Now, going over to running back, this is what the team was built around. We have Saquon Barkley, Breece Hall. Not only are we stopping there, but we have J.K. Dobbins as well. And we are about to be getting back in a Mr. Jonathan Brooks. We have Rachaad White as that depth piece. So to be honest with you, when we're sitting here with 5 startable running backs in a league like this, I think my number one priority would be, if we could, I would love to go ahead and I would love to package a running back with a quarterback to get a quarterback upgrade. Your comment was, my team is underperforming. What moves could we look to make with the squad? So the issue is, when we go through and we say, oh yeah, we want to sell a running back and a quarterback to go get a QB upgrade. I don't think you can sell Breece Hall at this point. Coming off 3.8 fantasy points, nobody's buying Breece. I honestly think that the worries are maybe a little bit overblown. I still view Breece Hall as the top 5 running back rest of season. So I personally would prefer to hold on to Breece Hall, if I'm going to be honest with you. And J.K. Dobbins was a sell-high candidate for me 2 weeks ago, but after being very disappointing over the past 2 weeks and his value coming down, actually completely fine with where he's valued now. Rachaad White giving you the 10 points this past week, but it does seem like most people are now realizing that, yeah, Bucky Irving does have a real shot to take this job. It's going to be hard to squeeze out much value from Rachaad White. Looking at what we have with Jonathan Brooks, I think Jonathan Brooks is only going to continue to increase in value as well. So looking at what we have right now with this squad, it's a team that has a lot of running back value, but it's going to be a team that I don't really want to sell any of these particular names outside of we can find a sucker to buy Rachaad White. So, I mean, if you could pivot over from like Geno Smith and Rachaad White to somehow swindle ourselves up to the Joe Burrow range, the CJ Stroud range, maybe a panicking Mahomes team, it would be an absolute no-brainer. Obviously, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I don't know if we can. I think you could also look at the range of like Dak Prescott, especially now that Dak loses 2 of his key defensive players, and it does seem like Dallas may be forced to get into a few more shootouts than you would naturally have expected from the Dallas Cowboys defense. Going over to wide receiver, we have Ayuk, we have Mike Evans. To be honest with you, wide receiver is not nearly as a concern for me as quarterback is in this league. And we have Keenan Allen, we have Calvin Ridley. So we don't really have a top receiver, but we have enough to get by. And then at tight end, we have Gesicki. I think with Gesicki, we're just streaming tight ends, which is completely fine. I would go out there and I would really see if we can pick up Tucker Kraft this week. I think Tucker Kraft is one of the best pickups that you have in all of fantasy football. But the main thing that we would be looking to do, like I said, is if we can take some of this additional running back value by hopefully not trading away Barkley or Breece, but by instead trading away one of the depth running backs. And especially if you could go maybe get that upgrade over Geno, where Geno obviously crushed this past week, and a 2-for-1 deal, I think that would be the most advantageous trade for us. But we'll see. I do really like the team if we can get that quarterback upgrade. And honestly, I think you have a good shot at it, particularly because we just have a ridiculous amount of running back value on the squad. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here, my guy. But let's move this next team over for JBLD. This is Laporta Potty says, hey, Mason, I'm 0-4 in our $500 league. Feel like we need some help. This is a keeper league where I can keep 2 players. I'm feeling a little desperate and need some ideas. Anything we should do? My 0 RB strategy seems to not be working. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, my guy. Yeah, 0 RB definitely hit or miss this year. If you were able to pick up one of the top waiver wire RBs like Jordan Mason and you hit on your wide receivers early, then you're probably crushing. But if you did not, then yeah, you're going to be in a world of pain. But yeah, looking at this team right now, we are kind of halfway with the league analyzer. This is a format where it does appear that you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. Now, with that being said, it's only a 10-team league, so wide receiver depth should be pretty easy to come by. 10-team formats isn't exactly where I love to go with the 0 RB build. But honestly, we have better running back names than I was expecting in 0 RB build. But nonetheless, let's start it off at quarterback. We have Burrow and Baker. Burrow looks like he's hitting his stride, of course. But Baker Mayfield also has been absolutely phenomenal. 1 second. But if we're looking at these two quarterbacks, definitely can play the matchups every single week. If it was my situation in a 12-teamer, I would be very excited. In a 10-team league, I don't necessarily think it's as easy to say that we are strong here at quarterback. Going over to running back, we're currently sitting with Jonathan Brooks, Rachaad White, Zach Moss. Jonathan Brooks coming back in should help this team out a ton. But ultimately, this running back room, we have a bunch of names where if this was a best ball league and we didn't have to predict who was going to actually pop off, then I actually think you wouldn't be that bad at running back. I think you could possibly expect that we have enough production every single week to kind of get by here. Now, the issue with that being said is to go through and try to predict which of these two players will be the name that kind of goes off for us. That is going to be difficult, especially as we get Jonathan Brooks in. I would imagine that our RB1 here is Jonathan Brooks, that our Zach Moss is our running back 2. But with that being said as well, I mean, are we super excited now to start Zach Moss with the Chase Brown breakout? Rico Dowdle looks like the RB1 in Dallas. The easy move to tell you to make, if we possibly could, is if we could make a 2-for-1 deal where we just consolidate some of these running backs and get somebody that's a clear start. I mean, it would be a great trade if possible, but obviously woulda, coulda, shoulda. Maybe when this team's starting Chuba Hubbard for now, but when Jonathan Brooks does come back, maybe we can go ahead and say, hey man, for Aaron Jones, I'll give you the combo of Rachaad White and Zach Moss. That way they're not having to start Alexander Madison as their RB2. Maybe, just maybe, we could convince them they need some depth. This team is Montgomery or Ramondre Stevenson starting right now. Like, if they really needed some depth, maybe, just maybe you can convince them, like, hey, man, I'll give you Rachaad White and Rico Dowdle. Actually, I don't even know if we want to do that. Well, I don't even know if Ramondre Stevenson would be a clear start. I mean, if you go like Rachaad White, Rico Dowdle, and possibly pivot over to David Montgomery, I think that would clear things up here a bit. The thing is, we can't trade for any injured players, knowing that we are 0-4 and we need production in this lineup right this second. I think here, looking at James Cook, we could try to do something similar where we can go, hey man, I'll give you Rachaad White and Zach Moss and return for James Cook. But this team has Pollard as their RB3, so they probably don't really need the running back depth. But if you could make that 2-for-1 deal to upgrade running back from some team in your league, I would. But the issue is, since it's a 10-teamer, not a 12-teamer, you would just naturally assume that more teams will also be in the same situation, that they have enough depth, but they're wanting to upgrade to a top-end option. So when we go through and suggest those trades, I mean, on paper, it's definitely an idea that I really like. Whereas in reality, it's going to be a deal that's very hard to get done. I'm going over to wide receiver. And Teresa says in the chat he should trade Baker Mayfield. If you could get something for Baker, 100%. I just assume in a 10-team format, you can't get anything for Baker Mayfield. Like, this is supposedly the worst quarterback room in the league that has A. Rich and Caleb Williams. I mean, if you could throw Baker Mayfield and Rachaad White to get to David Montgomery, we would do it in a heartbeat. I would just assume that probably it's going to be a hard time trading Baker, specifically in a 10-teamer. Going over to wide receiver, we have Jefferson, London, Diggs, Jayden Reed. So we have 4 wide receivers that we can start every single week with confidence. We have Leggett coming out and looking a lot more viable now that you have no Adam Thielen, and Andy Dalton is elevating this overall passing offense. One possibility of what you could look to do here, and obviously it's just a possibility, not something we need to, but if we could squeeze out a decent amount of value from Jalen Waddle, I would. I actually think that Waddle's probably a little bit undervalued in fantasy football, and I'll probably include him in a buy low video next week. But my thought process here is specifically on an 0-4 squad, where the majority of Waddle's value is going to be for when Tua returns later in the season. And that doesn't particularly matter for us because we need to be focusing in on points right this second. If we can try to move some of that future Waddle production to get points in this lineup right now, I think that would be very interesting. Going over to tight end, Sam Laporta did flash a little here. I mean, Sam Laporta definitely looks better than he did 2 weeks ago. Obviously, having to deal with him on a bye this week, though. So I think Zach Ertz could be a completely fine play for the short term, at least this week. But yeah, I think plan A is if we can just take 2 running backs, pair them together. Our plan A is if we can take Baker Mayfield and pair him with Rachaad White and get a running back upgrade. That way we would. Plan B is to see if you can trade 2 running backs in a package together to go get a running back upgrade, sell the depth and get a stud. Plan C is see if we can trade Jaylen Waddle in a 2-for-1 deal with the running back to go get an upgrade that way. Because, I mean, as you look at this across the board, this is a team that I think has a lot of value, but so much of that value is on the bench, and we can't really sit here with production on the bench when we're 0-4 and need production in the lineup ASAP. But I really do hope I was able to help you out in some way, my guy. I really hope you're able to get something from this. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. But let's move this over to a trade question from Starvin Marvin. This is Najee Harris, Romeo Dobbs versus Jake Ferguson. It says, need a tight end due to my league as Goddard and Ferguson. Should I trade or pick up Otton or Tucker Kraft? I would actually keep Najee Harris, and I'd prefer just picking up Tucker Kraft. I mean, with Najee, you still have Jaylen Warren banged up. Ferguson definitely looks like he is rising up the tight end rankings quickly. He's actually higher than my tight end 9. That tight end 9 tags the average ranking across the entire site. But ultimately with Najee, I do still view him as a plug and play guy with no Jaylen Warren. And Tucker Kraft looks like he is going to absolutely smash as well. Now moving over to our next trade question. This is coming out from Vandermeer. Says, other receivers are Chase, Nico, Garrett, Jayden Reed. So don't need Thomas. Is Puka good buy low? Kyler to Jayden Daniels. Give me Jayden Daniels. Brian Thomas to Puka Nacua. Give me Puka Nacua. If we're not starting Brian Thomas anyway, might as well go get another wide receiver that we're not going to be starting in the short term, but has more long-term upside. Love the move. And yes, sir, let's go ahead and let's get Jayden Daniels and Puka Nacua. But yeah, let's move over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat right now. So please, if you have any questions, go down there, drop them in the chat. I'd be happy to get to as many as I possibly can. And also, if y'all are enjoying us live streaming every single night, please make sure you hit that like button while you're down there as well. But Cole says, do we trade Laporta and Hunt for McBride? Yes, you do. Please help, guys. I either about to decline or accept. My thought process is McBride so far from when he's been healthy has clearly established himself as the tight end 1 in fantasy. And I say this as somebody who has a lot more Sam Laporta than I do Trey McBride. Like, trust me. I really hope I'm wrong with this. I really hope McBride comes out and absolutely crushes. But the reality of the situation is, I hope Laporta crushes. McBride's been a lot better than Laporta. If you are trying to project this out going into the future, I mean, Kareem Hunt, now you have Clyde Edwards-Helaire supposedly being active this week in Kansas City. So it does seem like maybe it's like a 3-man, 4-man running back by committee. I think I'd rather just have McBride. Jose says, do I trade AJ for Kyron? Very much up to your team. Like, effectively, you have to view AJ Brown as a fully healthy player at this point. Because, I mean, with AJ Brown, he misses the bye week this week, and then he's back at 100% next. So, I don't know. Braden says, Trader hold on to Mahomes, looking like a lost cause. So that's the thing. Mahomes has not had a single game this season with over 300 passing yards. Obviously, everybody is talking about it. I mean, if you could sell Mahomes, go get Jayden Daniels, you should. But am I helping you by telling you that right now? Are you helping your team by trying to make that decision right now? No, I would have been able to help you if I told you week 2, hey, go sell Patrick Mahomes and go get Jayden Daniels. If I did that week 2, that would have been a massive help. Or you would have helped your team a ton in week 2 if you went, should I get out of Patrick Mahomes? By the time we're a month through the year and Patrick Mahomes is disappointed every single week and he just took out his wide receiver 1, and everybody and their mom is panicking about Patrick Mahomes, you've missed the boat on trying to sell Patrick Mahomes. I mean, you can go out there and you can try, but I wouldn't have a ton of hope that you're going to be able to make some trade easily. Johnny says, Jerome Ford or Kareem Hunt this week. If Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I can't answer you right now. I went to update the week 5 rankings on flockfantasy.com. And I'll just show you what I did right now. Let's move this over. My rankings, I updated wide receiver pretty damn deep. We made it like 50 deep. I mean, this is quarterback, sorry. I updated our QB rankings this week as well, just in case anybody wanted to know. We have Lamar up at QB2 for week 5. We moved Mahomes down to QB7, Dak QB8, A-Rich. Actually, no, I was going to say I had A-Rich way higher than this. Those are the experts. I have A-Rich QB6 this week. Get freaking ready. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pull up the implied team total that we have again with the Indianapolis Colts. I know we're going off the rails here, but 22.5 point implied team total for Indy going up against Jacksonville. No Jonathan Taylor. If you have A-Rich, I'm starting him. I have Brock Purdy as well. Brock Purdy is in a great matchup against Arizona. So it's gonna be tough. We're gonna have to read the practice reports. But yeah, going over to running back, I mean, I ranked like 24 running backs and then I gave up. And then the deeper running back rankings for now are older running back rankings from last week. Like, see, we haven't moved Carson Steele down that much just because I got to the point where we were like ranking Kareem Hunt and going like, how am I supposed to rank him when we don't know who's trending towards playing in this game or not? Like, how am I supposed to tell you if you should start Kareem Hunt this week when we don't know if Steele's going to be active? We don't know if Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to be active. I don't know the availability. Like, I have no freaking idea as it stands right now on Tuesday. Christopher says, should I start Richardson or Burrow? So Burrow going up against Baltimore, A-Rich going up against Jacksonville. You have a 24-point implied team total for the Cincinnati Bengals. You have a 22.5-point implied team total for the Indianapolis Colts. So, of course, that doesn't mean these are the exact points that these teams will be scoring. But it does show that, if sportsbooks are projecting this out, sportsbooks are more times than not our best resource on what we are able to expect. So the total points scored in Indianapolis and the total points scored in Cincinnati this week are supposed to be comparable. I almost just want to tell you, yeah, we go ahead and we take Anthony Richardson. Because A-Rich, obviously, you are going to have the rushing upside. You are going to have the rushing touchdowns, the rushing yards. Even if Burrow will lap him in passing volume in a 4-point passing touchdown format, if you're telling me that we are going to have similar total points scored in their respective offenses, I probably prefer the guy that's going to run the ball a little bit more. It's crazy to say that, of course. Crazy to say it. Warrior Zone says Ayuk or DJ Moore rest of season. I hate to say it, but we're probably going to go Ayuk. Like, let me go ahead and pull this up. If you're looking at the expert rankings on the site, I think it's Corey and Danny that are really high on Ayuk. I've moved Ayuk down a bit. Like, Ayuk's had 5 targets in every game that Debo's played. But I still do have Ayuk wide receiver 21. I have Jayden Reed much higher than Brandon Ayuk in my rankings this week with no Christian Watson. But consistently, the Niners are still projected out to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL. You look at sportsbooks this week, they have an implied team total of, I want to say 29 points. Like, they're supposed to be by far and away the highest scoring offense in the league. You just get paid $120 million. We have the entire sample of you being dominant last season. You can kind of see the story playing out where, oh, maybe we look back from 6 weeks from now and go, oh, remember when we panicked on Ayuk because he started slow after the holdout? So I would prefer Ayuk over DJ Moore. Because also I do think that Rome Odunze can continue to improve as the season goes on as well. Okay. Easy Clap says, do I start Pittman? It's going to be very easy to answer this question based off, is Joe Flacco the starting quarterback in Indianapolis? So like I just said, I mean, I think that Anthony Richardson's kind of a must-start guy this week in a 4-point passing touchdown format, assuming he does start. But at the same time, I can very easily say that if you're wanting to start Michael Pittman, you need Joe Flacco in there. Because the issue with Anthony Richardson is he's going to be monopolizing a lot of the points in his own right. Whereas if you were looking at Joe Flacco instead, all the points scored in Indy with Joe Flacco under center will not come from Joe Flacco rushing yards, will not come from Joe Flacco rushing touchdowns. They'll be coming through the air, and anything on the ground will be Trey Sermon. But let's move this over and answer some more questions on the site. And definitely want to reiterate, of course, as well, if y'all wanted to check out any of those picks over there on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the description and the comment section. And this is actually the best way that you can get a team review over there on flockfantasy.com if you wanted one. But if you ever wanted to ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, somehow we ended up getting logged out. Let's go ahead. Let's sign back in. You can go over, hit this expert advice button. You hit that expert advice button. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, team review, whatever you are wanting. And yeah, if you wanted that team review, the best way to get it is by going and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free team review through flockfantasy.com and that free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard, which you can find that link in the live chat and in the description as well. But let's move this over to our next question. This next one's actually going to be a team review from Lucid. And I actually think we accidentally got logged out of the site. So here's what we're going to have to do. We're actually going to have to pivot this over to the other window. We already answered this one for them. So the next team review is going to be from Lucid. This is one of those free team reviews with the Underdog promo. So my friend, thank you so much for taking advantage of that. But this is no running back, no problem. Right now, we are the second best team with the league analyzer. So, I mean, it does look like we have a decent amount of running back value here as well. But anyway, lost Rashid and Puka. Tyreek is dust, but I'm confident long-term. Any trades or thoughts on the team? First off, if we are still number 2 in the league analyzer after losing Rashid Rice for the season, can't imagine what this would have looked like a week ago. But anyway, it's a 10-team league where we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the depth doesn't matter at all, really, here. I like how we didn't mention that Andrews is dust as well, but nonetheless. Starting here at 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, having an elite quarterback is going to make up a massive difference because they'll make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output from week to week. So when we have Josh Allen here, you absolutely love to see it. Going over to what we have at running back. Right now at RB, we are currently sitting with Kyren Williams as well as Josh Jacobs. With Kyren, easy to project him out as a top 10 running back rest of season. I almost kind of want to do the same thing with Josh Jacobs. I'd be okay with Jacobs as my RB1, to be honest with you. Maybe not in a 10-team league, but at least in a 12-teamer. But looking at Jacobs as my RB2, I am freaking pumped. No hesitation whatsoever. Love Jacobs here as RB2. Love Jonathan Brooks as RB3. No idea what you mean by no RB, no problem. This team is loaded up with running backs. We even have Rico Dowdle as a depth piece. We have Tyler Algier as the premium handcuff. And we have Carson Steele. Honestly, with Steele, I personally probably hold on to him for another week just to see what the usage looks like here. Maybe the news of Clyde Edwards-Helaire coming back in is the nail in the coffin where you can go ahead and you can let go of Carson Steele. But regardless, I mean, this is a running back room that has a ton of depth overall. And to be honest with you, as we are about to get back Jonathan Brooks, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to go ahead and if you wanted to see if we can potentially sell one of these low ceiling but locked and loaded floor guys like Rico Dowdle and a 2-for-1 deal to see if we can get an upgrade elsewhere from a team that's maybe desperate for running back, especially as we lose Rashee Rice. But going over to wide receiver, I mean, we have Nico Collins, we have Tyreek Hill. So we have 2 top 10 wide receivers in the long term. Obviously, Tyreek more so wide receiver 2 in the short term, and elite wide receiver 1 in the long term. But I mean, anyway, we're chilling here. We have Rome Odunze, wide receiver 3. We have Tank Dell's quality depth. We have Puka Nacua in the long term. Going over to tight end, we have Andrews, Zach Ertz. So we just have a couple streaming tight ends at this point. But this is a great team. This is a phenomenal squad. If you're looking at any potential moves to make here, I think it's really going through and targeting some of these teams at the bottom that possibly are a little more desperate for these depth plays, particularly at running back, and seeing if we can squeeze them to get an upgrade at wide receiver. This team maybe is going to be losing Jerome Ford as a viable option if Nick Chubb does come back in. So then at that point, really their only 2 viable running backs would be Aaron Jones, Dave Montgomery. If they wanted a running back 3 that they could rely upon, we could send them maybe, say, Rico Dowdle and see if we can get an upgrade elsewhere. Honestly, Kelsey may be an interesting target as well now that you have no Rice in this offense. Obviously, it comes down to what that price point looks like, but if you could sell Jonathan Brooks and like Mark Andrews to get 2 Travis Kelce on this team that really needs another running back, I think that could be a viable move. This team has Joe Mixon, Ramondre Stevenson, Chuba Hubbard, so they're about to lose their RB3 as we get Jonathan Brooks back in. Maybe with this team, we go ahead and we look to see if we can sell, say, the combo of like Rico Dowdle and Tyreek Hill and pivot over to A.J. Brown and just give them that a little bit of running back depth, and we get that wide receiver upgrade in the short term. And in the long term, it's not too much of a hit. And in the long term, at the same time, I mean, we can kind of afford a little bit of a hit here because we are going to be getting additional assets back in like Puka Nacua. So we have the long-term upside regardless. But obviously, this is a very strong team here. I'm just trying to think if there's anything reasonable. And another thing to just point out is if you wanted to sit here with this team as is, to be honest with you, I'm not going to fault you, right? Because, I mean, this is a team that if you just sat on your hands, it will naturally improve as the season goes on. When we get Jonathan Brooks back in, this team will be better. When we get Puka Nacua back in, this team will be better. When we get Tank Dell back in, this team will be better. When Rome Odunze continues to improve as a rookie, Caleb Williams continues to improve as a rookie, this team will be better. When Tyreek Hill gets Tua back in, this team will be better. So this team's already good. This team's going to get you by, and you have the continued ceiling to improve as the year goes on. So I think you're in a great spot. And really, if you wanted to make any trades, it's trying to sell the running back depth as we get Jonathan Brooks back in to go get that wide receiver upgrade or go get a viable tight end. But honestly, you don't necessarily need to. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. And I see we have some confusion regarding the free Underdog promo. So if you used promo code FLOCK on Underdog and made a $10 deposit, like I said, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. You can see the instructions with the link in the description. But effectively, I mean, essentially what happens is every morning Underdog sends me a list of all the email addresses that signed up to Underdog Fantasy and used promo code FLOCK with the $10 deposit that day. We go ahead and we hook up any accounts on flockfantasy.com that have an email address that matches with that free team review voucher. So if you just signed up to Underdog with promo code FLOCK, just give a little bit of time. It should show up in your account tomorrow. But yeah. Let's move this over to what we have with the next team. This is former OnlyFans manager. I need to know the story behind this one, my guy. But no chat here. This is a 10-team start 8 format. So this is a league where we can start, say, up to 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth does matter a bit. But also at the same time, it is a 10-teamer. So with this being a 10-teamer, there should be quality options on the waiver wire. Some of these teams that we look at in the live stream, they do have a pretty balanced league in terms of the rankings that the league analyzer is giving. But here, this is not the case. If you look at this league with the league analyzer, there are probably these, there's the top juggernaut, 2 teams close right here, 2 and 3, 2 teams close kind of here at 4 and 5, team by itself at 6, and then these teams at the bottom are just kind of garbage. But I mean, yeah, for funsies, we can go ahead and we can check out this team at 10. That's in a 10-team league. Rodgers is their best quarterback. Their RB3 is Chuba. Their wide receiver 1's Ladd McConkey. Dear God, this is maybe the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Davis says you have to spend on Flock Fantasy or just use the code. So you don't have to, you can have a free account on flockfantasy.com. As long as you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and made at least a $10 deposit, just go over to flockfantasy.com. You don't have to spend anything, just as long as you make an account with the same email address. But let's go ahead and let's pull up our squad. So right now we have Anthony Richardson at quarterback, and we have Sam Darnold. I just traded for Anthony Richardson. And to be honest with you, I think Anthony Richardson will be better going into the future than he has been. If we are looking at Anthony Richardson, you do have the rushing upside. Sportsbooks are telling us it's going to be a better offense, and I think he will have better matchups as well. I actually got lucky where I did not play Anthony Richardson this past week going up against the Steelers. Not because I knew he was going to get hurt. Obviously, it's because it was just a bad matchup in general. But I probably play Anthony Richardson this week. In a 10-team league, I'm less excited about this quarterback room for sure than I would be in a 12-teamer or a 14-teamer. But it is what it is. Now, going over to what we have, say, with our running back room. We have Alvin Kamara as an RB1. Doesn't matter the format. Obviously, Kamara is absolutely crushing as an RB1 right now. Jacobs, I just got done saying I'd be fine if he was my RB1. Here we have him at RB2. Really like that as well. And then a couple things. If I make a $10 deposit a day later, will still count. Yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, make a $10 deposit. It doesn't matter if you made an Underdog account like a week ago and you never deposited. It just has to be your first deposit if you want the team review. Doesn't matter when, but as long as it's your first deposit you've ever made with that Underdog account, the email address matches the account that we have on the site, and it's a minimum of a $10 deposit. But anyway, going back over, the running back depth here is going to be extremely questionable. Now, this is a league where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly, so the running back depth maybe does matter here just a little bit less. But with that being said, if Nick Chubb comes back in, kind of erases whatever you have from Jerome Ford, and we already lost Isaiah Pacheco, this will be a really tough spot to kind of overcome at running back. Wide receiver, obviously, this is the strength of the squad, where we have CeeDee Lamb, locked and loaded wide receiver 1, Godwin, super pumped to have as our wide receiver 2, Deontay, wide receiver 3 is nuts. We have Puka Nacua in the long term. We have Jalen Waddle getting Tua back in the long term. We have Amari Cooper. We have Jackson Smith and Jigba. So while this is that league where you can start 4 wide receivers every single week, I actually would not mind if you wanted to go out and see if we can sell some wide receiver depth to go get some running back depth in return. Now, with that being said, it's not a move that you have to make right now. Because right now we can effectively look at this and go, okay, well, Puka Nacua is not startable in the short term. Jalen Waddle is not startable in the short term. So we're starting Lamb, Godwin, Deontay, and then say Amari/JSN. So if you wanted to wait until either Tua came back or Puka came back and then go ahead and make this move, you can. But another issue is when you have this many viable wide receiver options, it is going to be extremely difficult for us to make waiver wire moves. Because if we want to make a waiver wire move, say play somebody in the Jayden slot for Dallas Goedert this week, we want to go pick up Tucker Kraft. Who are you supposed to drop on this team? Obviously, we can say Sam Darnold, but Anthony Richardson's dealing with an injury. You can't drop Jackson Smith-Njigba. You can't drop Jerome Ford on this team. So waiver wire options are going to be extremely difficult. So I think what we need to do is we need to attack a team that does not have a lot of wide receiver production, and we need to see if we can go get an upgrade elsewhere. The easiest trade partner to have in terms of what makes the most sense for both parties is this team at 10. If we could potentially go ahead and give them a wide receiver 1 so they're no longer starting Ladd McConkey, this is a 10-team league as well, let's do it. Like if we can go to that team and go, hey, you want Jackson Smith-Njigba? JSN would immediately be their wide receiver 1. We'll go, hey, we'll give you JSN and Dallas Goedert. Give me back Travis Kelce. I think that makes so much sense post Rashee Rice trade. They even have George Kittle here as well. I think you can make an argument that that is a win-win deal for both parties. You could also do the same thing with Amari Cooper. My hesitation with Amari is like, hell, if you think that he gets traded, if you think that Winston starts, then obviously you could kind of have a boom for Amari at this point. But really, that's the trade here. If we can try to take one of these bottom 2 receivers and go get an upgrade elsewhere, maybe if instead you wanted to go ahead and you wanted to see if we can package together, say, Amari and Josh Jacobs and get over to Breece Hall, that'd be a no-brainer. Maybe if you really wanted to, actually, I wouldn't trade JSN for Zach Moss straight up with the Chase Brown usage. But let's move over to another team that potentially needs some help at wide receiver. I mean, this team right now is Mike Evans, Xavier Worthy, Tank Dell, Jerry Jeudy. So, I mean, you could very easily see this team going out and attacking the wide receiver position. What you could do with them is you could see if we can get that quarterback upgrade. Honestly, we can maybe try to get no, that other team has garbage quarterbacks. But if we could try to get to Josh Allen, if they feel comfortable with Dak Prescott, where if we could potentially send them, say, like Chris Godwin and Anthony Richardson and go get Josh Allen. And then at that point, you could even cut Sam Darnold. We open up 2 roster spots. You can pick up a tight end for the bye week fill-in for Dallas Goedert, pick up another running back off the waiver wire that gives us a little more depth. I think that would be very interesting. Going over to what we have at running back, here the potential upgrade would be Kenneth Walker. It's going to be very difficult to trade for Walker at this point. But I mean, if you could go give JSN and Josh Jacobs for Walker, that looks like it'd be very interesting. If you want to go see if we can give JSN and get back either Najee Harris or J.K. Dobbins, you could look to do that as well. But ultimately, even if this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, when we have this kind of wide receiver production, I think that you could very easily afford to go make that 2-for-1 deal to upgrade elsewhere in the lineup. And I think it'll make things a lot easier for this team going into the future, particularly with the moves that we'd be able to open up and make with the waiver wire. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And of course, if there's anything I can ever do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But let's move this next trade question over for JK. It says, considering this trade for Kupp, do you think the team can handle losing Jordan Mason? About to be 4-0. Okay, so we're 4-0 on this squad. Wide receiver. Right now we have Jayden Reed, Garrett Wilson, Avonta Smith. Running back, we have Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Taylor, Devin Singletary, Tyler Algier, Tajee Spears. I would not recommend this trade for a lot of people. To be honest with you, for a lot of people here, you need the Jordan Mason production to roll the dice that we get cut back next week or this week or the week after, who knows, to roll the dice that Kupp will be able to come in and be the wide receiver that he was pre-injury, to roll the dice that Kupp won't get injured again. It's maybe not something that you can do when you're for sure giving up running back 1 production, even if that running back 1 production is kind of production in the short term. Now, with that being said, on a 4-0 team where we can put out a decent starting lineup for right this second, I think we probably go ahead. I think we probably take Cooper Kupp. I think we take Kupp. Now, Vantel says, I got offered this trade to go through after week 5. Should we take it? So it goes through after week 5. So we sadly don't get to use the Garrett Wilson production this week. Essentially, the thing is, if Cub's back after week 5, if you needed wide receiver production this week and the trade went through right now, I think the Garrett Wilson side's the winner. But if the trade doesn't come through until after week 5, looking at the team, we have Deontay, Jayden Reed, Nico Collins, Jalen Waddle. So we are just hunting upside. I don't think it's a no-brainer. I think, honestly, you can make an argument for either side here. But let me move over and answer as many questions as we can in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please go down to the chat and drop them. Would love to get to as many as I can. Now, Greg says Steelers defense or Broncos defense rest of season. I would rather have the Broncos defense this week than the Steelers defense this week, with the Broncos going up against the Raiders and the Steelers going up against the Cowboys. Rest of season, I probably think that you want the Steelers defense. Typically, you're not wanting a defense for a team that's going to be trailing the majority of their games, which would steer you clear of Denver. But I mean, we can go through and we can look up the schedule that you have for these defenses going in the future. Steelers score. All right, so the Steelers, we are going to be getting the Dallas Cowboys this week, the Raiders the week after, the Jets, the Giants. Then you have and then you get Commanders, Ravens, Browns. So like literally every other week. Every other week you go garbage. You have 4 garbage offenses the Steelers get to go up against. But then every other team the Steelers plays freaking nuts. And what do we have for the Broncos? You get the Raiders, but then you go Chargers, Saints, Panthers, Ravens, Chiefs. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't freaking know. Smooth this over. Jeffrey says, do I drop Dallas Goedert or Tyler Algier for Chase Brown? I would drop Tyler Algier for Chase Brown for sure. Like there's a 0% chance Tyler Algier takes over as the starting running back in Atlanta. There's a very real chance Chase Brown takes over as the starting running back in Cincinnati over Zach Moss. I really hope it doesn't happen. I have a lot of Zach Moss in underdog drafts, and I have very little Chase Brown in comparison. So, hoping that Chase Brown does not do anything, but dear God, he's looked better every single time he's touched the ball. So, I don't know how confident we can be with Zach Moss in the future. Okay. Flo says, who are you hoping to get off the waivers in the Flock League? Keep that close. I got some moves. And of course, if you didn't watch the Flock League YouTube video today, look up Flock League on YouTube. Definitely the best YouTube channel that there is. Way better than this one, to be honest. But I'm keeping that close to the chest. Hopefully I get my guys. And you will see in the video next week, I am cooking up. I'm playing 3D chess right now with waivers. I'm doing something that literally has never been done. Never been done before. PJ Nasty says, Marv for Debo. I'd rather have Marvin Harrison Jr. long term. I actually have Debo Samuel ranked over Marv this week. But that's obviously, Debo is a great matchup going up against Arizona. Teresa says the video was hilarious today. I haven't been as good about my clips on the Flock League channel over the past 2 weeks. That's because we were playing devs over there. So sadly, I couldn't talk too much trash. And just in case you don't know what a dev is, I've seen some of those comments on the videos. When we reference a dev in the Flock League, that is one of the developers on flockfantasy.com. It's one of the software engineers of flockfantasy.com. Let's move this over. Nate says, should we drop Jennings or Shakir for Wicks, or should we keep him? I would for sure drop Juwan Jennings for Dontavian Wicks. Easily. Lord Geo says, does anyone still have hope for Ayuk? I have Ayuk ranked as a low-end wide receiver 2 rest of season. But obviously, if you took him at the end of round 2 or the beginning of round 3 in your drafts, not looking good. Jonas says Nathan was cringe about the damn spider. I thought it was funny. Like, I don't know if it's because I know the guys and we've hung out with each other, but like whenever I don't know if the Flock League videos are as funny for y'all as they are for me, but specifically because I know them. So when I get to see like Danny do something dumb or Nathan do something dumb, it's extra funny for me. It's so damn funny. Like when Nathan did like because I don't watch the videos until we premiere them. The editor does it all and puts them together. And then as soon as I hit premiere on the Flock League video, like I'll like literally watch it on YouTube with everybody else for the first time. And then you get like the little clip of like in this episode at the beginning. And like Nathan's little part about like, I have an apology to make, and it like showed the comment getting mad at him. I died laughing. I thought it was hilarious. Let's move this up. Steven says, which pickup is best from first to last? Hunt, Addison, Worthy, and Swift. We're going to go Worthy number 1, Addison number 2, Swift number 3, Hunt number 4. Milan, welcome to being a member of the flock. GMB says, Eric All looks to be a very exciting long-term player. Obviously, really impressive for what he's doing as a rookie. But for me to go out there and try to project him as a player you want to be picking up off waivers right now, I don't know. Even if he is maybe tight end 1A to Gesicki's tight end 1B, I don't want to tight end and tight end by committee. Milan says, what running backs can we target for Xavier Worthy or Xavier Worthy and Keenan Allen? I mean, I can show you what running backs are ranked near Xavier Worthy on flockfantasy.com, of course. Okay. Running back, we'll sort by Mason. You know what? We're looking running back and receiver, right? Because we want to sell Xavier Worthy. So if we're selling Xavier Worthy for an RB, we have Xavier Worthy ranked around wide receiver 28. If you're going Xavier Worthy for a running back, I think you're looking at Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, Jordan Mason, James Conner, CMC. Obviously, much easier said than done. These are the running backs that we have ahead of Xavier Worthy. So you probably would have to include Keenan Allen. But when we go down to like the Pollard range, I don't know if I'm going to be trading Worthy and Keenan to Pollard. And Milan, I just answered your question, so please, for the love of God, stop copying and pasting. If you do it again, you're probably going to get muted. But let's move this over to more of the questions that we have on the site. And of course, definitely want to reiterate, if you want to ask any questions on the site, you can always do so through flockfantasy.com. Gets you a guaranteed answer. If you wanted to do that, just go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the expert advice button, top right corner. You can ask a team review, trade question, start set question, whatever you are wanting here. And yeah, with this, if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it, or the best way to get it, will be to go through and take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you'll be getting an additional Kirk Cousins free pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll be getting a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as the account that you have on Underdog Fantasy. And yeah, can somebody please time out Milan? Like, dear God, my guy. I answered your question and you copied and pasted it 30 times after. Literally answered it before you even copied and pasted. But anyway, Arob says, hey Mason, big fan of the show. Thank you for everything that you do. Could you please see if there's anything you would do to strengthen the team? Injuries are messing with the squad, hence the team name, but looking to get rid of some tight ends. Not sure where to go from there. Thanks. Thank you, my guy. I mean, real quick, I will just say as a quick side note, if clearly you already had your team linked, all you had to do next time, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to get a team review, is on the reviews page. You just click what team you want and it will send all this information directly to me. In terms of like the uploading screenshots for people, that's the people who aren't, the people who are not linked with their team. But anyway, we actually got Jordan Addison by trading away Quentin Johnson. Obviously, that trade looks great. The team name is Fantasy General Hospital. So I'm assuming, obviously, we are going to have a ridiculous amount of injured players here. But anyway, right now we have Anthony Richardson as well as Sam Darnold. So we have a quarterback that we can just play the matchups with between, I think this week, based off how good the matchup is for AR, I'm probably going to go ahead. I probably do start Anthony Richardson. Still has a ton of rushing upside, a 4-point passing touchdown format. I think the rushing yards as well as the rushing touchdowns get him there consistently. So yeah, I think you can be excited about Anthony Richardson. I mean, I'm sure you saw that I went through and traded for Anthony Richardson from Sal last week. Sam Darnold, definitely a viable play, especially if you have no Anthony Richardson this week. Wouldn't fault anybody for going through and playing Darnold with how damn good he looks. Now, going over and looking at running backs. Currently, we have Jacobs, Kenneth Walker. So if you look at my rankings on the site, like I said, this is a screenshot right now. So you're actually looking at somebody else's rankings. But if you look at my rankings on the site, I do have Kenneth Walker ahead of Josh Jacobs rest of season. And at the same time, I love having Walker Jacobs as my RB2 combo. We have Tony Pollard here as RB3, quality depth piece. Rico Dowdle, RB4. A really well-balanced running back room. We have a running back 1, a running back 2, a running back 3, and a running back 4, right? So I don't want to act like it's the strongest running back room I've ever seen, but well-balanced RB room. Going over to wide receiver, we're currently sitting with A.J. Brown, who will get back after the bye. We have Godwin, extremely strong wide receiver 2. And we have Puka Nacua, a wide receiver that we can look at and say, okay, well, yeah, you're obviously not going to see him for probably another month. But when he does come back, maybe he's a low-end wide receiver 1. You have Terry McLaurin as that short-term fill-in. We have Keon Coleman for the long-term upside. We traded Quentin Johnston for Jordan Addison. Really excited about that, especially since we have Darnold. And 100% I agree with you. I think it would be great if we could trade a tight end and maybe a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade where we package like McLaurin and David Njoku to go get the best wide receiver that we possibly can. Or we package together Hawkinson and Njoku to go get the best wide receiver we can when we have Brock Bowers. Now, the issue with me telling you this is right now, TJ Hawkinson and David Njoku don't have any value. Like the reality of this team, when we are the Fantasy General Hospital, is if you have a team that is kind of dealing with a ton of injuries and maybe is decimated by injuries, if you're in a situation in which you just simply don't have enough production to get by in the short term, sometimes you're stuck in a spot where you have to sell the injured players for 50 cents on the dollar just so we can make sure that we are staying in it. We're not going to be losing the league and we are fielding a competitive roster in general. However, with that being said, if you have a team that we can get by with our injuries in the short term, and all we have to do is effectively wait them out, be very excited to do so. We can wait out the Njoku injury. We can wait out the Hawkinson injury. We have Bowers to play in the short term. We can wait out the A.J. Brown injury. We can wait out the Puka Nacua injury. We have Godwin and McLaurin to play in the short term. We can wait out the Anthony Richardson injury. We have Sam Darnold to play in the short term. It's a very well-balanced team that, of course, as soon as we get back in Njoku, as soon as we get back in TJ Hawkinson, I think it will be a situation in which I would like to go ahead and I would like to trade one of these tight ends or possibly both these tight ends in 2-for-1 deals, maybe with Tony Pollard to go get a running back upgrade, with maybe Terry McLaurin to go get that wide receiver upgrade for the flex. But as it sits right now, I just don't think you're going to be able to get anything for those tight ends. And I think that you're probably just kind of sitting with them on your roster and hoping for long-term upside. And we get a spike week from Njoku his first week back in, and you can go to the Mark Andrews team and go, I know you desperately need a tight end. Here is that guy packaged with McLaurin to get that upgrade. But for what we're doing right now, honestly, I think you are chilling. I don't necessarily think that you are making any moves here, my guy. But thank you again for taking advantage of that a free Underdog promo that we have. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And again, if you ever wanted to submit a team to the site, The screenshots are only for the teams that aren't linked for whatever reason. Clearly your team is linked. You're able to grab a screenshot of the league analyzer. So next time, just when you're on the submit thing, all you do is like on your list of teams, you just press what league and what team you want. But let's move this over. One of those other free team reviews from the Underdog promo. This is coming out from Throwing for Content. Appreciate you, my guy. Says 0-4 had as many players get 0 as hit their projection this year. So traded away Tyreek to get younger talent. So this is a Dynasty format for everybody watching. This is a 2 QB Dynasty league, or that's the assumption here. Maybe this is a keeper league instead. We'll see in a second. But right now we do have a decent amount of value if you're pulling on the Dynasty values in particular. And yeah, this is a Dynasty. You can tell with how many players that are being rostered. And with this being a Superflex Dynasty league and an 8-team format, I'm completely fine going through and looking to pivot as soon as we hit 0-4 to long-term value and start building for 2025 and beyond. So when we look at these assets on a rebuilding roster, what we are wanting to do is not ask, will this player be productive in 2025? The appropriate question is, will this player have more value this offseason than he does right now? And if the answer to that is no, or probably not, then we should go ahead and we should try to pivot over to an asset that will have more value next offseason than it does right now, such as a 2025 first. But let's move this over to what we have at quarterback. We have Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Tua, Bryce Young, Matthew Stafford, Andy Dalton. Obviously, if we are looking at Stafford and Dalton, we will say these quarterbacks will have less value this offseason than they do right now. Now, the issue with this is an 8-team Superflex league, so everybody in your league should have enough quarterback production to go around. In an 8-team league, on average, everybody can have 4 starting quarterbacks. We go to the worst team in the league. They have Geno, Rodgers, Bo Nix. They have 4 starters, right? We can try to give them Stafford for, a second and a third, but it probably won't happen. But yeah, if you can trade Dalton for a second, if you can trade Stafford for a couple seconds in an 8-team Superflex league, we're for sure doing that. Going over to running back, the players that will not have or won't be guaranteed to have more value this offseason than they do right now, Rachaad White will be worth less this offseason than he is now. People will be worried about the job security as soon as we get to January, before free agency, as well as before the NFL draft. So Rachaad White is on the trade block. Ramondre Stevenson is on the trade block. Aaron Jones is on the trade block. Jerome Ford is on the trade block. Running back's really a position that is extremely difficult to project out in the long term. So typically you're only worried about your running back room on a contending build, and on any rebuilding team, we are looking to see what we could get and what we could pivot to. Now going over to wide receiver, Rome Odunze, Jayden Reed, JSN. All 3 of these receivers are wide receivers that you could very easily see be worth more next offseason than they are right now. But with that being said, going over to Deebo Samuel, Deontay Johnson, Amari Cooper, these other options, these are players that, of course, we would love to sell. Now, the issue is you're probably not getting a first-round pick for these other players. So we have to go through and we have to figure out reasonably what could we expect to get. Like, are you selling Amari for a second and a third? Probably, because to be honest with you, if you think about what a second rounder is in an 8-team league, a second rounder is guaranteed to be at least the top 16 pick. A second rounder could be the 9th best rookie in your league. And in a Superflex league where the quarterbacks are going to be pushing down top receivers, top running backs as well, just makes it that much more appealing. Going over to tight ends, I would love to tell you, like, oh yeah, let's sell Mark Andrews. The reality is nobody's buying Mark Andrews. So the players that I think, if you're pivoting to this rebuild, which will 100% in an 8-team league, this team does not have what it takes to contend this year. You have to pivot to a rebuild. And when we pivot, the guys that we're going to be looking to sell will be Stafford, Dalton, White, Ramondre, Jones, Debo, Deontay Amari, and Andrews. Let's accumulate as many first-round picks as we possibly can. Probably going to be difficult to grab a bunch of firsts, so instead, we're probably going to be looking at a decent amount of seconds. But anyway, let's stack them on the team. Let's earn the 101 next year. And let's put ourselves in a spot where we have a bunch of accumulating assets going into the offseason. But let's move this over to the next question. We have this a trade question with a massive dono from the Patient Plum. Says, how'd Rashid go down? Records 2-2. A little scared about Brees. Mixon gives me a workhorse. So going from Devontae Adams to Terry McLaurin, downgrade. Going from Brees to Mixon, downgrade. I think Mixon's an interesting buy low candidate, but there's no way in hell I'm paying this price. I don't even know if this Devontae Adams injury is real. I think Adams may end up getting traded this week, and Devontae Adams may be good to go by the weekend. So, yeah, for the love. I mean, we can go back over to the trade calculator, and I can show you what this looks like in the trade calc, but it's not going to be pretty, I'll tell you that right now. Brees and Adams versus Mixon, Terry, and who was the other player? Higgins. You know, I had Higgins as the buy low candidate 2 weeks ago. Like, I would love to say it's Higgins. But, yeah. You clearly want the Brees Hall, Devontae Adams side here. You clearly lose this trade. Okay, so let's move this over to what we have with the next team. This is going to be from Hazy. This is Evans Hall versus Neighbors Taylor. Appreciate you, my friend. Going to be excited to check it out. And here, looking at this, going from Brees to Taylor is a downgrade. Evans to Neighbors is an upgrade. Looking at the value that Neighbors has currently and looking at how people are concerned about Brees, I do think that the Taylor side is the more valuable side. The only hesitation that I have with it is I don't necessarily know how much time that we are going to be seeing Jonathan Taylor miss. It's my only hesitation here. But I'm Smithy coming out. This is DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Taylor versus Travis Etienne, Evan Ingram, Drake London. So going from JT to Etienne, downgrade. DJ Moore to Drake London, upgrade. Terry to Evan Ingram, downgrade. I want the best player of the deal. Operating under the assumption that JT misses a week or two here, I think that we probably want to go ahead and we want to take Jonathan Taylor. Now, obviously, there's a chance that JT misses a little more time than this. There's a chance that we are underestimating how much he will be out, but I mean, even in that instance, just go pick up Trey Sermon. If you're really worried about missing JT that much, you should be able to get Sermon off the waiver wire. Okay. Now let's smooth this over. Next question coming out from Heyo Micah. This is Brandon Ayuk versus Jayden Reed. So ignore the positional tags here. These are the average expert ranks. These are my rankings. I have Ayuk 42 overall, Reed 49 overall rest of season. I want to be very clear. You will see this with the week 5 rankings that are going to drop very, very soon. I have Jayden Reed ranked well ahead of Brandon Ayuk in the short term with no Christian Watson. But once Christian Watson is back in, I think it is a much tougher call. I will tell you right now, Jayden Reed has more value. Like if you were just hunting straight value here, it is Jayden Reed. If Christian Watson was never going to be making it back into this offense, then it would be Jayden Reed as well. But it does seem that Watson has missed, has dodged the IR. He hasn't missed the IR. He's dodged it. So I don't know. Everybody's going to tell you that it's Jayden Reed. I think it's a fair trade, and I think it's up to you. Now, Braden says, hey, Mason, I linked my team. How do I get a voucher for team review? You go over to Underdog, my guy, and use promo code FLOCK and make a $10 deposit. Go over to Underdog, use promo code FLOCK. You can find the link in the description, comment section. Make a $10 deposit. Have an email address on flockfantasy.com with the same email address to your Underdog account, and then you should get that free team review voucher. Okay. But let's move this over to what we have with our next trade question coming out from Tyler. That says Zach Moss, Chris Godwin, Chris Olave versus Josh Jacobs, A.J. Brown. So looking at this deal, Olave or let's go. It doesn't matter. Olave or Chris Godwin, A.J. Brown, doesn't matter. Upgrade whichever wide receiver you move. Let's break it down this way. I'd rather have A.J. Brown over Olave. I'd rather have Josh Jacobs over Chris Godwin. Zach Moss isn't going to swing me either way. Give me the A.J. Brown, Josh Jacobs side. Give me the A.J. Brown, Josh Jacobs side. And yes, you will get your free team review voucher the day after you signed up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK, because Underdog sends me the list of email addresses every morning, and then we go ahead and we credit those teams with free vouchers. So let's move this over. This is a team that's not loading for whatever reason. I'll get back to you, Jax. This is Cosme. It looks like they got that free Underdog team review voucher. Decided to tip us $5. Appreciate it. My guy says, thanks for the Underdog promo. I'm kind of panicked about my team because I'm 1-3 and need my running backs. It says I'm at the top of the league analyzer, but I don't feel like it. Hopefully you can cook something up with this. P.S. Do you post your Underdog picks so we can tell you much love? Much love, my friend. I will try to do better about posting them every single time I make them in videos for you. I definitely look at it in live stream. And honestly, if you wanted to tell me something, I am needing to use, there's an Underdog promo. I'm not going to do that right now. We're not going to do it. I'll cook something up for us. If you just deposited $10 on Underdog and want to be able to tell us with that $15 you have in the account. But anyway, looking at this, we have Cosme. Currently, well, yeah, maybe we're first, maybe we're second. It doesn't really matter what we are exactly in the league analyzer, because if you look at the league as a whole, the top 4 teams are all back to back to back to back with the league analyzer. Really doesn't matter exactly where we are. It does seem like this is a league that's the who's or the haves and the haves not down here. So looking at the squad, I'm assuming if we are high in the league analyzer and more 1-3, maybe we have a couple injuries. And yeah, looking at this, we have the Rashee Rice injury, RIP. We have the David Njoku injury. We had to pick up Mike Gesicki for the short term with Trey McBride. This looks like a funky team that we should be able to figure out and should hopefully be able to fix here a bit. Now, going over to what we have at tight end, the easiest thing to start with this team is you just simply cut Mike Gesicki without much hesitation. Like, we should get Trey McBride back this week. The real question that you have is surrounding what we're doing with David Njoku once David Njoku does come back into this offense. Because obviously once we get David Njoku in here, then at that point it's a spot in which you can say, oh, okay, well, do we sell Njoku? Do we sell McBride when we're going to get a lot more? Obviously, we'll want to sell one tight end when Njoku comes back. But what I know we want to do right now is you have to cut Gesicki. You have to pick up a wide receiver. And yes, we are looking at the wrong team. We are looking at the wrong team. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for saving my butt here. And thank God we have this team instead. Ooh, thank God, because I didn't know what we were going to tell that other team at quarterback. Here, I know what we're going to do in at quarterback and tight end. We don't need to talk about this at all. We are standing still. We have Daniels. We have Kincaid. We have an elite quarterback, an elite tight end. We don't need any backups. Love to see it. And this is a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. This may be a half PBR format as well. I mean, if this is a half PBR format, we are very much incentivized to have the running back depth options. Specifically because if we are looking at the running back depth options here, Running back will be a little bit more exciting to go ahead and throw into the flex spot in a league like this. And at the same time, the options at the top are going to make up a higher percentage of our starting lineup output from week to week perspective in comparison to what they would in a full PPR league in comparison to wide receiver. So as we go over to receiver, we can just hit this position real quick. We have the elite names. We have the guys that we know we are starting every single week. We start Lamb. We start Harrison. We start Godwin every single week. We have the long-term upside of Kupp coming back into this offense. So wide receiver is great. And what I love about our wide receiver position is we are not overdoing it. It's not like we are rostering a ton of wide receivers down here on our bench. So as we go over to running back, this is where all our focus needs to be. This is where we need to see how we can improve, because we already know that we're locked and loaded with our quarterback, with our tight ends, rest of season, and with our wide receiver. And if we look at our RB, I am completely fine with Josh Jacobs being my RB1. I am especially okay with Josh Jacobs being my RB1 in the context of this being a 12-team league. I am completely fine with Jonathan Brooks being my RB2 when he comes back. Chase Brown, Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving, these are all running backs that are the perfect examples of players that we want. And you can throw Tyler Algier into this list of running backs that give you the elite ceiling if the starter were to go down in front of them. But they are all desperation plays in the first place, where if you do have a bye week, you can go and you could throw them in anyway. So if we are looking at what we have currently at running back, this is the perfect construction from a team. This is exactly what you would be looking for. We have an elite quarterback. We have an elite tight ends, as far as an elite tight end possibly can be this year. We have top end receivers. We have running back production I feel good with at the top, but we are focusing in on these high upside running backs through our bench. Like, yeah, Chuba Hubbard, it can definitely go through and be that play this next week if we have no Jonathan Brooks, which looks like we'll have no Brooks. This is a phenomenal team as is, and based off the construction, I would only expect it to get better going into the future. So I really wish that I could have some more to say, but to be completely honest with you, this is a much better team than my team. It's constructed perfectly. I think it's naturally going to get better as the season goes on and give you a lot of flexibility as well. I love the squad. I don't think we do anything. I think you're chilling. And if it makes you feel better, we can go ahead and we can look at my team on the site. Yeah, my team, we are currently 3-1, not 1-3 like you, but at the same time, not looking nearly as hot with the league analyzer. Now, that being said, the league analyzer does have our league pretty close together. It is funny, the Flock League right now, everybody, there are 6 2-2 teams, there are 3 3-1 teams, and there are 3 1-3 teams. Everybody is really close. But let's move this over to the next team. It's going to be another one of those free Underdog promo teams. This is Levin B-Ball. Says, hey Mason, how's it going? I'm 3-1 somehow, even though basically my whole team has been injured. But I'm pretty concerned with the squad. I don't know. I was wondering if there are any moves you think we should be making. Also, was maybe trying to move Devontae Adams, but not exactly sure who to target. Thanks. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you and going to be excited to check this out. So if we're looking at the league analyzer for this squad here, right now, really all of the top 7 teams are pretty much identical. Like even if we're 3-1, number 2 in the league analyzer, like none of these teams are really separating themselves from each other. Definitely a hell of a lot better than being one of these teams here at the bottom. Like, let's go ahead and just for funsies, let's look at this team at the bottom. QB1 Baker, running back 1 Pollard, Pitts at tight end, wide receiver 1 London. Yeah, RIP that team. But going ahead, if you're 3-1, looking at some of these players that are injured, but at the same time, give us the long-term upside, it's a really nice balance because on a 3-1 build, the main thing that we're looking for is that long-term upside. We're right now at quarterback. We are currently sitting with Joe Burrow. Obviously, having Burrow, we are able to start him pretty much every single week, regardless of the matchup at this point. I mean, you have Higgins fully back. This offense has been cooking over the past 2 weeks. I believe they have a 24-point implied team total going up against the Baltimore Ravens this week. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with 2 top 5 options. It's a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, so definitely the wide receiver upside does look... So the wide receiver depth does look a little more important, and the running backs at the very top end are a tiny bit less important in comparison to if it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. But obviously, we are never going to say it's a bad thing to have 2 top 5 running backs. Obviously, we are extremely excited for this RB room. We have Zach Moss at the quality depth. We have Mostert, Roshan, Akers. I definitely think at this point, what we do is we go ahead and we cut Cam Akers for another wide receiver off the waiver wire. Going over to what we have at wide receiver currently. Right now, we are sitting with Cooper Kupp, Davante Adams. So 2 wide receivers that have a lot of the long-term upside, however, are probably not going to be able to give you much right this second. We have T. Higgins as that locked and loaded option in a 12-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. That is a great spot to be in. We have Wan'Dale Robinson. We have Quentin Johnston as depth pieces that I'm completely fine holding on to. Going over to tight end, we have Evan Ingram in the long term. We have Zach Ertz in the short. It's going to be hard for me to find something with this team. I mean, if we're 3-1, we can afford to wait until Kupp and Adams get back. Like if Adams ends up getting dealt to a positive situation, obviously you could be a lot more excited about this team than you currently are right now. And at the same time with this, if we end up getting Cooper Kupp back in, say, 2 weeks, and Kupp's the wide receiver 1, Adams the wide receiver 2, we have another wide receiver 2 with T. Higgins, we have 2 top 5 running backs, we have a quarterback we can rely upon. What else could you ask for with the team? I definitely want to drop Akers, see if we can go pick up someone like Dontavian Wicks, see if we can go pick up somebody like Xavier Legette. In that instance, we bolster out the wide receiver room just a bit in case we have to go through and we have to start somebody this week alongside T. Higgins. But we can throw Zach Moss into a flex. We can throw Wan'Dale Robinson in the lineup as well if need be. Obviously, we want Evan Ingram back relatively soon, but if Ingram does come back and sees the same volume he had last year, he could potentially be a viable option. Yeah, the main thing that we're going to look to do here, if possible, is cut Akers, pick up a receiver. You're 3-1. We're going to try to get by and survive the short term for us to get Kupp, for us to get Adams back in the long term, which does look like it's going to happen. Honestly, I don't even know if Adams is really hurt here. I think maybe he's just looking for a change of scenery. But yeah, honestly, it's a great team. You're 3-1. You're the top of the league analyzer. I think we just have to be patient with our receivers. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let's move this over and answer some more of the free questions in the live chats. Please, if you have any questions in the chat, let me know them. Let's move this over. Jackson says, would you trade away Jonathan Taylor to receive Tyreek and Mixon? Yes, I would. Especially with Taylor being hurt now. Now it's an absolute no-brainer. K-Ton says, should I do Connor for Adams? I have James Conner in the Flock League. I don't know who has Davante Adams. I will go ahead and I will pull this up right now. I will send an offer of James Conner for Davante Adams, whoever has Adams. Let's see if this gets accepted. Let's see if this gets rejected. Okay, let's figure this out. That is a good idea. Thank you for giving me the idea. Because with Connor, I am tiny bit concerned that we may end up seeing Trey Benson come in. Does everybody see Davante Adams? Have I accidentally skipped over Adams at any point here? Can I just hit Control F on this? Does anybody see Adams? On the right, people said. On the right, on the right. Adam's right here. Bam. This is Thomas. Ooh. Let's see if Thomas is interested. Thomas is 2-2. Thomas just dropped a zillion points. We will offer Thomas James Conner for Devontae Adams. Thing is, he'll have Evans and Olave. Running back, he already has Montgomery, Kamara, Moss. So he already has so many running backs. I don't know if he does it. We can offer it to him. Worst thing he can do is say no. Worst thing he can do is say no. Okay. Let's move this over. 30 in says, should we drop both Chandler and Myers for one of the following? Leggett, Hunt, Kraft. I would 100% want all three players over Chandler. If Adams gets dealt, obviously it's tougher regarding Myers, and I think it does come down to your team. But I want all three over Chandler. Okay. Shivy says, tired of being in draft and ride it out leagues. Mother effers don't trade anymore, I swear. It is crazy. We've actually had a ton of trades in the Flock League. I actually didn't know how it was going to go down. I didn't know if it was. I honestly thought that would be a league where people weren't trading much. But yeah, no, there have been a bunch of trades in the league. Turtles is how do I send my team in for review? You go over to the sites, top right corner, expert advice. You hit team review and go through that little process. Obviously, you can ask a trade question, start to say question if you want. Carter says, just got T Higgins for Mahomes, win or lose. Honestly, it depends on your team and your league settings. Treatment says, confident with McBride, can drop Ertz because we need a receiver. 100%. If you have Zach Ertz and you have Trey McBride coming back in, I'd cut Zach Ertz. Pick up a receiver off the waiver wire that excites you. And then I think you're just good to go. Plan on playing Trey McBride this week. Obviously, if McBride does miss with a concussion, then at that point, I mean, if you really needed to, you can go back to the waiver wire and you can pick up another tight end. But the thing is, I mean, what's the real gap between Zach Ertz and a waiver wire tight end? What's the real gap between the two? Joseph says, trade Garrett Wilson. If I had a time machine where I could have been smart enough to get in that machine, go back to week 1, go back before the season started, and told you, hey, you want to sell Garrett Wilson. Just heads up. Just heads up, everybody. You want to sell Garrett Wilson. Yeah, obviously, it was a good move to sell Wilson a couple weeks ago. But for us to sell Wilson now, coming off arguably the toughest matchup you could possibly ask for, some of the worst weather conditions you could possibly ask for, with all the rumors circulating about Devontae Adams potentially going to the New York Jets, realistically speaking, what would you expect to get for the guy? Realistically speaking, what are you expecting to get for him? Johnny says Zach Ertz for Tucker Kraft. I would very much rather have Tucker Kraft over Zach Ertz rest of season. Okay. LOJK says, I can't even get Jayden Reed for Garrett Wilson. Yeah, there's just it's the same question with people asking should I sell Bijan Robinson? Should I sell Breece Hall? It's everybody's panicking about them. Trust me, I wish I was smart enough to go back before week 1 and tell you guys, hey guys, just heads up, probably want to sell Bijan Robinson, probably want to sell Breece Hall for Saquon Barkley. But now at this point, you sell Breece, you sell Bijan, we're getting Joe Mixon. We just saw a Breece for Joe Mixon trade earlier. That's not something we're doing. So, yeah, these players that have lost a ton of value, and that's why people get so upset with me with the sell high videos, where I go through and last week we said, oh, maybe sell high on Chris Godwin. 2 weeks ago we said, oh, maybe sell high on Devon Achane. Last week we said, oh, if you sell Malik Neighbors for Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, I would. Like in the sell high videos, never coming out like after Garrett Wilson has lost half his value and saying, hey guys, probably want to sell Garrett Wilson. Everybody's panicking. Let's get out now. It's like, no, you're trying to identify the players that are riding high, that everybody in fantasy is super excited about, and pivoting over to one of those blue chip studs that we know are going to be there, that have no questions. So it's like, I know it's very hard for me to come out and tell anybody now, like, hey, sell Garrett Wilson. It's not going well. I wish I was smart enough to tell you it back then, but if I wasn't smart enough to tell you it back then, I can't tell you it now. But let's move this over and get some more questions going through the site. And of course, if y'all wanted to get any guaranteed answers, you could always do so through flockfantasy.com. Little expert advice button here. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. Definitely, if you wanted a team review, the cheapest and the best way to get that would be to take advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 plus promo code FLOCK at the same time. We'll hook you up with a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game. And you will get that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. But let's move this over. We just got that free Underdog team review done for Lights Kamara action. And let's move over to a longtime member of the flock here with Jordan02. Thank you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. His team is 2-2. Full PPR, QB scoring, point per completion, 6-point passing touchdown format. Let's all be on the same page. If you're playing in a league where you are getting a point per completion, 6 points per passing touchdown, the high volume passers are going to score so many points that it does not matter the quarterback rushing upside. Somebody like Anthony Richardson in a point per completion league, you would never even think about. Somebody like Justin Fields in a point per completion, 6-point passing touchdown format, you would never think about for a single second. Here, we're looking for the guys that you think could potentially lead the NFL in passing. Other positions get plus 5-point bonuses for 100-yard games and for 50-yard touchdowns. Should I wait to see what I can get with Evan Ingram or trade for a tight ends? Pitts or anyone else droppable for Wandale, Chase Brown, Roschon, Schultz, Auden, and Kraft. Thanks. Thank you. Definitely Chase Brown is by far and away the most important player on that waiver wire. Real quick, looking at the league settings in this. So we have CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud is the exact example of a quarterback I want in this league. I think CJ Stroud can lead the NFL in passing this year. Obviously not going to run the ball a ton, but in that point per completion, 6-point passing touchdown format, I don't give a damn. Let's get CJ Stroud. He scored 57 points this week. Now going over to what we have with running back. You start two of them. You start two receivers. Start one tight end, one flex. And then on the bench, we do have a considerable amount of slots available. So running back's going to make up a very high percentage of the starting lineup output. Wide receiver depth's not going to be nearly as important in this league in particular. So we are highly incentivized to build around what we have with running backs, both at the top and the depth of the position. Right now, we're currently sitting with Kamara and Jacobs. Feels super comfortable. Obviously, Kamara looks like a top 5 RB rest of season. I think Jacobs could honestly be a running back 1 as well. So love the running back room at the top. Going over to what we have with the running back depth, we have Braylon Allen, we have Bucky Irving, we have Ramondre Stevenson. So particularly, Ramondre Stevenson's a player that if you're desperate for running back production, you may just simply have to hold on to Ramondre, and you may not really have the option to go through and look to pivot elsewhere. But specifically, that's my situation in the flock league. I have Ramondre Stevenson. I need a running back to play every week, so I'm just freaking stuck with him. But here, you would never look to start Ramondre outside of just pure desperation. So honestly, if we can use Ramondre as some trade bait in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, I think it'd be a no-brainer. Now, of course, it's going to be very difficult to do that right now. This next week against the Miami Dolphins, maybe we have a little bit of a better shot because obviously against the Miami Dolphins, this could be a closer game where we end up getting, we get an environment where you actually have the ability for this team to go through and run the ball with consistency. Now, going over to what we have with wide receiver, we have the elite wide receiver 1 in Justin Jefferson. We have T. Higgins coming off a 10-target game from Joe Burrow. We have Jayden Reed looking like a locked and loaded wide receiver 1 with no Christian Watson. We have the target volume with Deontay. So, yeah, I mean, if you have Deontay Johnson on your bench here, this is a spot where this team just has so much depth at the moment, especially if we have these guys down there on the waiver wire like Chase Brown. A 2-for-1 deal would be super advantageous. What I would love to do is I would honestly love to upgrade tight end here. Tight end, you have Pitts. Obviously, you're not going to be able to get anything for Pitts, especially with him laying the goose egg. But, I mean, if you could potentially sell either Evan Ingram and Kyle Pitts, or Evan Ingram and Deontay Johnson, or Kyle Pitts and Deontay Johnson, and pivot over to a tight end that you are excited about rest of season, pivot over to somebody like Trey McBride, pivot over to somebody like Travis Kelce, I think we would. Kelsey's definitely a lot more appealing now that you have the Rashee Rice injury. And that way we can open up that roster spot, because as we go over there and as we look at the options that you have down on your bench, I mean, these are great bench options. I mean, on the waiver wire, you can pick up Tucker Kraft. I think Kraft is arguably a top 10 tight end rest of season. We can pick up Chase Brown. The very minimum, I'm dropping a tight end, whether it's Kyle Pitts, whether it's Evan Ingram, it's your call. I'm dropping a tight end for Chase Brown. We need to pick up Brown. I mean, if Zach Moss were to get injured, Chase Brown immediately becomes a top 24 RB. So it's up to you on what tight end you look to drop. I would love to see if we can sell like a super strong wide receiver like Deontay Johnson, who's currently sitting on our bench, in that 2-for-1 deal at tight end, to see if we can pivot over to a player like McBride, see if we can pivot over to a player like Travis Kelce, solve that position, open up the other roster spot for us so we can go and pick up a player like Chase Brown off the waiver wire. If not, if your call was, hey, I just want to solve tight ends off of waivers, I don't want to go out there and trade for somebody, then you'd be dropping whatever tight end you don't want between Evan Ingram and Kyle Pitts, and you'd be going out and getting Tucker Kraft. I think Tucker Kraft, like we said, is by far and away the most appealing guy there. But I think the main thing that you need to focus on with this team is this is a team where you have to find a way to open up a roster spot. Obviously, this is the exact quarterback we want given this format. Running back room's great at the very top. We have so much running back wide receiver depth. I think you can afford to pay up for an elite tight ends. Preferably, we want to make it 2-for-1 deal. That way we can open roster spots to get quality players off waivers like Chase Brown. But I think that's all I got for you. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And I know you've been a long time member of the flock, my guys. Thank you for sticking with me for so long. We got another question. It says, thanks for the review last week for all the work you do. Team is 1-3. Okay, so let's move this over. So start Andrews over Ingram if we really need to. The flex here, we're most likely going to be looking at, say, either George Pickens or Brian Thomas, depending on what you expect. Honestly, the Steelers' offense may not be the worst spot to go after this Cowboys defense, given the significant injuries that they have. But, I mean, honestly, it's a really strong team in general. And, yeah, no, I don't think you panic on this team at all. I mean, obviously, we want to go pick up a tight end if we can, but let's move this over to Rusty's trade. Actually, let's answer some of the questions that we have in the live chat here. If you have any free questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to try to get to as many as we possibly can. Fields or Baker. I think it's honestly, I view both quarterbacks as like premium streaming options where it is kind of going to be up to you from a week-to-week perspective based off the matchups that they have. Like, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go ahead, if you wanted to play Fields in a 4-point passing touchdown league, 6-point passing touchdown league, probably have to go Baker. Andrew says, Javonte's on the waiver wire. Do I prioritize Sermon over him? I have Jonathan Taylor. I would rather start Trey Sermon this week. I would rather have Javonte in the long term. I don't know if this is exactly what you were looking for, but I have Javonte ranked over Sermon rest of season, but obviously it's very different this week. Sean says, drop Jonathan Brooks for Dontavian Wicks. Okay, let's go through this. If you drafted Jonathan Brooks and you held Jonathan Brooks through weeks 1, 2, 3, 4, for you to all of a sudden drop Jonathan Brooks right before he comes back in week 5, so you could go ahead and pick up the first exciting waiver wire option that we see. Why the hell did we draft Jonathan Brooks in the first place? For the last thing I could ever tell you to do is, hey, yeah, let's draft Jonathan Brooks. Let's hold him for 4 weeks and let's cut him right before he comes back. When the Panthers offense is now looking better than we ever thought it was going to. You should be more excited about Jonathan Brooks. Not less excited. For the love of God, do not cut Jonathan Brooks. Sergio says, drop Zamir White for Tank Bigsby. I don't want to come across like I'm defending Zamir White or talking trash on Tank Bigsby, but I just want to make sure that everybody has, at least knows my perspective for their waiver wire claims tonight, because I have seen a bunch of people come out and really hype up Tank Bigsby in this waiver wire cycle in our comment section. Well, Tank Bigsby is one of my most drafted running backs on Underdog. I really hope Bigsby comes out here and absolutely crushes. The Bigsby usage was based off ETN getting nicked up at the beginning of the game. And why Bigsby isn't super, super exciting for me at this point is if you actually look at what happened is Tank Bigsby as well as Dearness Johnston kind of split the role. So for us at this point to say oh, Bigsby is a must-add RB. He's the RB2 in Jacksonville that's currently fighting for the RB2 job with Dearness Johnson. I think he is the RB2, but the thing is if ETN goes down, ETN misses time, they split the backfield. So at that point, Tank Bigsby is a running back that is in a committee in one of the worst offenses in the league. Now, Zamir White, of course, is a running back in a committee in one of the worst offenses in the league. Not trying to make some grand argument for Zamir White here. Just want to be on the same page with everybody. Bigsby does not look super exciting right now. There are much more exciting running backs in the waiver wire. Antonio says, should we trade Brian Robinson for James Cook in a full PPR format? Yes, I would. Obviously, Brian Robinson absolutely crushes this past week. We had Brian Robinson ranked, I want to say, maybe as a borderline top 12 running back. It was very clear that he was going to crush when you had no Austin Eckler. As with no Eckler, Brian Robinson's going to get the expanded role. But what's actually funny is freaking Jeremy McNichols coming away with multiple rushing touchdowns. Obviously, Jayden Daniels has looked phenomenal, but I still do expect that James Cook is a running back that will see more targets in a better offense and is also playing, and they're both playing with rushing quarterbacks that are going to vulture rushing touchdowns to the goal line. So I don't think that's too different. So I do prefer James Cook over Brian Robinson rest of season. Ryan says, do we start either Bucs running back or do we just go with DeAndre Swift? I would love to know what the live chat has to say with this. Because this week in particular, especially with the bye weeks, I'm having the hardest time that I've had all season and going through and figuring out how we rank these running backs that are more so RB2s. So could y'all please go to the live chat right now? Would you rather start Swift or one of the Bucs running backs? Swift, 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 Swift. Swift, 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 Swift. Okay, everybody's on DeAndre Swift. This is probably the most important. We got some Buckies mixed in. We have no Rashad Whites, which is interesting. I will say this is probably the most important week that I've had in the Flock League so far. I'm 3-1. If I move to 4-1, the trash that I'll be able to talk will be legendary. And I'm going up against Avery, who do not say that I said this to anybody, but obviously Avery is a better team than me. But anyway, if we're able to win and we go to 4-1 and he goes to 2-3, it'll be hilarious. I'll be able to talk an insane amount of trash. And I am going to be stuck starting DeAndre Swift this week because I have no Devonta Smith. I have no Ladd McConkey. I have no Sam Laporta. My team is in the bye week hell right now in week 5. So DeAndre Swift, I'm rooting for you. I know it's a good matchup, but I started Swift in week 1. He got me 5 points. I said I'd never do it again. I started Swift in week 3. He disappointed me, lost me my week. I said I'll never do it again. And now I'm about to start the man again in week 5. So I am really hoping Swift does not let us down for the 3rd time. Or if so, he probably will get dropped. I'll have to send a message to the team. But let's move over to what we have with the questions on the site real quick. Of course, like I said, we're always answering every single question over there on flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, definitely what you do is go over, hit that comment button in the top right corner, expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. If you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it and what I'd recommend doing is take advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make a $10 deposit, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for Thursday night's game. And you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you use promo code FLOCK when you sign up and you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I can credit you with the free team review voucher. Now, let's move this over to our next team review. Let's go ahead. And this is a free team review with that free Underdog promo from Mr. Won't Steal Your Girl. It says, bro, please help. Drop/waiver, pickup/trades, not panicking, but really need running back depth with Pacheco and buys coming up. All right, well, let's pick this up, my guy. Now, this is a team that is on NFL Fantasy, so I'm very sorry that you're not able to link with the site. I'm hoping that we can link NFL Fantasy with the site sooner rather than later. And this is a squad where we start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth does not matter here on the team. And instead, we are incentivized to build around running back depth. And dear God, we need some. We started Carson Steele this week. But anyway, starting off with Kyler. Obviously, Kyler, super big letdown week. It was actually supposed to be a phenomenal matchup here as well. I thought Kyler Murray was absolutely going to crush. Clearly, the man did not. But, I mean, with that being said, he was still averaging 50 rushing yards per game through the first 3 weeks. I still think that Kyler Murray should be fine here. I don't want to be panicking by any means. So, honestly, with Kyler, I think that you are going to be just fine. You don't need to roster a backup quarterback. Going over to the bench, it looks like we do not have that backup QB. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we just lost Rashee Rice as well. So not only do we lose Pacheco, who looked like he was going to be a phenomenal pick, we lose Rice, and all of a sudden, yeah, this team is going to be struggling in a big time way. We have Deontay Johnson in the flex alongside with Amon-Ra St. Brown. So wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 still extremely strong. We lost Puka Nacua. Devonta Smith was injured. So this is a team with an insane amount of wide receiver depth, or at least it was. Before the Rice injury, we had St. Brown, Rice, Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin, Devonta Smith, Puka Nacua. Insane. Now, with that being said, in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, the wide receiver depth doesn't matter, and it would be a clear spot for us to go and make a 2-for-1 deal and see if we can upgrade elsewhere. Now, with that being said, can I tell us to do that now? Probably not. Now we are dealing with the Rashee Rice injury. Now we are dealing with the Puka Nacua injury. Now we are dealing with the 2 injury with Jalen Waddle. You have Amon-Ra St. Brown on bye. You have Devonta Smith on bye. It's not the end of the world. Like, we can still start Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. But Carson Steele's no longer viable for us. So we go over to running back. We have Kyron Williams inside the starting lineup. Our running back 2 this week's probably going to be Bucky Irving. We don't have Jonathan Brooks back just yet. We have Pacheco on the IR, of course. So, yeah, this is a team that has been decimated with injuries. We have Laporta at tight end, so it sucks is you're going to have to clear up a roster spot so we can find a way to pick up a tight end to play for Laporta. So this is a team where you probably have to cut Carson Steele, pick up a tight end like Tucker Kraft to play Tucker Kraft in for Laporta this week. What we're going to have to do beyond that is honestly just be patient. And I know this is the most boring advice that we possibly could give. But like, if we think through this, our starting lineup this week, at wide receiver, we're going to have Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin. Running back, we'll have Kyron Williams, Bucky Irving. In the flex, we will have, say, Jalen Waddle. But then on the bench, we have Devonta Smith on his bye. We have Sam Laporta on his bye. We have Amon-Ra St. Brown on his bye. We have Puka Nacua injured. We have Jonathan Brooks injured. We have Isaiah Pacheco injured. This is a team where if we can just get by in the short term, in the long term, after this 1 week, we are going to be so much better. We will be a week closer to Jonathan Brooks coming in, a week closer to Tua coming back, a week closer to Pacheco potentially coming back, a week closer to Puka Nacua coming back, and we'll have Amon-Ra St. Brown to put back in the lineup. We'll have Laporta to put back in the lineup. And honestly, at that point, when we have the wide receiver depth, if you really wanted to take Terry McLaurin and you wanted to see if we can pivot off Terry McLaurin for a depth running back, so we don't find ourselves in the position again where we're having to throw Bucky Irving in there at RB2, I'd be completely okay with it, because also at that point, we'll have Devonta Smith through his bye. We'll have Amon-Ra St. Brown through his bye. And like I said, Waddle and Puka Nacua will be a little bit closer to returning. So in the short term, all we do is we cut Carson Steele, pick up a tight end to play for Sam Laporta this week. In the long term, once we have the wide receivers through the bye and we're another week closer to these other guys returning, I think you're going to look to trade Terry McLaurin to try to go get a running back upgrade if possible. But honestly, with you, my guy, I think that patience is going to be the main thing with this team. Be very different if we were 0-4 and we couldn't afford to lose this week. But that's not our situation. So I think you have the flexibility. Now, let's move this over to TFE's Rob. I believe this is the second time that we've been able to check your team out for you. My guy says, hey, Mason, I'm 0-4, desperate for a win. Need some advice on trades and what you'd recommend we do to make the team better. I sent out some offers involving Mahomes, tried to get Lamb for Hill, Pitts, and got declined. Help us out. Also, big fan. Thanks for all you do. Much love, my guy. Really do appreciate you, and going to be excited to check this out for you. The team name was Take Back the Country. And it looks like the team name has been changed. So if you're in this live stream right now and you can tell me what you changed your team name to, that'd be very advantageous. If not, we may have to skip past this and get back to it. I would assume that maybe we are the American flag team. I don't know. Jaywalk says he said he had Mahomes. Yes, he has Mahomes and Pitts. Thank God, Jaywalk. This is why And we got you out of here. Yep. Patrick Mahomes. Hey, y'all got to give me some credit. What did I say? I said maybe it's the American flag team. We go straight to the American flag team. That's the team with Mahomes and Kyle Pitts. Rob's time to check out this team. But, Rob out here. Rob, long-time member of the flock, recognized the name and the profile pic. Obviously different than what is on the site, but really appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out, my guy. But anyway, looking at this, we do have Mahomes at quarterback. Obviously, if I could go back to week 1, tell you to trade away Patrick Mahomes for Jayden Daniels, I would love to do so. But now at this point, I mean, with everybody panicking on Mahomes, it is going to be extremely difficult to get any type of value from him. We've not had a single game with 300 passing yards so far this season. Honestly, I think that you are kind of just going to be stuck with Mahomes at this point, where in a 14-team format, it's definitely going to be a lot better than what you have, say, with a 10. If it's a 10-team league, I'm kind of panicking in Mahomes, my quarterback 1, because some of the quarterbacks that could potentially be viewed as streamers wouldn't be that much worse of options. But honestly, in a 14-team league, I think we're chilling. Now, going over to running back, Brian Robinson, RB1, not strong, even in a 14-team league. I'd say Brian Robinson would be excited about him as our RB2, but RB1, not so much. Tajee Spears, not excited as our RB2. Roshan Johnson, Deonta Foreman. I mean, Foreman barely looks like he's worth the roster spot at this point. I think Foreman, you could potentially go ahead and cut, even in a 14-team format, where obviously we are looking at options on the waiver wire being a little bit worse. And it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So in general, this is a spot where we would be a little more incentivized to build around running back than wide receiver depth. Going over to the wide receivers, I like some of the upside that we have here. I mean, we are sitting with Tyreek Hill. Not only do we have Tyreek Hill, we have Keon Coleman, we have Rome Odunze. These 3 receivers should continue to improve and get better in the long haul. Now, the issue with this is if we are looking at these 3 receivers on an 0-4 team, it's a situation in which we need to go through and we need to improve so we don't fall to 0-5. The first fantasy football championship I ever won, I actually started off as a 1-4 team, but maybe it was 1-5. I don't know. 1-4, 1-5, whatever it was. But for us to fall to 0-5, at that point, good freaking luck. I don't think that it will be an uphill battle. Let's just say that. If 8 teams make the playoffs, then maybe we can do it. If 6 teams make the playoffs in a 14-team format, we fall to 0-5. It's time to pack it in. So I think specifically in situations in which you can look for the long-term upside on a team that's 3-1, on a team that we have enough production to go around, I love rostering these guys like Rome Odunze, Keon Coleman, and Tyreek Hill. Because for the fantasy football playoffs, I think that they could potentially be league winners. Obviously, in the case of Tyreek Hill, that's not a stretch. But here, I don't think that. Here, I think what you're having to do instead is we're having to pivot over from Rome Odunze to just get a wide receiver that's in here and producing right now that maybe doesn't have the same long-term upside. So to go through and look at some of those examples, like, I don't know. I don't want to tell you trade Rome for, like, Rome versus George Pickens. This is a good example. Like, I think maybe Rome Odunze has more upside than George Pickens for the long term here. But in the short term, when Pickens is actually getting target volume, you easily prefer George Pickens. Maybe Jamison Williams versus Keon Coleman. This is another good example. Obviously, Jamison only 2 targets past week, but you get the big receiving touchdown. Probably going to be hard to buy him right now. Zay Flowers, another one of these older vets, pivoting from the rookie and Keon Coleman, maybe to somebody like Zay Flowers, giving these teams here at the top that presumably started off a little strong, some production right now, so we can cash in and hopefully not fall to 0-5. Another thing that we could look to do is specifically with these depth receivers down here, such as Rome and Keon, is look to package him with a depth running back to go get a running back upgrade. Like if we can go Rome and Spears to get to James Conner, even in a 14-team league where the depth matters a little bit more, I think it's a no-brainer. To get to Travis Etienne, honestly maybe like Keon and Spears to get to Ramondre Stevenson, just so we can get the production in the lineup right now so we can hopefully move to 1-4. Now, the issue is in a 14-team format going over to tight ends. One, I do want to say that Kelsey's going to crush. And Kelsey with no Rashee Rice is a player that I feel very confident in saying that we can just go ahead and we can build around. Almost no hesitation here whatsoever. Now, in terms of Kyle Pitts, obviously, I would love to go through and figure out coming into the season, let's sell Pitts, let's sell Pitts, let's sell Pitts. The issue is now you're not going to get anything if we try to move off Kyle Pitts. So it's like a little too late for me to try to tell you to move him. But at the same time, it's a 14-team format. I would rather cut Deonta Foreman than I would Kyle Pitts. So then you're kind of stuck holding him onto your roster right now, hoping that we get a big week coming in the future. Then at that point, we can sell him coming off a strong performance. Just can't sell him coming off the goose egg with where he currently sits. Amelia says these trade ideas are so optimistic. 100%. I understand that if we give you 10 trade ideas, those 10 trades that we throw out there, 90% of them will get rejected. Now, that's the expectation. If you are offering trades and over, I would say 20% of them get accepted, you are probably making bad trades. We want to be going out there. We want to be mass sending these offers and seeing if we can get some counters, and then at that point, really reevaluate and see how valuable that production is for us right that second. But yeah, I think ultimately that's what we have to look to do. I think we have to look to pivot off of some of these long-term upside plays when you start off 0-4. Try to get some production in the starting lineup right this second. If you can pivot from like Tyreek Hill to A.J. Brown, that looks like a no-brainer right this second. Obviously, everything is about trying to sell future production, get points in the lineup now, make sure that we can stay in the fight. But I really do appreciate you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Thank you so much for sticking with me through all these years, my guy. And I'm really hoping that we were able to at least get that win this week. But let's move this over to Random Guile. This is a trade question where they're sending Amon-Ra St. Brown and getting back Jahmyr Gibbs, so slight downgrade. Lamar to C.J. Stroud, slight downgrade. Dobbins to Harrison, massive upgrade. You can view it in a different way. St. Brown to Harrison, slight downgrade. Lamar to Stroud, slight downgrade. Dobbins to Gibbs, massive upgrade. It's a very, very fair deal here. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have in this trade? Would y'all rather have the Lamar or Stroud side? Lamar, St. Brown, Dobbins, or Stroud, Harrison, Gibbs? Y'all going to go Lamar or Stroud? Stroud, Lamar, Lamar. Stroud, 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 Stroud. Lamar, Stroud, Lamar, Lamar. Lamar, Stroud, Stroud, Lamar, Stroud, Lamar, Lamar, Stroud, Lamar, Stroud, Stroud, Lamar, Stroud, Stroud. It looks like it's split 50-50. To be honest with you, I probably go Gibbs, Stroud, Harris. It's so damn close. I'm going to mark both sides of the winner. I will say typically with trades like this, unless you know you're winning, I'd probably rather just stick with the side that I have in general. Okay. But let's move this over. Another team, I believe, from Rob here. Says, hey, Mason, we're 1-3, lost by 3 points. Kenneth Walker almost brought me back. Want some advice on trade ideas and just general ways we can improve the team. Thank you. Thank you again, my guy, for being a longtime member of the flock, as always. But this is a team where we are pretty damn low with the league analyzer, and it's another 14-team format. 14-team formats are just so tough to operate in. And looking at this team, we have dealt with some pretty bad injuries so far this season. Where obviously we had the injury to Kenneth Walker, where we missed Kenneth Walker over the past 2 weeks. We get him back in week 4. But we lose out on Tua as well. So we're having to sit here with two like streaming options at the quarterback position with Caleb and Lawrence, just kind of going back and forth between the two based off matchup. So quarterback definitely looking like a spot where it's tough to say we're excited. Because it's a 14-team format, we can definitely get by with this QB room, but we're not excited about it. And obviously the assumption is that we have two on the IR. If two is on the active roster, you cut to it right now. Now going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with Kenneth Walker, Najee Harris. So Kenneth Walker, very easily a top 14 running back, very easily an RB1 in this league. Najee Harris, very easily a top 28 running back, very easily an RB1 in this league. Rigo Dowdle, very easily a top 42 running back, very easily a running back 3 in this league. So running back room's great here, and we have a lot of depth as well. And specifically in a 14-team format, I do prefer having Carson Steele, Jalen Wright down there in the bottom end of our roster still, even over some of these other options, even with, say, the really disappointing performance so far that you've had with this Miami Dolphins offense with no Tua. Obviously, it does make Jalen Wright a little less exciting. And then with Carson Steele, even with him presumably losing the job here, I mean, you can still say, okay, it's a 14-team format. There is an outside chance that Steele does take it back. And maybe there's an outside chance that they just needed to, quote unquote, teach him his lesson for fumbling. Going over to wide receiver, you're currently sitting with Drake London, who I believe is a top 14 wide receiver. Jalen Waddle, top 28 wide receiver long-term. Short-term, obviously, with no Tua, it's going to be a very tough spot. We have Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper very easily, a top 42 wide receiver. So we have a wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 here. We have the elite tight ends. I do actually probably like this team a little bit more than the other one. It's a league where we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So in terms of the actual moves that we could be looking to make on this roster, I don't exactly see many that make a ton of sense here. We can't afford to upgrade quarterback. We are primarily shooting for upside down there down there at running back, of course. Which, I'm completely fine to be shooting for this upside with running back at the bottom end on a 14-team format. I wouldn't expect that the options on the waiver wire are phenomenal. Trying to think what we can do at receiver. I think we just kind of need to be waiting for Tua to come back in. If you could pivot from Waddle to a wide receiver that you're a little more confident in the short term, specifically on a 1-3 team, we would. But in comparison to the other team, I actually think that this squad is much better off. And I clearly see the path at the end of the tunnel as long as we are able to get Tua back in relatively soon. That way, if we can get Tua back in, obviously at that point, not only do we have a much better quarterback, but Waddle could potentially be a top 14 wide receiver yet again. Then at that point, we do have 2 wide receiver 1s in a 14-teamer. And then obviously, if Carson Steele does not have the job this next week, then at that point, it would be a very easy spot to just go ahead and to let go of Steele. But for how things sit right now, my guy, probably actually not doing much with the team. I'm probably actually just sitting on our hands here. And honestly, just kind of waiting for us to end up getting Tua back into Miami. Because when that does happen, I think that you will be in a very good spot. But thank you again. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Like I said, I don't think there is much to do with this team. I think you're honestly in a good situation. But let's move this start sit over for Cathreg. So let's go ahead and let's see what we need to be doing here. So wide receiver, our lineup's going to be Reed, Chase. Tight end, obviously, we need to be picking up somebody for Sam Laporta. Running back, we have a bunch of depth options. We have Jahmyr Gibbs as well as we'll probably go Jordan Mason in the lineup this week. I haven't officially set my rankings. And then here for the flex, then you can go back and forth between couple different guys. If Dell does not play, we go Stephon Diggs. If Dell does play, we go James Cook. But obviously, it's a great team. We just need to figure out like who we can drop reasonably for a tight end off the waiver wire to pick up that slack from Laporta. That drop most likely will be Rashee Rice, but obviously it is very difficult to know right now before we actually get the official confirmation that he does have the torn ACL. And you're right, Gibbs is on the bye. I apologize. With Gibbs on the bye and Montgomery on the bye as well. What we actually look to do is we go Stephon Diggs there at wide receiver, and then we go ahead and we take James Cook there at running back. But let's move this over, and we are going to get a team review going for Jet Fuel. But you know what we're going to do instead? Jet Fuel, I'm sorry, you're probably seeing this as a timestamp later on. You can just skip. We're going to get to your team review right after this. But we're going to answer some free questions in the live chat. And as you get your free questions in the live chat, I'm going to run and go pee for just 1 second. So please, if you have any free questions, drop them in the chat. We'll be excited to answer as many as I possibly can. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let's get some of these live chat questions going real quick. Nicholas says, I need help with Garrett Wilson. I don't know what to do. All right, here are your options. 1, you hold the guy. 2, you cut the guy. And 3, you sell the guy at the all-time low price tag. Between holding, cutting, or selling at the all-time low price tag, and dear God, the camera spazzed. Hate it when it does this. Give me 1 second to fix. But between holding, selling, and cutting at the all-time low price tag, you probably hold. Let's see. Farouk says, I traded Ayuk for Devonta Smith. Love that move. Absolutely love it. Smith should be 100% good to go coming out of the bye. Vader says, trade Reed and Pollard for Olave and Chase Brown. I'd rather have Pollard over Chase Brown. I'd rather have Olave over Reed. I actually probably have Reed ranked ahead of Olave this week. But especially with Christian Watson dodging the IR, and it does seem like Watson's going to be back here sooner rather than later. I actually don't think it's a super easy call to make. I mean, just trying to think about this realistically with Jayden Reed. Obviously, Reed looks dominant. We had him as that buy low candidate last week. But at the same time, this is an offense that will just have a ridiculous amount of players getting involved every single week. Reed definitely looks like he's the number one option. But this Packers offense kind of does look like it's not the Kansas City Chiefs offense from this year or last year, but like the vintage Chiefs offense that you had from a couple years ago, where even if Mahomes is the elite level quarterback, they're spreading it out to so many different players that it's not really possible for Jayden Reed to see a 25% team target share here. Obviously, I'm not trying to talk down on Jayden Reed. We had him as the buy low candidate this past week. But I do think it's a fair trade. And I would prefer Olave over Reed rest of the season. Okay. Jonas says, should we trade Zay Flowers for Garrett Wilson? Yes, you should trade Zay Flowers for Garrett Wilson. If you trade Zay Flowers for Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams ends up going to the Jets, I still don't even mind it. Okay. Bryce says, trade Etienne and Kincaid for Kenneth Walker, where we have Bowers. I think Etienne is an interesting buy low candidate. I would definitely prefer Walker over him, though. And I would prefer Bowers over Kincaid. If you have Bowers, I think you can do it. If you didn't have Bowers, I think it would be a little bit tougher. But if you have Bowers, you can. Carter says Etienne or Amadre, full PPR. Here's another trade I will go over and offer on flockfantasy.com right now. When y'all ask me James Conner versus... Ooh, wrong thing to move. When y'all ask me James Conner versus Devontae Adams, we went ahead and we sent that offer. This offer here, I will send Etienne for... Ramondre Stevenson for Etienne. I'm playing Avery. There's no way he does this. We can turn this into a bit. We'll send him all the bad offers every day this week. Here's what we're going to do as well. I've been offering him every single day the Niners defense for fab dollars, but I've just been lowering the fab by $1 every single time. I'm playing him this week. This is called getting in your opponent's head, all right? Y'all are wondering how I have the best defense in the Flock League. Ooh, did we just find something on Sleeper? That is super. Are y'all seeing this? Oh no, I'm the chat is hiding it real quick. Let's move the chats away. So going through, I'm trying to trade for his fab. Oh, never mind. It wasn't. It was showing. See, it's showing a potential of 50. Is this giving us is this telling us he's spending $22 on the waiver wire this week? Can we test this out with somebody else? What does it show if I try to trade for Corey's fab? It says 50 here as well. But he actually has 50 available. What about Badaki? Did I find a glitch in Sleeper that lets us know what they're bidding on fab? No, everything just says 50. Okay. Never mind. No glitch. I thought I all of a sudden got a little insight on something, which I clearly did not have. So I apologize for wasting your time, but we are going to send him this. Why is it not adding? Okay. Well, Sleeper's just being a pain in the butt. Anyway, let's move this over. Maya says Fields or Stroud week 5. I'm definitely going to go Stroud over Fields. That's not too hard. Your Socks says, should I drop Ayuk for T, JSN, or Brian Thomas? Hell no, do not drop Ayuk. Okay. Peyton says Najee for Etienne. I'd rather have Travis Etienne rest of season over Najee Harris, assuming that we get Jalen Warren back relatively soon. Prince says Ayuk is a garbage player. Agree to disagree. He's been very bad through the first 4 weeks. Should you drop Brandon Ayuk? Hell no. Joe says pick up Madison or Kareem Hunt on waivers. I think Alexander Madison's more likely to be the Raiders starting running back than Kareem Hunt is to be the Chiefs starting running back. But I would rather have the guy who has the shot to be the man in the much better offense. The Raiders currently, according to sportsbooks this week, project out to be the worst offense in the NFL. Even if Alexander Madison is the guy, frankly, I don't know if it matters. Okay. But let's move this over and get to the guaranteed questions that we had over on flockfantasy.com. Definitely a reminder here, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any question, you could always do it through flockfantasy.com. On that little expert advice button, you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. And you don't even have to be in the live stream when you ask a question or get the question answered, because as soon as it's answered for you, it's sent directly through the site with the YouTube URL that actually just clips whatever your question was and the answer to your question. So you can literally ask it whenever and get your answer whenever. But if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it, or the best way to get it, will actually be going over to Underdog Fantasy and using promo code FLOCK. If you go over to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for Thursday night, and a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I know who to get hooked up with the free team review voucher. But this is one of those free team reviews from Jet Fuel. That says, Jet Fuel can't melt steel beams. So say this is my first team time ever with fantasy, and I'm having trouble with our leagues. It's a 5-team bench. With recent injuries popping up, I'm wanting to see who is droppable or who I can possibly package together to upgrade to a more reliable starter. Well, good news is we are dominating this league. There are 2 teams that are by far and away the best teams in the league. We are one of them. Absolutely love to see that. Pulling up what we have here, this is a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth does matter somewhat. But with that being said, if you only have 5 player benches, and this is a 10-team league as well, there should be great options on the waiver wire. So still 2-for-1 deals are advantageous where we can get them. And looking at it, Lamar Jackson, clearly an elite level QB, no hesitation here. Perfectly fine starting Lamar Jackson every single week, regardless of matchup. Don't need a backup. Love to see it. Going over to running back, both Kyron Williams and Jonathan Taylor look like top 10 RBs rest of season. I'm perfectly fine building around these anchors. Obviously, we have the JT injury, which does hurt a bit if Jonathan Taylor is going to miss the next few weeks. But honestly, where we're sitting here and looking at James Cook as our running back 3, I am not panicking at all here with Jonathan Taylor. I mean, this is a great room. I don't see how there's a better running back room in this league, to be honest. What running back room is the league analyzer saying is better than this? The Barkley Jacobs room? I don't know. I like our depth definitely a lot more. And going over to wide receivers, I mean, right now, Neighbors, locked and loaded top 10 name. To have Tyreek and Garrett Wilson as our wide receivers 2 and 3, I think that's really exciting. Roma Dunze has a lot of long-term upside. Jordan Addison has a lot of long-term upside. Keenan Allen is an okay depth piece. Shaheed's an okay depth piece. I mean, if you had the ability to go ahead and to potentially say move on from one of these depth receivers, particularly where the waiver wire options should be great, like where Shaheed obviously has the best week of pretty much his entire NFL career. But if you're able to potentially sell Shaheed in a 2-for-1 deal and go get an upgrade elsewhere, literally anywhere in this starting lineup, I think we would look to do that. Like if you can sell Shaheed and Jordan Addison to pivot over to a wide receiver that we like the long-term upside with, because the thing is the open roster spot that you have should be, I mean, go Addison and Shaheed and go get Kupp. It'd be an absolute no-brainer. Honestly, I don't want to say Brian Thomas, but I mean, the wide receiver you're going to get, it's not going to be much worse than Shaheed off waivers. I can go like Addison and Shaheed to go get Jalen Waddle. I would actually really like that, because if we're looking at the wide receiver room that we have here currently, I mean, it's a situation in which whoever you have at the bottom, you're never going to start him anyway. So might as well just go out there and look for the highest upside player that we can have later in the year, whether that's Waddle, whether that's Puka. I mean, it really doesn't matter the exact name, more so just the thought process behind it, where you are moving from these 2 wide receivers that have the depth, that have the floor, but instead we are pivoting over to that player that we are more so confident with in the starting lineup. Going over to tight end, we should get Trey McBride back this week. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we are just going to be cutting Mike Gesicki to pick up another running back off the waiver wire. Obviously, it's a shallow format, so there's an outside chance that you have a very exciting back, whether that's Chase Brown, whether that's Bucky Irving. Obviously, if you can get one of those names, then we 100% go for them. But instead of we're looking at a little more of the deeper options, I think Trey Sermon to fill in for Taylor would be okay. But at the same time, to be fair, this is a team that wouldn't need to start Trey Sermon anyway. So it's definitely not necessarily something that we're having to do. But overall, this is a monstrous squad, way better than my team. The main thing that I would be looking to do is if we could go ahead and if we could potentially sell two of these depth receivers, hopefully in a 2-for-1 deal with each other. That way we can go ahead and we can get that upgrade inside the starting lineup. Just at wide receiver, I think that'd be great. Cut the backup tight end here now that we are going to get McBride good to go. Pick up another running back off the waiver wire with that slot. And honestly, we may have that additional slot if we were to go through and if we were to make that 2-for-1 deal selling the wide receivers anyway. And we pick up another running back off the waiver wire that way. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And of course, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But yeah, thank you so much for taking advantage of the Underdog promo that we had. And really hope we were able to help you out with this phenomenal squad. Okay. Now let's move this over to Jerry Jones. This is Big A the Don. All right, looking at this, we are the third team with the League Analyzer, but if you look at the League Analyzer right now, it's very much tiered off. You got the top 3 teams, you got teams 4 through 6, you got teams 7 through 10, and then teams 11 and 12. It is very funny how this is just broken off like this in this league, whereas the Flock League is just kind of like a consistent line downwards. But anyway, 2-2 in this league. Both losses came against the highest scoring team of the week. My guy, you need to watch more of the Flock League and learn how to play some good defense. But anyway, feel good about the state of the team overall, but want to move some pieces around to maybe get better in places. Hope you can help. I hope I can help as well, my guy. Really do appreciate you and going to be excited to check it out. Now, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So here, depth doesn't really matter nearly as much as you would see in other formats, but it's a 12-team format as well. So, I mean, the waiver wire options aren't going to be as strong. But first thing that we can easily say is, okay, we should get McBride back this week. I would go ahead. Hunter Henry would be the guy that I'm dropping for really any exciting player that you can pick up as a free agent or a waiver wire pickup. Even if, say, McBride does miss this week, then just pick up another tight end off the waiver wire right before Sunday. It's not like we should expect that Hunter Henry is any better than just a base tight end that you have right now. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we're currently sitting with Jayden Daniels as well as Caleb Williams. So if we are looking at Jayden Daniels does appear to be that locked and loaded starter that we can have every single week regardless of matchup. He has been absolutely phenomenal. And while I do think that Caleb Williams can improve as the season goes on, I don't really know if I would want to have Caleb here. I would honestly probably prefer just dropping Caleb, picking up another high-end upside running back off the waiver wire, somebody that's potentially an injury away from hitting our lineup and really making a difference. Because I don't know at this point how we could see this situation turn around for Caleb Williams to all of a sudden be a player that we can consistently rely upon and ever look to start over Jayden Daniels outside of a Daniels injury or outside of the quarterback's bye week. And if we're planning for the quarterback's bye week or an injury, we're much better just picking up somebody off the waiver wire in that case. Now, going over to what we have at running back. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So we typically want to be rostering as many running backs as we possibly can. With that being said, we're already very strong at RB, right? I mean, we are sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, James Cook. We have a locked and loaded RB1, locked and loaded RB2. Really no hesitation here. We have Tony Pollard as some quality depth volume. We have Chase Brown for the upside. You have Roschon Johnson as an injury away player where a Swift were to go down. Roschon's probably a must start option. So overall, it's a very well balanced running back room. Like you have the guaranteed volume, you have the upside down there at the very bottom end of the roster. And with that being said, honestly, I don't think you need to be dropping Caleb and Hunter Henry to pick up 2 running backs off the waiver wire. Instead, I think you pick up 1 running back, 1 receiver, because going over to wide receiver, a really strong team here as well. I mean, we have Jefferson, we have the locked and loaded wide receiver 1. We have DJ Moore, the wide receiver 2, based off volume. We have Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas, the high upside guys that should continue to get better as the season goes on. So very similar to running back. This is a great wide receiver room. So it's honestly very difficult for me to try to advise anything with this team where we are sitting here with what should be one of the best running back rooms in the league, one of the best wide receiver rooms in the league. We have an elite quarterback. We have an elite tight ends. Really, the only thing that I can say with confidence is let's cut Caleb. Let's cut Henry. Let's pick up a running back off waivers. Let's pick up a wide receiver off waivers. If you really wanted to make a 2-for-1 deal, where I think you would do that is with the players that maybe have a little bit of a cap ceiling that won't continue to improve as the season goes on. Like looking at Pollard and DJ Moore, these are the high floor, lower ceiling options, but we don't necessarily need them with how strong the squad is. So if we can maybe target some of the teams at the bottom that are dealing with some injuries, like looking at this team right now, this team is horrible. We don't even want to think about that one. This team is like, there's Zach Charbonnet's. How are these teams so bad? This team has Tyreek. The thing is, they actually don't really need depth here, so they don't make a decent trade partner. What about this team? This team is Swift RB2, Zamir is RB3, so maybe, just maybe, they want to go get an improvement with the running back depth here. So if you could go trade, say, like DJ Moore and Tony Pollard and go get an elite receiver like Neighbors, we would do it, but just so much easier said than done. Probably not happening. I mean, if you could get to Bijan, if you can get to Neighbors, we would do it. Then maybe instead of trading Pollard in that instance, you'd be trading James Cook and DJ Moore to try to get to Bijan, which I would absolutely love if possible. But obviously, like I said, much easier said than done. Maybe go James Cook and DJ Moore to try to get to Malik Neighbors and just give this team that's lacking depth overall the depth in return for one of their top end studs. This team is Rico Dowdle, Javonte Williams, their 2 RBs. So if we can go ahead and send them, say, Tony Pollard and one of our top end receivers like DJ Moore, I don't think we're going to get to CeeDee Lamb there. I mean, we can always try, but it probably ain't happening. Yeah, honestly, there don't seem to be too many teams constructed wise that make sense to deal with. We can definitely go send some of those low ball offers, see if we get any bites. Main thing that I think we just want to be doing with this team where you're already set up to absolutely crush in my mind. I mean, the league analyzer agrees as well, where we are in the top 3 kind of juggernaut little tier here, as we want to be going through and cutting the backup tight end, cutting the backup quarterback, picking up another running back, picking up another receiver. If you can take 2 of the high volume, low ceiling options like Pollard, DJ Moore, go get an upgraded either wide receiver or running back, or honestly, probably preferable wide receiver. Just get the bona fide stud in the starting lineup. I think it's a team that's good enough that can afford that kind of move, but really do appreciate you and really hope that we are able to help you out. Now, let me see this in the chat real quick. This piqued my interest. Crow says, ever since I noticed that Nathan looks like Joffrey Baratheon, I can't unsee it. So, of course, your boy did watch Game of Thrones, but I got to remind myself, what did Joffrey look like? Joffrey Baratheon. Y'all think Nathan looks like this guy? I'll remind y'all who Nathan is, just in case y'all aren't on the site. Nathan, obviously, is on flockfantasy.com. Nathan, as well, is on the Flock League YouTube channel. Does Nathan look like Joffrey? I don't think so. Cool Man sees it. Very similar, kind of does. Let me get up a side-by-side with Nathan here. We'll get right back to fantasy football in a second. This is important. Okay. Flock League. So, of course, best YouTube channel right now. Way better than my YouTube channel, to be honest. The Flock League here. Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. We will... here's a little Sonic ad for everybody seeing. Okay. Let's get to a Nathan clip. Here's Nathan. Nathan versus Joffrey. These people look nothing like each other. Nothing like each other. Piqued my interest. Definitely piqued my interest. Got the stream derailed just a bit, but I'm not calling it. Flows is Nathan's. I'm trying to play the villain, but like I said, I need y'all on my side in the comment section. I need y'all telling everybody I have the best team. We can pretend. All right. But anyway, let's move this over to the next question we have. This is coming out from JR. This is Bowers and Sutton versus Kyron. Give me Kyron. Sutton's worth literally nothing. You had 60 passing yards for Bo Nix last week, 60 receiving yards from Cortland Sutton. Hilarious to think about. Obviously, Bowers looks exciting now that you potentially have no Adams here in the long term, but it's a garbage offense. Give me the 3-down bell cow. Now, Country Dowley coming out. Says wide receivers are Nico, Amon-Ra, Amari, Addison, Coleman, and Worthy. Can I afford to give Ayuk? So going from Pitts to Ferguson is an upgrade. Moss to Montgomery is an upgrade. Mahomes to Stroud is a slight upgrade. I have them in the same tier. We're paying Brandon Ayuk to get it done. We have Nico, Amon-Ra, Amari, Addison, Coleman, Worthy. It's a 10-team league. Start 2 receivers and 1 flex. And if you're wanting to look at my rankings, look at the overall. The expert tags. The positional tags are off here for trade questions for whatever reason. Pitts is pretty much a cut. Mahomes to Stroud, I'd rather Mahomes. Yeah, I think you go Ferguson side. I definitely could see this being a trade you lose. 100%, I could look at us looking back, say, I don't know, 3 weeks from now and going, oh my gosh, I can't believe you traded away Ayuk at that cost. But let's move this over and get some of the free questions going in the chat. If you have any questions, please drop in the chat. We'd be excited to answer as many as we possibly can. Hayden says, it's not Trey Tucker. Sees y'all are going to hate me for this, my Trey Tucker comments, but I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry, to be honest. Trey Tucker is the third option in what should be one of the worst offenses in the NFL. With Adams gone, it's still Jacoby Myers over Trey Tucker. It's still Brock Bowers over Trey Tucker. I don't want the third option in the passing offense of one of the worst offenses in the league. Okay. Billy says, this is Bashworth 99. I changed my team name to Billy. Let's see if we pull this up. Okay. Let's see. I don't see your team right now, though. We skipped after. Oh, Bashworth 99. Okay, I see it in 1 second. Okay, thank you for letting me know. We'll get to that in just 1 second. Okay. Tristan says Braylon Allen or Bucky Irving rest of season. I think Bucky Irving has a higher floor. I think Braylon Allen has a higher ceiling. Like, the thing with Bucky Irving is he could potentially just take the job from Rachaad White. Like, Bucky Irving doesn't need an injury to actually take over as RB1. There's a 0% chance Braylon Allen takes the job from Breece Hall. Not happening. But with that being said, the upside, at least in my mind, I do believe the upside lies with Braylon Allen, where if White were to go down, Bucky Irving's probably a mid running back 2 for me. Whereas if Breece were to go down, Braylon Allen's probably a top 10 RB. So I think it probably does come down to what you're looking for, to be honest. Okay. Nidell says Sam Darnold or Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray by a mile. Kyler Murray has the rushing upside that Darnold doesn't. Okay, Emerson says Ayuk and Worthy for Nico Collins. Well, I want to say that Ayuk is undervalued and maybe an interesting buy low candidate at this point. At this cost, you 100% have to go with the case of Nico. 74U says Bijan for Reed. Straight up Bijan by a mile. For the love of God, do not be making that deal. Aleem says Mason, I think you're too low on Kamara. I believe we have Kamara ranked RB4 rest of season. And if I'm too low on Kamara at that price point, I'm okay to be too low on Kamara at that price point. But let's move this over. And we're going to get this next team review going for Bashworth. My guy, really do appreciate you. Going to be excited to check out the squad. We changed the name to Gibby, I believe. Changed the name to Gibby, I believe. But let's move this over. And of course, if you wanted to get a team review, if you wanted to get a start sit question, trade question, whatever you want, you can always go to flockfantasy.com, literally ask it at any time of the day. Get the expert advice. We're answering questions live stream every single night. The second that we answer it, it will be sent to you through the site. So whether you're in the live stream or you're not in the live stream, you can ask a question and still get your answer. But if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy, taking advantage of the offer that we have with them. You can find the link in the description and live chat, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get that free Kirk Cousins pick, less than half a total yard for Thursday nights. And at the same time, you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I can credit you with that free team review voucher. But let's go ahead and let's check this out for Gibby. It says, first of all, love the Flock website. I probably use it every day. Much love, my guy. Yeah, we've been trying to make as many of the tools and stuff for free for everybody as well. So I just had a brutal loss this week by half a point because Tyreek in Monday Night Football to go down to 2-2. I just traded Godwin and Ford for Jahmyr Gibbs. I love that trade. Love that trade. But I'm wondering what to do next. All right. So first thing is looking at the league analyzer, even though we're 2-2, there are two juggernauts in this league. It appears that we are one of them right now. So obviously very excited about that. I'm going down, looking at what we have currently with the squad. At quarterback, we are sitting with Jalen Hurts. Obviously elite level quarterback that we're able to start every single week. Need to pick up for this week if we're looking at who we're going to drop. I mean, obviously we have to drop Taysom to go pick up another tight ends. We're probably going to end up having to just drop either your call between Roshan or Zamir White. I personally would probably drop Zamir based off what we are hearing coming out of Las Vegas regarding the Alexander Madison usage. And with that being said as well, I mean, that Madison's going to have his expanded role. Even with White, you do have the severely capped ceiling based off how bad this offense is overall. Whereas in the case of Roshan, we know Roshan can catch the ball. I have a little more faith that the Bears may be able to figure out in the long term in comparison to any faith that I would have regarding the Raiders doing so. So I personally would probably cut Zamir, pick up a quarterback to fill in for Jalen Hurts this week with the bye. But then in the long term, obviously, I think that we can kind of be chilling here with what we have at quarterback. Going over to where we are at running back, we are currently sitting with 2 top 5 RBs. And this is the perfect situation to be in where you are currently in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Because we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, the wide receiver depth doesn't matter. For us to get these 2 top-end elite level running backs, it's an absolute no-brainer. We're going to get Jonathan Brooks. We're going to get Chase Brown, Javonte Williams, Roshan, all as depth running backs that have some kind of value. Obviously, Brooks looks to be the guy that will be startable. In the case of Chase Brown, he looks like he is a desperation play / premium handcuff. And honestly, could take the job from Zach Moss with how things are trending. We don't know. Javonte, I have him in the flock league. I actually may end up having to start him this week with how nasty my bye week situation is. Obviously, your team would be way too good to ever consider starting Javonte Williams. I mean, it sucks where, I would love to tell you like, oh yeah, let's sell Javonte and let's go package him up with a receiver here to go get a wide receiver upgrade because we don't need the running back production. But the reality is we're just simply not going to be able to get anything at all for Javonte Williams. Like I can tell you to go through and make a 2-for-1 deal where we trade him, but that's just not going to help you whatsoever. Going over to the depth running back, we even have Roschon Johnson as a running back that can continue to expand his role in Chicago. And if Swift were to go down, I think Roschon's automatically a must-start player based off the usage that you've had, particularly as a receiver. Going over to wide receiver, we have Tyreek, we have London, we have Debo. So we have 3 wide receivers we feel very comfortable about in the long term. Obviously, Tyreek in the short term isn't super exciting based around the Tua injury. And then we have Hawkinson in the long term here at tight end as well. So, this is a phenomenal team here. And honestly, now that you made this trade to go get Jahmyr Gibbs, I definitely think some of this running back production is a little bit expendable. But from my perspective, in the trades that I have seen in the live stream, it does seem like the Jonathan Brooks and Trace Brown prices are probably not high enough to be super interesting players to consider selling. We can go over real quick and look at the site and use the trade finder and see if there are any instances of Chase Brown or Jonathan Brooks trades that would be interesting. Obviously, if we trade Chase Brown for like McCaffrey and just hunt the long-term upside, it's a no-brainer. We're more so looking for Chase Brown for a receiver here. Not interested in something like this. Chase Brown, Leggett, like if you're able to say, I don't know, we're not even able to pick up a wide receiver because we have to pick up a quarterback for Hurts this week. I think this would be a great price for you if you were able to get off of Brown and a depth receiver. We don't have a depth receiver though. Chase Brown for Rome Odunze. I think honestly that could be an appealing play just based off the team that we are currently sitting with. Let's see. What's the other running back that we are looking at? Jonathan Brooks. Brooks we add as that buy low candidate. And let's narrow this down too. I don't like looking at the 8-team leagues. I don't like looking at the 14-team formats. We want to see wide receiver. Brooks traded for Pittman. No, I'd rather have Jonathan Brooks. Brooks traded for Frymuth and Shakir. No, I'd way rather have Jonathan Brooks. Brooks traded for Bucky. I'd way rather have Jonathan Brooks. Another Brooks for Bucky trade. God, who's making that? To be honest, and this is the thing that I was saying even before we looked up the trade finder, that from what I've seen in the live streams and now what we're seeing happening in real leagues with the trade finder, I think the play that you make with this team is we sell some running back depth to go get an upgrade at wide receiver if possible. But the issue is, you're a situation in which the running back depth pieces we have, I think will be severely undervalued if you were to try to sell them. So I would almost rather hold on to them for now. See what the next few weeks hold, because we can start London and Debo this next week. We throw Kamara, Gibbs in the running back slots. Tyreek Hill's not a bad flex. We drop Taysom. We pick up a tight ends. We drop Zamir. We pick up a quarterback. Once we get through the Hurts bye, we drop that quarterback we picked up, and instead we go ahead and we look to pick up another wide receiver. And if we get a pop from one of these other running backs where all of a sudden they do have significantly more value, then obviously we can afford to send them for a receiver. I just don't necessarily know if that's something that we can do right this second. But again, thank you again for being a member of the flock, my guy. Thank you for hanging out with us in the live stream. I really do appreciate you. And I really think that you have a great team here. You can see it with the league analyzer as well. And it is difficult to make too many moves with that team. But let's move this over to BC White. It's one of those free underdog team reviews. It says, hey, Mason, I'm wondering the direction you think we should be going with the team. I assume 2-for-1s because of the bench. And yeah, this is an 8-team league where you start only 7 players. So it's only 2 wide receivers, 1 flex in an 8-team format. 100% any opportunity you have to make a 2-for-1, 3-for-1 deal, we take it. I missed some waivers because I couldn't drop anyone. Over the last 3 weeks, I'm losing hope in Tyreek. Could get Lamar since he has Daniels. So definitely not trading Tyreek for Lamar. I'll tell you that much right now, especially in an 8-team league. 8-team league, just bench Tyreek Hill for the short term, and you're going to be looking at a crazy amount of upside in the long term with him. And this is a team where we should be really strong, but we have the second best team according to the league analyzer. And pulling this up, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we're rostering way too many receivers. 100% also, if we are looking at, say, Joe Burrow with our quarterback room, 12-team format, very excited about Joe Burrow. 8-team league, no. Like, is Joe Burrow a top 4 quarterback in fantasy? Probably not. If he's not a top 4 quarterback, he's not a high-end QB1 in this format, or he's not even an above-average QB1, more so. So I would love to go out there and see if we can upgrade from Burrow. Now, the team that has Daniels and Lamar, then obviously, I mean, that's going to be the team that we are targeting. The thing is, I'm not trading Tyreek Hill for one of them. Instead, the trade is, can we send one of these depth receivers? Can we send Devontae Adams and Joe Burrow to go get Jayden Daniels, to go get Lamar Jackson? Which, honestly, I would not even recommend that in a 12-team format, but specifically in an 8-team league here where you can't make waiver wire moves because our wide receiver room's so loaded. There, I think it's an interesting proposition. Going over to what you have at running back. I mean, running back, we're currently sitting with Brees, who I do believe is the top 8 RB. We have James Conner. James Conner, I'd love as my RB2 in a 14-teamer. 8-team league, not so much. ETN, I would love as my RB3 in a 12-team format. 8-team league, it's whatever. And honestly, I'd rather roster the running backs down here at the very bottom and have guys like Chase Brown, Braylon Allen, where the starters were to go down in front of them, then all of a sudden they turn into must-start options every single week. Going over to wide receiver, you're just probably not starting Tyreek right now. You're probably going Harrison London and one of the running backs in the flex spot. You don't want to sell Tyreek because the ultimate thing that we're looking at with this kind of league is we need to go through and we need to be optimizing for the highest ceiling that we can possibly have later down the road in an 8-team format. The last thing we care about is the floor of these players. So I would love to package together one of the depth receivers with Joe Burrow to go get that quarterback upgrade if we possibly can. And at the same time, I would love to package together an additional depth option at wide receiver to see if we can go ahead and get an upgrade at running back, maybe over James Conner, especially if we're worried about the long-term upside with Benson potentially coming in. And then tight end, we're chilling with Travis Kelce. Kelce looks like he is going to be set up perfectly here with the Rashee Rice injury to just dominate the targets in Kansas City going into the future. So I think that this is a team with a ton of value, but specifically in an 8-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, to go through, sell a depth receiver, get the elite quarterback from a team that has 2 elite QBs, to maybe prioritize a few running back upgrades and hold on to the long-term upside of somebody that you have with Tyreek Hill. I think that would be the number 1 play for me, my guy. But yeah, I really do appreciate you, and thank you again for being a member of the flock, and I hope I was able to help you out in some way, but obviously it's a great squad. Now, let's move this over to our next free team review with that Underdog promo. This is Full Waddle. Says, sitting at 2-2, went double running back early, and both are having issues, and my receivers aren't good enough to carry. Streaming quarterback week to week, should I make some trades? So looking at this, if you're just taking a sneak peek, this is a 10-team weekly. So it's a league where depth doesn't matter a ton because options on the waiver wire are solid, but we can get a decent amount of depth receivers in the lineup. And looking at the league analyzer right now, you have a considerable amount of teams that are all kind of in the same range, tied for that top spot. Obviously, the significant fall off to the bottom 4 squads, but we are in the mix here with the top teams for sure. Now, pulling this up at quarterback, we have Dak Prescott. 10-team format, not that excited about Dak. We did have Dak Prescott as a sell-high candidate last week. To be honest with you, post Dallas Cowboys defensive injuries, I'm more excited about Dak because I think the Cowboys may find themselves in a position where they're kind of forced to throw the ball a decent amount here in this offense, where previous to this, you would assume, okay, the Dallas Cowboys maybe are playing in a little more game neutral environments, where this Dallas Cowboys defense all of a sudden takes a significant hit with some of their best options. Then all of a sudden you are, I don't know, I said all of a sudden 10 times. I'm sorry, we've been live for 3.5 hours. But anyway, Dak Prescott should see more passing volume in the second half of game. So I think Dak's better than where we would have put him previously, specifically in a 10-team league. I don't know if we're super excited about Dak. Now, going over to what we have at running back, I mean, we're currently sitting with a top 5 RB with Breece Hall. Absolutely love to see it. I know, obviously, it was a horrible game last week. It was a really weird game environment, bad weather. Obviously, if you were looking at Braylon Allen, he's going to be the conversation everybody's talking about. Braylon Allen still looks great, but Breece Hall does have the receiving usage to kind of save him. Devon Achane, I think, has the receiving usage to save him. Obviously, we had him as a sell-high candidate after the massive game against Buffalo, based off the Tua injury, but I do still think that Achane in the long term is still a running back 1 in fantasy, primarily based off the receiving involvement he should have in the offense. Braylon Allen, Kareem Hunt, quality depth running back pieces. I think in a 10-team league in particular, you probably can go ahead and cut Carson Steele based off what we had this past week. Going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Harrison, Diggs, Reed. 3 players we're super excited to start every week. We have quality depth names like Addison, Shakir, we could definitely look to get in. We have Puka Nacua for the elite level ceiling down the road. And then over there at tight end, we have the tight end 1 in fantasy with McBride, should be coming back this week. We have Jake Ferguson as well with a considerable amount of value here. So what I would potentially be looking to do if we're this strong at tight ends, if we can go to a team that's sitting with a couple top end quarterbacks, like the team that has Kyle Pitts is probably wondering if they should cut their tight ends. If we could send them like Jake Ferguson and Dak Prescott to go get Jalen Hurts, if this is a 4-point passing touchdown format, I think that actually would be very appealing here. Or maybe you could see this team talking themselves into, oh, okay, we have Baker Mayfield, getting Dak Prescott. We can kind of play the matchups between the two, give us the true elite level quarterback going into the future. I'm going over to the team with Josh Allen. They also have Jayden Daniels. I think this could be a team that we target for a quarterback as well. Obviously, this would be a little bit of a different style package where they do have both Kincaid and Freiermuth, so they're probably not looking for a tight end. If we were looking to give them something, it would probably center around running back depth, where their running back 2 right now is Chase Brown. It's going to be difficult to come up with a trade like that. I mean, if you go up like Braylon Allen and Dak Prescott to go get to one of the top end quarterbacks, we definitely would. But like I said, much easier said than done. And obviously, no way in hell we're trading them Hall or Achane there. But ultimately, it's a very well-balanced team. I think in a 10-team league, we cut Steele, go through and pick up one of these different running backs that were on the waiver wire video this week. I mean, going over to Ferguson, if you can't package him in a 2-for-1 deal, get an upgrade elsewhere. I can go Ferguson and Diggs to pivot to an elite level receiver. Like maybe with this team, you don't really want to go after Hurts. Instead, if we can go to somebody like, obviously it's going to be very difficult to get Nico and JSN. It's not worth it. Maybe another team that really needs a tight end here. This team has Njoku, Andrews, and Ertz. They're probably dropping. I don't even know what they would be doing. But I mean, if we could go with like Ferguson as well as let's say Stephon Diggs and get to AJ Brown, I would absolutely love to make that kind of move. Going over to tight end, this team has Evan Ingram as well as Gesicki. Going Ferguson and Diggs to get to Stephon Diggs and Diggs and to get to Tyreek Hill, and go for the long-term upside play here at wide receiver, especially when we have the quality depth of someone like Jayden Reed absolutely blowing up with the Love reemergence, as well as the injury that you have to Christian Watson. I think that we want to be squeezing some of the value out of one of these tight ends, and I think Ferguson is the guy to make the move with. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. Obviously, it's a great squad, much better than my personal team, and we are sitting here near the top of the league analyzer. So I think we are chilling, but do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. But let's move this over to the chat. If you have any questions you want to answer for free, just drop them in the chat right now. I'll be excited to try to get through as many of these questions as we possibly can. Prince says drop Dak for Fields. Do not drop Dak for Fields, please. You definitely want to be holding on to Fields here. Pundit says Ford or Bucky this week. Ford if you have no Chubb. Bucky if Chubb does play. Chandler says, what's the price of Mixon coming out of the injury? Is he a buy low? I'm going to go to the trade finder and we can look at some of the recent trades. I actually just did this earlier today because, yes, I do think Mixon's a buy low. I have him in the video that comes out tomorrow. I'm looking at some of these trades that we pointed out, and we do not want to be looking at 2 quarterback formats. Only 1 QB leagues. These are 1 quarterback formats. We'll look at half and full PPR, 10-team leagues, 12-team leagues. But anyway, let's just go through Mixon by Mixon deal and see what side we would want. A Mixon, Keon versus Debo. Moss, probably the Mixon side for me here. A Mixon, Godwin, Singletary versus Achane, Wilson, Corum. Corum's not worth anything. Achane to Mixon, downgrade Wilson to Godwin, lateral. I'd probably rather have the Achane side, to be honest with you. Achane's also a buy low candidate. A Mixon, Olave versus Swift, Rico, Waddle, Mixon, and Olave very easily here. Mixon, Sutton, Keenan versus Worthy, Etienne, Charbonnet. Probably give me Mixon. Obviously, Keenan's junk, Sutton's junk. But this is like 3 quarters for what I presume is $1 with Joe Mixon. Last time we saw him healthy, we had the 30 carries against Indy. Joe Mixon, Devonta Smith versus J.K. Dobbins, Pittman, Najee Harris. Give me the Joe Mixon side. Joe Mixon, George Pickens versus Worthy, Leggett, Montgomery. Give me the Joe Mixon side. Joe Mixon versus Terry McLaurin and Singletary. Give me the Joe Mixon side. Joe Mixon versus Ridley and Rachaad White. Give me the Joe Mixon side. So, yeah, the vast majority of trades that are being made today, and these are all trades in real leagues that are, we put the settings in the trade finder to be 1 quarterback formats, half PPR, full PPR, 10 and 12 team leagues. The vast majority of these trades, I prefer the Joe Mixon side, which in my mind tells me that he is a buy low candidate. And of course, this trade finder you can always use for free on flockfantasy.com whenever you want. So you're going to go, I want to trade Joe Mixon. I want to trade Travis Etienne for Joe Mixon. What do Travis Etienne and Joe Mixon trades look like? Go ahead, put both players in. Maybe expand this out to include a few more leagues for including 2 players. And you can see trades that have been made lately involving both guys, 1 on each side, 1 on the other. So definitely anytime you're wanting to see a trade with a player, you can use that on the site. Sharp says, got a trade offer. He wants DK and Mooney for London and Shaheed. Is this a good deal? So London versus DK, to be honest with you, I probably, and I know people are absolutely going to hate me for saying this, I most likely prefer us to go with London. You had the 60 dropbacks for Geno this past week. Metcalf came so close to the touchdown yet again. Mooney versus Shaheed, I probably prefer Shaheed. I'll tell you right now, the value is going to be on the DK side. The value will be on the DK side. Tristan says, are there any players to spend a significant amount of fab dollars on this week? I think Dontavian Wicks is a great, it's so dependent on your league settings and the amount of teams that are in your league. Like somehow Chase Brown's only rostered in like 55% of leagues right now. So like with specific fab advice, it's almost impossible for me to give it. Specifically because some of y'all watching this are playing in like, y'all can see, we look at teams every single night in the League Analyzer. This is why one of the very, very many reasons why I think the site is way superior to Super Chats, what we were doing previously, because I can see your exact league settings and I can give you some very real advice based off them. Whereas if we were looking at, say, like an 8-team league, am I going to go like, oh yeah, let's unload the clip on Trey Sermon? No, who gives a damn in an 8-team league about Trey Sermon? Okay. Kiss the Ring says Chase Brown or Zach Moss in the flex. I'm going to go Zach Moss still over Chase Brown. We've had 3 weeks this season with Zach Moss dominating the snaps in Cincinnati. We've had 1 week with them being relatively close. So I still do give Zach Moss the slight edge over Brown. Slight edge here. Okay. Jake from State Farm says, should we drop Tank or Emmanuel Wilson for a waiver wire running back? It depends on who's on your waiver wire. I got to make an argument that you should be picking up Emmanuel Wilson on the waiver wire. The Tiger says Najee or Rashad White for my RB2. I'm definitely going to go Najee where you have an environment where Jaylen Warren is banged up. Elias says, what's more profitable for you, the site or Super Chats? I think long-term, the site, just because I think it's a much better experience overall. Short-term, definitely Super Chats, just because everybody is familiar with Super Chats, right? So to get people onto the site, it's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult. So if I was just trying to make the most money this year, I'd definitely just be doing Super Chats. But ultimately, the issue with Super Chats is I can turn on Super Chats, we can do Super Chat questions, and I can fall 45 minutes behind, an hour behind on questions. And then when I answer your question, if you weren't there and you missed it, sorry, but if I answer everybody's questions through the site, there in that case, everybody gets the answer. I can give them a better answer because I can see their entire league and see their entire league settings. So if I was just trying to make the most money possible, at least this year, I think long-term, the site is a lot more upside just because it's a lot better of a situation. But in terms of Super Chats, to think about it, if somebody wants to donate $5 to ask like, hey Mason, do I start Mike Evans or Chris Godwin this week? And then I have 100 questions to get to. So I don't get to their question in 50 minutes until after they asked it. I can't send it to them through YouTube. If they ask a question through flockfantasy.com and it takes me 6 hours to answer it, it doesn't freaking matter because it's sent to them directly through the site. So they actually get to see the answer. And like I said, I'm more confident that I'm able to give a much better answer because we get to see all the information as well. So definitely would be making more money this year if we were just doing it off Super Chats, but at the same time, I would much prefer trying to make the best product rather than optimize for the most short-term money. But let's move this over to Nick says Darnold with, actually, this was copied and pasted. I'm not answering a copied and pasted question. W Noah says Henry and Amari for Bijan, Etienne, and London. Henry to Bijan, full PPR format. Give me Bijan. I know y'all hate it. Amari, Etienne, and London. Give me the Bijan, Etienne, and London side. I know y'all absolutely hate it. But we are going to go with the Bijan, Etienne, and Drake London side of this. Okay. But let's move this over and let's make sure we can get to all the questions that we have on the site. Definitely want to reiterate, you can ask a question over there on flockfantasy.com literally whenever you want, get a guaranteed answer, and doesn't matter when we answer it. It doesn't matter if you're in the live stream or not because we're actually able to send you directly the answer. Just go over to the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can ask start, sit question, trade question, team review. If you link your team, I can actually see all your league settings and see everything to give you the best answer possible. But if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it will be to take advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you use promo code FLOCK over there on Underdog and make a $10 deposit, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free team review through flockfantasy.com, and you will get a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game. And find that link in the live chat in the description. And if you wanted that free team review after using promo code FLOCK on Underdog, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I'm able to hook you up with that free team review. But moving this over to Colby says, just curious on your general thoughts and potential moves. Finished runner-up last year and owned the projected number 1 pick, but ended up falling to 4, where I couldn't get any offers and begrudgingly took Williams, which I disliked then, but hate even more now. Lamar or Hurts are guys I might target for trade. Okay, so real quick, this does appear to be, I'm assuming, a Dynasty format. And also, my guy, this is a sleeper league. You can link a sleeper league with the site. I should be able to see the entire league settings and everything here. But yeah, definitely if you're having any issue linking with your sleeper team with the site, just send a message in the site issues section so one of the developers can help you out here. But moving this over to what we have right now, this is a league where we're going to be starting a total of we have Kirk, Wilson, Metcalf. We can start up to 5 receivers weekly. 5 wide receivers because we have the 3 wide receiver slots plus the 2 flex. Is this a 1 QB super flex? Is this a 1 QB dynasty league? I hate your Caleb Williams pick at 104 if this is a 1 QB league. Going over to what we have on the bench. We have Stafford, Browning, Young, Levis. Okay, so it's a deeper format in general. But yeah, if this is a 1 QB dynasty league, I'm surprised we didn't go with Bowers at 4 over Caleb. But anyway, looking at what we have here, this is a squad that's currently 6-2. So I'm assuming, obviously, we are playing against the league median here, but this should be a team that's looking to contend this season. Starting off at quarterback, yeah, we need a QB. If you wanted to go out there and get Lamar, if you wanted to go out there and get somebody like Jalen Hurts, I wouldn't fault you at all on a contending team. Obviously, if we were rebuilding, then at that point, it's definitely a much different scenario. But on a contending team, we're not going to be able to get by with Caleb, even if it's only a 1 QB format. And going down to the bench, yeah, Young, Levis, Stafford, none of these guys look to be exciting. So I would love to trade for Lamar or Hurts. Going over to what we have at running back, we have Bijan and Kyren Williams. Very rarely can we project out running backs with confidence going into the future in Dynasty. More so, you're looking at a year-to-year perspective and just trying to figure out, okay, on a contending team, is this a player that I am interested in? And honestly, probably we are interested in both the combo of Bijan Robinson and Kyren Williams in the long term as well. I think these are some of the very few running backs that we can say in a dynasty perspective, you can project them out for 2025. Definitely feel more comfortable doing so with Bijan Robinson than we would with Kyren Williams. But regardless, we are fine here at running back to contend clearly. And I think we have a little bit of an extended runway. We have Zach Moss as a quality RB3 for a contending team. Definitely not looking at Moss for anything further than that. Going down to the depth, Gus Edwards looks like nothing. Antonio Gibson could be a fine RB4. Running back, we have the top-heavy approach, which is fine here when we are so strong with Bijan and Kyren. Going over to wide receiver, Wilson, cornerstone asset. We can build around him in the short term and long term. Christian Kirk, DK Metcalf, definitely more so contending pieces that we are excited about for this season. In the long term, will be a little bit tougher to imagine that their value doesn't decline. And then going over to the depth that we have at wide receiver, it's very minimal as well. We are actually starting a tight end in the flex spot. We have George Kittle in the flex now. With that being said, this does appear that is not a tight end premium format. So honestly, I think that it would be an interesting situation to potentially pivot off of a tight end here. And with how strong of a contending build this looks like, I actually think that I'd probably look to hold on to Kittle and assuming that we can get significantly more value by trading away Dalton Kincaid. And honestly, with the squad right now, if we were looking at what we could potentially do, I think trading Kincaid for one of the elite quarterbacks like Hurts, if that team decided to pivot over to a rebuild, I think could be very interesting. Obviously, there's an outside chance that we have to go through and we have to throw in a lesser long-term piece. The issue is we don't really have any of the rookies here near the bottom that would be exciting. Even Blake Corum maybe is a little bit more worth it to you versus a rebuilding team since we have Kyren Williams. Maybe we'd have to go through and include somebody like Caleb Williams and give them the appeal of the quote-unquote long-term upside. But the issue is, we don't have the depth to go out there and make that trade at quarterback. So really what we'd be looking to do is trade our 2025 picks, but I'd almost rather hold on to the 2025 picks right now just because we are a little top heavy at running back. So for us to go through and trade away our 2025 first to go get a top end quarterback upgrade to help us contend right now, if we were to all of a sudden see that injury to Bijan Robinson and we already traded away our future picks, then at that point, it would be very difficult to overcome the Bijan Robinson injury. and we would probably be in a situation in which we are stuck having to try to get by with subpar running backs on a contending build. Or if you just hold on to the rookie picks, then at that point you have a lot more flexibility in what we could be looking at with the roster. So I actually want to hold on to our rookie picks. I think if we can sell one of those tight ends, preferably the younger tight end option, such as Dalton Kincaid, and go get an upgrade that way to help us contend this year, it's definitely a team that can look to contend. So that's a move that I'm completely fine with. Now let's move over to what we have with the next question. This is a trade question coming out from M. Gutierrez, where we trade Nico for Lamb, get a slight upgrade. We go Higgins to Ayuk, get a slight upgrade. We go Javonte to Rachaad White, get a slight upgrade. I think you're honestly upgrading across the board here. Javonte's not startable. Higgins has been better than Ayuk over the past 2 weeks, but I don't know. I think Higgins has a 0% chance to be the wide receiver one in his offense. Ayuk has a shot. Clearly, Ayuk has been very bad, but we can maybe make an excuse saying, oh, he wasn't there in training camp. Of course, he's going to start a little bit slower. And I still would rather have Lamb over Collins rest of season, even if Collins has been absolutely crushing it. But clearly, we have them ranked extremely close. We have Collins ranked wide receiver 5 overall, and we have Lamb ranked wide receiver 3 overall. Okay. Now, moving over to the notorious one, longtime member of the flock. Really appreciate you, my guy. And taking advantage of the free Underdog promo. Okay, let's be real here. You have maybe heard me do my little Underdog spiel 5,000 times over the past 3 years or so. And we finally get you. Finally. Appreciate you, my guy. But anyway, it says, hey, Mason, can you help me with my team? Just to see if there are any trades or any advice. Thank you, brother, for everything you do. Glad to be able to participate again this year. Cheers to many more to come. Cheers, my guy. Again, thank you so much for being with us for so damn long now. Now, looking at the settings of this, it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So with this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team format, any chance we get to take the hot wide receiver 3 and go through and send him in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, we take advantage. Any chance we get to take Terry McLaurin and go make that 2-for-1 deal to go improve elsewhere in the lineup, we want to do so. Now, going over to what we have with the squad here. We are currently number 3 with the league analyzer, but it does look like it's a pretty even league overall, as long as you're not the team at the bottom. Can we have a quick laugh? Can we look at the team at the bottom? Team at the bottom, this is a 10-teamer where it's not as bad as expecting. I mean, they had the Dell injury. They had the 2 injury impacting Tyreek. Not as bad as I was expecting. But anyway, let's see what our team looks like. Okay, so our team, starting off, love having the elite quarterback. In a league like this, quarterback's going to make up an extremely high percentage of your starting lineup output from week-to-week perspective. Having Josh Allen is kind of a straight-up cheat code. Obviously, you're not having to go through and roster a second quarterback, which does give us a very comfortable spot. Going over to running back, completely fine with Kyren Williams as RB1. Obviously, I'm a little bit concerned about the overall offense in Los Angeles, but Kyren, just based off of volume, has been getting there, and honestly, it just simply has not mattered whatsoever for Kyren. Now, going over to what we have with Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones looks like he is absolutely crushing as the RB2 in this offense. We have Jonathan Brooks. About to get Brooks back in, about to get Chubb back in. Honestly, I think what you were looking to do here is if we are going to get Jonathan Brooks and Nick Chubb back in very soon, all of a sudden it does become a situation in which you're heavily incentivized to go through and see if we can sell some of this running back depth and get an upgrade elsewhere. Like Zach Moss, Zach Charbonnet, not doing much for us in this league. Where if we could potentially take Zach Moss, a running back that I have liked his role in Cincinnati this season. But if we could take Moss and package him with Shaheed and a 2-for-1 deal to go get a wide receiver upgrade, particularly there for the wide receiver depth / flex, I think that'd make a ton of sense. Because this running back room is not only strong at the top, but this running back room at the same time just has so much freaking depth where I think you can go ahead and you can afford to take advantage of a move like this. As we go over to wide receiver, we're heavy at the top where we have Chase. We're excited about that. Ayuk, wide receiver 2 and a 12-teamer, I'm still very excited about. Wide receiver 2 and a 10-teamer, obviously not so much. It does look a lot tougher to be in on Ayuk there. Shaheed, not excited about Shaheed at all as my wide receiver 3, specifically in a 10-team format. Myers, just that quality, depth piece that is kind of like a desperation play here. Going over to tight ends, we can definitely start Sam Laporta. Not really with much hesitation. I do think that Laporta is still a tight end 1 rest of season. And looking at what we have with Hawkinson, you have the long-term upside of Hawkinson coming back in. So really the only thing that I would look to potentially do with this team is if we were able to go through and make a deal where we potentially sell the running back depth to a team that's running back needy and a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade wide receiver. I don't necessarily think we want to do that with Ayuk just because Ayuk's at an all-time low with his price. This team, maybe we go like Shaheed and Moss to get to Olave if possible. Of course, it's probably going to get rejected, but we can try. This team, they have running back depth. The issue is, this team actually may need the running back depth because if Chubb comes back in or Brooks comes back in, then all of a sudden they have nobody started RB2. If we could send them Moss and like Shaheed to get to T. Higgins or DK Metcalf, I think that would be very interesting. Those are the kind of deals that we are going to be out here spamming. But yeah, I would honestly do that now. I wouldn't even wait for Brooks and Chubb to come back in just because you've already put yourself in a really good spot. And we are going to need to open a barrage spot as well for the Sam Laporta bye week at tight end as well. And I'm sorry that I keep repeating myself. I'm sorry that I can't talk. We've been live for about 4 hours. So it's a struggle bus season right now, but I really do appreciate you, my guy. It's a phenomenal team. Definitely a lot better than my team currently is. I wish you the best of luck, hoping that you're able to go out here and crush it rest of season. Now, Jordan coming out with another question says, should we drop Andrews or Roschon or both for Justin Fields? We have Evan Ingram and can pick up a tight end off waivers. So Andrews or Roschon for Fields. I wouldn't drop Roschon for Fields. If you wanted to drop Andrews first, if you wanted to drop Andrews in general, I'm not going to fault you for it. I would have Andrews ranked out of Justin Fields rest of season, but if you need a quarterback and you think Fields that guy, I think Andrews you can go ahead and drop at this point. I wasn't saying to drop Andrews last week, but at this point, I don't think I can fault you at all for it. Now, Big Route says, I'm 1-3, thinking of making this trade because Jacobs catches passes. What do you think? Before this past week, I had Josh Jacobs ranked ahead of Kenneth Walker rest of season. But for us to see a week where Geno Smith has 60 dropbacks, yet somehow Kenneth Walker still scores 3 touchdowns, I cannot put Jacobs over him rest of season. Like there's just simply no way that I could. So no, my guy, I like the idea. I wish I could say, yes, let's go ahead and let's make this move. But the reality is, no, definitely you want to just have Kenneth Walker here. Now moving this over, Cali Kid coming out says, who should we be streaming this week? Fields or Geno? Probably go Fields in what could be a higher scoring game environment against Dallas. And then running back here this week, I'm going to go Ramondre Stevenson. I actually don't mind the matchup against Miami. I think it's one of the very few games that Miami can be in and run the ball. Yeah, we're going to be going with Fields over Geno to stream for Jalen Hurts. And then at the flex spots, I think we go ahead and we take Brian Thomas. If you have no Evan Ingram, you could go George Pickens, of course. I honestly kind of want to stay away from the Tampa backs in this matchup where also it's very difficult to see which one would be the start, where it does look like they are splitting damn near 50-50 at this point. Now, Morales coming out says, I have Kincaid on my roster. So already, that's why I'd be sending Laporta with no tight end stack. Okay. No tight end back. So Gibbs to HN, downgrade. Smith to Metcalf, in my mind, lateral move / downgrade. Laporta to McLaurin, no, not nearly a good enough wide receiver. Even if we have Kincaid, you need to go ahead. I think you need to keep the Gibbs, Laporta, and Smith side. Now, let's move this over. This is going to be a team review coming out from Sam. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Says, Zoni says, Zoni Youth or Zone Youth, something like that. It looks like you probably changed your team name here. So, or no, Zone Youth is right here. It's getting late. Hey, Mason, 1-3 in the league. Trading in the league is tough. Pitts has been underwhelming. Might start Colby over him this week. Any waiver wire trade targets we should be looking at? Also, with Brooks coming back, could he be a flex option over the other players? Appreciate you streaming for us. No, appreciate you being a part of the flock, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out for you. Now, first thing is, I actually would definitely prefer Tucker Kraft over Colby Parkinson. I'd prefer Tucker Kraft over Kyle Pitts this week as well. So you can go ahead. You can cut Pitts or you can cut Parkinson, whichever one that you would rather have rest of season. I'd rather have Pitts rest of season. But I'd probably go ahead, cut Colby Parkinson, pick up Tucker Kraft, play Tucker Kraft over Kyle Pitts. Outside of that, if you can't get Kraft, if you really wanted to sit on Parkinson here instead, I definitely think that you can if you really wanted to. But starting off at quarterback, this is a 10-teamer. But still, Lamar Jackson, even a high-end quarterback one in a 10-team format, of course. Just want to double check. Yeah, this is a 10-team league. So we're good. We don't need to roster a backup guy. I mean, you're starting him regardless. Going over to what we have at running back, I mean, we're currently sitting with Aaron Jones in the lineup. We have McCaffrey, Jordan Mason. So we have the long-term upside with CMC. We have the short-term production with Jordan Mason. So if we were looking at what you could potentially do here at RB, personally, I think when you have Brooks coming back in, when we have the depth of Pollard, when we have Charbonnet, when we have Allen, we have so many viable options here. I mean, just so many players. That what I would be looking to do is I think it's almost a no-brainer for us to go through and for us to try to sell one or multiple of these running backs that potentially have a cap ceiling, but at the same time are just going to be absolutely crushing when it comes to their floor with the volume that they are given. So to go through and look at this, I mean, Tony Pollard is somebody that never hits the starting lineup, especially as we get Jonathan Brooks back in. If you could go through and take Tony Pollard and move him with another wide receiver just to get a wide receiver upgrade here in this 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would love to do that. Now, of course, we need to find a team that needs a running back. This team has Rashad White, DeAndre Swift, Tyler Algier. If you could go through and take Tony Pollard and Chris Olave and pivot over to A.J. Brown, it's a no-brainer. If you could take Tony Pollard and Terry McLaurin and pivot over to Devontae Adams, it's a no-brainer. I would love to make a move like that. If you're so tired of Pitts and you don't want to just pick up Tucker Kraft and play Tucker Kraft instead, if you could send Tony Pollard and Kyle Pitts and go get a viable tight end, whether that's Dalton Kincaid, whether that's obviously Kelsey, if we can get McBride to be a no-brainer, but obviously much easier said than done. If you can get Bowers, much, much easier said than done. But yeah, in reality, I think that you're most likely. And real quick, we got either Zach or Badaki in the live stream. If this is Zach, my guy, I literally died at the. You had so many good clips this week. Yeah, Zach carrying the Flock League video. I've probably for the 10th straight video, and we've only had 10 total videos. This week I'm playing Avery, so I'm coming through strong. We will try to get some good clips in. But anyway, moving this over. Wide receiver, we're perfectly fine, right? We have a bunch of starters, but with this being that 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, where simply the wide receiver depth just is not relevant. Again, I would love to, if we could, go through and package together somebody like Pollard and one of these tight ends, or McLaurin and one of these tight ends. It'd presumably be Pitts, or just straight up for a tight end in general, because obviously Pitts is somebody at this point that you could just consider dropping. But if you could make that 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade at tight ends, to go get an upgrade for the flex, that's what we're looking to do. You don't need this much depth, specifically in a 10-team league with only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. And obviously, there's an outside chance that your league mates go, come on, man, I wasn't born yesterday. I know that Pollard has no value in this league. That's why you're not going to go through and you're not going to offer Tony Pollard to the team here that's sitting with Barkley, Kamara, James Conner, Nick Chubb. We're going specifically, and we're targeting this team down here at the bottom, and we're trying to pivot over and get one of their top-end wide receivers. Looking at this team right here, they lose Moss, they lose Akers, they lose White, maybe Moss losing his job to Brown. You could see them wanting someone like Pollard. We pivot over, try to see if we can go get somebody like Dalton Kincaid. Maybe go and get that wide receiver upgrade over London. But I really do appreciate you, my guy, and really hope that I was able to help you out some way. I think it's a fine team where we just need to be trying to sell depth and get upgrades in the lineup. But yeah, I think Brooks could honestly end up turning out to be a flex play for us. Now, Revelo coming out of the start sit. Here, wide receiver 2, it looks like more likely than not this week we will have probably Worthy is the name, with no Rice, with no Hollywood. Dell coming off an injury. Shakir also a low-volume player in a high-efficient offense. Waddle in a garbage offense. Watson out. I think you may go Worthy here, wide receiver 2. Tight ends. Can y'all spam the chat? Who do you start, Tyler Conklin or Mark Andrews? I have no freaking idea. Conklin or Andrews? Who are you going with? Tyler Conklin or Mark Andrews? Conklin, likely, neither. Andrews. Yeah, real answer is if you can go pick up Tucker Kraft, for the love of God, drop either tight end for Tucker Kraft. Someone says Bo 0. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Correct answer is waiver wire tight end. If I had to pick one of these 2 guys, maybe Conklin. Who knows? And then for the flex spot here, probably going back to receiver. Obviously, if Brooks plays, you go Brooks, but I don't think that happens. We're going to go Waddle until we get official word with Dell. If Dell plays, I go Tank Dell over Jalen Waddle. If Tank Dell plays, I go Dell over Waddle. But let's answer some free questions in the live chat. If anybody has a question, please drop in the chat. And yeah, 100% Tucker Kraft to be a... Tucker Kraft's like a top 5. I'm sorry, not top 5. Tucker Kraft's the top 10 tight end rest of season. Tucker Kraft is a top 10 tight end rest of season. Forskin says, how do you get the team review from Underdog Fantasy? 1, use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, make a $10 deposit, set up an account on flockfantasy.com, and then Underdog the next morning will send me the list of all the email addresses that signed up to Underdog with code FLOCK and made that $10 deposit, and then the developers of flockfantasy.com go through and credit those accounts with free team reviews. Blanco says, do I flex Mooney, Achane, or Zach Moss? For the love of God, you flexed on Achane, please. TMH says, should I pick up Kraft or Fields? I would rank Kraft over Fields the rest of the season, but it depends on your team. Deadly Ace tells people about Dontavian Wicks. Dontavian Wicks looks like he's a definite flex play consideration every single week that you have no Christian Watson. Did get some bad news regarding Dontavian Wicks that it does sound like Christian Watson is going to be dodging the IR. So you don't love to hear that in the case of Wicks. But also, with that being said, I mean, still, Dontavian Wicks is obviously worth the pickup. Dontavian Wicks is obviously near the top of the best waiver wire options this week, if not the absolute best. Okay. Jordan says, Fields or Kyler this week, is it worth rostering both? Maybe I'm underestimating Fields based off how excited everybody is in the live chat. But I think it's Kyler Murray. Pretty easy. Am I underestimating Fields here, ladies and gentlemen? Like, is the answer not an easy Kyler Murray? I would assume the answer would be an easy Kyler Murray. But Jorge says, trade away Dobbins and Wandale for Mike Evans. Yeah, I would prefer Mike Evans. Fantasyland says, Eckler or Kyron this week. Now, that's going to be a tough one. The thing with Eckler is all season, he has been coached to perfection. He's been a part of what most people deem to be the most well-run organization in the NFL with Mason's Legion of Doom. With Kyron Williams, definitely a much more talented player, right? Like, nobody's going to deny that. But also, he's been in an absolute garbage organization, getting some of the worst leadership, dealing with, what is Nathan's team's called? Mason's worst nightmare. Which I haven't lost a single second of sleep thinking about that team. So, yeah, staff that hasn't shopped him around at all. Oh, no. We have too much faith in him. Too much faith for sure. But Cheek Gobson says, FSE Danny proposed Walker, Brian Robinson. Okay, here's what I've learned with Danny. If Danny offers you a trade, you reject immediately. Even if you think you win at the time, even if everybody tells you that you win at the time, what you're going to learn 3 weeks later is Danny is a madman, and Danny is going to get the best of you. Okay, I've learned it the hard way. But Walker, Brian Robinson, Quentin Johnson for Bijan and Addison. I countered Bijan for Mixon and Walker. What do you think? Redraft format, I'm fine with it. I'm terrified of trading with Danny. I'm terrified. And also, I have been thinking about this, Zach. You absolutely crushed, and I mean crushed Corey in that Ayuk deal. If we go through what Zach got for Ayuk, Zach effectively traded away Brandon Ayuk, got back Amari Cooper, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Bucky Irving, Kareem Hunt, and Fab Dollars as well. You possibly got the best receiver, the second best receiver, 2 viable running backs, and got paid Fab Dollars to make it as well. Which, sorry, have to fix the camera real quick. But yes, it does seem like Zach may or may not have cooked on that trade. Ben says Hill likely for DJ Moore Bowers. Give me Tyreek Hill. I don't care. Give me Tyreek. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's get through all the guaranteed answers. I mean, that we have for, I don't even know. We've been live for 4 hours. Okay. Let me stumble over some words here. If you ever wanted a guaranteed answer to any one of your questions, obviously you can always get them through the site. If you want to know how to get that, just go over to flockfantasy.com, go to this little comment button in the top right corner, hit expert advice. You can get a start sit question, trade question, team review, whatever you're wanting. Yeah, you can find it there. And actually, it's sent to you directly through the site. Whenever I answer it, it's going to send you a URL of the exact clip of your answer. So you can actually ask a question, literally, whether or not I'm live streaming, whether or not you're in the stream. Literally, anytime you have a fantasy football question, you can come answer it here. And then when I stream that night, you should get your answer. It should be sent to you through the site. Okay. But let's move this team review over to Mystery Girl. This is Twisted Sister, by far and away one of the best teams in the league here. But anyway, really appreciate you. Says wide receiver injuries plus the week 5 bye for Amon-Ra St. Brown. League is risk/trade adverse, so working on the waiver wire. The available players are Brian Thomas Jr., George Pickens, Ladd McConkey, Wicks. And then should we go with the quarterback? We have A-Rich, Dalton, Fields on the waiver wire, and who to drop for kicker, defense, and receiver. Okay, there's a lot to look at. First thing I want to point out is this is a league that clearly is very shallow, where you have phenomenal options on the waiver wire. It is a 10-team format, but still, I mean, these options on the waiver wire are absolutely nuts. We have one of the best teams in the league. Really, it's our only competition is the Gabagools. And looking at the squad here, first thing is I would go ahead. I most likely would drop Sam Darnold in favor of, and you know what I actually realized real quick? I have to make sure that I get my waivers in order in the Flock League. Real quick, I'm super sorry. Transactions. Okay. We're fine with what we have set up anyway. But anyway, looking at your team, I would definitely rather go after a quarterback that has the rushing upside, such as Justin Fields, over Sam Darnold. Because if you have these great options on the waiver wire every single week, I think that it's definitely going to suit you to chase the highest ceiling possible rather than a high floor. And also another thing that I will say, now I know you said that Zach says he's bidding 71 on Sermon, just so you know. Interesting, my guy. But anyway, looking at what we could potentially do with this squad, this is a team that if you have players like Brian Thomas Jr., George Pickens on your team, I mean, on your waiver wire, trading away Jalen Waddle and just opening up a roster spot where you're able to pick up one of those options for free, it's an absolute no-brainer. So I think you could afford to go and pay up for an elite level quarterback. I would love to trade Jalen Waddle and Anthony Richardson in this league to see if we can go get a top 5 quarterback, to see if we can go get somebody like Jayden Daniels, see if we can go get somebody like Lamar Jackson. I would even be willing to do that with like Jonathan Brooks. Go trade Jonathan Brooks and Anthony Richardson, see if we can go get one of those elite level QBs. Now I understand that you did say that this is a team that, I mean, this is a league where people don't really want to be making too many trades. So we'll definitely just focus in on the moves we're making off waivers. But looking at the running back room, obviously it's a nutso team. I mean, we have Bijan, we have HN, we have 3 RB1s, Walker's here. We have 4 RB1s in the short term, Jordan Mason's here. It's another team where if you potentially could go through and make a trade, Jordan Mason makes a ton of sense for you to sell here as well. If you go Jordan Mason, Anthony Richardson, get an elite level quarterback, you don't need the Mason production in the short term. This team's so loaded. Going over to wide receiver, we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, AJ Brown. So both wide receivers on bye week this week. We have no Cooper Kupp this week. We have the Rashee Rice injury. So yeah, we are going to have to pick up some receivers here. I'd love to pick up Thomas. I'd love to pick up Pickens. I think those would be my number 2 names. Ladd McConkey is also going to be on bye. I like his long-term upside, but we kind of just need short-term production here. And going over to tight end, we have the elite tight end with McBride. We also have Zach Ertz, who filled in for him this past week. So what I think this team can do, to be honest, is if you have this many waiver wire options, what I would prefer to do is I'd actually prefer to cut Sam Darnold and cut Zach Ertz and then go and pick up 2 wide receivers off the waiver wire. Go get somebody like Brian Thomas and George Pickens. And if Anthony Richardson does end up missing this week, then we can go pick up a free agent quarterback later on in the week. But yeah, for now, you're so strong at running back and wide receiver. And you have the elite tight end here with McBride, and Richardson does have upside. That I think my plan is I don't roster a backup quarterback. I don't roster a backup tight end. If you had to drop somebody else, obviously we're hoping that we can move Rashee Rice to the IR and open up a raw spot that way. But the other player that you would drop most likely would be Tyler Algier, as sad as it is to say. But that Morris kid, that message is pretty funny. But anyway, I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out. Obviously, nuts team. Insane team. Significantly better than mine. And looking at the league analyzer, you are straight up crushing the rest of the league here. Not even close. Now, let's move this over to what we have with our next team review. This is Jason's Statham Crankies. This is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver league. If I'm not blind, can we find Jason Statham's Crankies? Here's the 3rd team in this league. So this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, wide receiver depth, not going to matter a ton. It does appear that this is a 1 quarterback format. So if it is true that this is a 1 QB league, which it looks like it, I mean, the Kyler Murray team's only rostering 1 QB. The Rodgers team's effectively only rostering 1 quarterback with 2 on the IR. If this is not a super flex league, the first thing that you do here is cut Caleb Williams. The absolute first thing. If you could go and sell, say, Dak Prescott in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade elsewhere, we 100% look to do so. But definitely not something that we need to do. But you have Jayden Daniels, right? You're starting Daniels every single week, regardless of matchup. There is no scenario where you're going to go ahead and you are going to be playing Dak Prescott over Daniels. So if you could get some value out of Dak, I would. But obviously, coulda, woulda, shoulda, much, much easier said than done. Now, going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with Derrick Henry. So we have a locked and loaded RB1. Aaron Jones has been absolutely crushing as an RB2. Jordan Mason's an RB1 in the short term. We have the long-term upside of Bucky Irving and Isaiah Pacheco. So it is a very well-balanced running back room. I mean, I definitely prioritize having the high upside running backs down on the bench, particularly in a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, in comparison to potentially, say, a league where you can get in 4 receivers weekly into your lineup. So if we were dropping Caleb, I think we're going to be picking up another running back off the waiver wire. Going over to wide receiver, we have Lamb, Deebo Samuel up here at the very top. CeeDee Lamb, a wide receiver starting every single week, regardless of matchup. He's that anchor. Deebo's an extremely strong wide receiver too. I love this is a phenomenal team. We have Kincaid there at tight end. Really, the only thing that I can potentially tell this team is love it. Cut Isaiah Likely, cut Caleb Williams, pick up another running back, pick up another wide receiver you think has upside. And honestly, if you could potentially package together Dak Prescott and another player, like say we go to this team and go, this is a full PBR format, go, hey, I'll give you Dak and Derrick Henry for Kamara. That'd be great. Or maybe you can go, hey, I'll give you Dak and Terry McLaurin for Jayden Reed. That'd be great. And honestly, I think you only have to roster Jayden Daniels, but if you want to roster Dak Prescott, completely fine with it. But yeah, just cut Caleb, cut Likely, pick up a running back, pick up a wide receiver, and honestly, you're in a great situation. But let's move this over to T-Mode, always out here. This is assuming a Dynasty format. Taylor versus an early to mid first, Swift in a third. If this is a super flex rebuilding roster, I could see taking the first and Swift. If this is a contending team, I think we could see taking Jonathan Taylor. One thing that we need to do a better job about, and that's about to be hitting the site very soon, is I'm actually going to get to see your actual record. So looking at your team with how it stands right now, if you make this trade, you pivot to a rebuild. If you make this trade, it's us pivoting to a rebuild. But it is honestly up to you in the direction that you are going with. I don't even want to mark either side as a winner here because I think it's up to your context. Now, Just Sherman, always out here, has been with us forever, says, the Flowers can be swapped for one of them, but I think I like Reed more if you see anything else. So I definitely like Jayden Reed over Zay Flowers for damn sure. Let's see. Okay, this is a Dynasty League, I want to say. Ooh, shoot. If this is a Dynasty league, we're tagging it wrong, which I apologize for, but Dynasty, it's Devonta Smith and Jayden Reed by a mile. Redraft, with this being a start 9 format, I honestly think you can make an argument for Smith and Reed as well, with how high people have been on Reed. Now, Michael coming out with a trade question. This is Puka Nacua, Joe Mixon versus Breece Hall. Concerned about Braylon stealing touches and Puka returns and crushes it. Puka's not going to return for another month. I think Mixon is very appealing. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you rather have the Mixon or Breece side here? If Puka is on your bench and you don't get to throw him on the IR, then I would easily say the Breece side. But I mean, thinking about this, what's the real gap going to be between the production between Mixon and Breece in the short term here? And also at the same time, you do have the long-term upside. I do think Breece is the best player in the deal, though. Looking at the chat. Mixon, Breece. Mixon, Breece. Breece. Mixon, Breece. I'd keep Breece. Yeah, probably Breece Hall. Now, Jay Soisey coming out. Henry or Chase? I'm definitely going to go Jamar Chase, assuming it's full PPR format. We have Montgomery, Jacobs, Mason. Yeah, if we lost Rice and we have the running back production, it's a full PPR format. Give me Chase over Henry. Obviously, Henry's been absolutely crushing. He has looked phenomenal. My take of Josh Jacobs over Derrick Henry this season will go down as one of my worst takes of all time. But to be honest with you, I've had so many bad takes that I think that's an aggressive statement. It's a very, very, very bad take. We'll say that for damn sure. But yeah, I'm going to give Derrick Henry his flowers. To be fair, though, in a full PPR format, he's not going to catch the ball. Looks like our team's loaded up at running back, and we have the Rice injury. Let's go, Chase. Now, Starvin Marvin says, Montgomery Dobbins on bye. Ooh, it's going to be tough. And assuming Devontae Adams is out, we go Xavier Worthy with no Rice, with no Hollywood. Just hope that we get the big play like last week. Running back 2, we're going to go Najee Harris and assume that Warren either misses or is limited. And then the flex here between Leggett, Moss, Braylon Allen, Adams, Romeo Dobbs. We will go Zach Moss. Leggett is very close, but I do think that Moss could actually see a few more touches in comparison to what we had with close to the 50-50 split last week with Chase Brown. But Robbie coming out with the team review. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. This is a deeper league. This is a 14-team league here. And definitely want to remind y'all, of course, this is another one of those free Underdog team reviews. If you wanted a free team review in one of these live streams, the way that you can get that is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy, taking advantage of the offer that we have with them, where if you use promo code FLOCK over on Underdog Fantasy, which is the link that you can find in the live chat and description, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will also get a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for this Thursday night. And on top of that, you'll get a free team review in one of these live streams that we are doing every single night. Just if you wanted that free team review after you make your $10 deposit on Underdog, make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com. That way I'm able to go through with the same email address, your Underdog email address. That way I'm able to credit you with your free team review voucher like this team has and the vast majority of the teams in this stream. But anyway, Team Tormo. Say Mason, huge fan, 3-1 on the year. I just traded for CMC and I kind of regret it. Trades are kind of hard to pull off and the teams are stingy in this league. Well, I'll say one thing. 1, we're 3-1. 2, we have the most value with the league analyzer. So to be honest with you, I think we're probably in a pretty good spot. This is a very deep league though. Not only is this a deep league with the amount of teams that are in it, but also it's a deep league with the amount of roster spots that we have as well. So when we're sitting here in a 14-teamer, to have Josh Allen as well as Brock Bowers at quarterback and tight ends. Obviously, pretty excited about this. The only thing that maybe I think you could possibly think about here is, okay, do we decide to potentially roster I don't know. Do we want to roster 2 quarterbacks or 2 tight ends with this being a 14-teamer and maybe it being a little bit tougher to find value off the waiver wire? Maybe just a bit. I think it could be something that you consider. Obviously, if this was a 10-team format, if this was a 12-team format, I would love to just roster Josh Allen and Bowers, play him every single week, regardless of matchup. Regardless, we are elite at the onesie positions. We feel great about it. Going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with Christian McCaffrey for the long term. We have Jonathan Brooks in the long term as well. But who we're starting this week is we're probably starting freaking Zach Charbonnet and Roschon Johnson. So running back in the short term with this team is going to be in a very ugly situation. We have the depth of these guys like Bigsby, Roschon, that if anything were to occur in front of them, then all of a sudden, I mean, they are very exciting. Like, obviously, a big reason we are 3-1 here is the Kenneth Walker injury prompting up Zach Charbonnet to be an RB1 for the stretch that he was. But ultimately, running back's going to be extremely difficult to get by with here. Going over to wide receiver, this is the issue that I have with the CMC deal. It's because we have Puka Nacua at wide receiver as well. And this is a league where you start a bunch of plays. This is a deep format. We have no Puka. Obviously, St. Brown on bye. So this week, here's our starting lineup. Running back, Zach Charbonnet, Roschon Johnson. Wide receiver, T. Higgins, Brian Thomas. Tight end, Bowers. And filling out the flex spots, we're looking at Tank Dell, Keon Coleman. Obviously, in the long term, this is great. But in the short term, I don't particularly know if we are going to be able to get by. Being 3-1 gives us a lot of leeway where obviously, even if we lose this week, then at that point, maybe we're 3-3. And at that point, if we're 3-3 and we're getting McCaffrey back in, if we're getting Brooks in this offense, if we're getting Puka back in a few weeks later, then all of a sudden you could be legitimately dominant. But it's very tough to imagine that happening right now. So I think the only thing to do with this team once you make the McCaffrey deal is you can't sell any depth. And there's no reason to go trade for an injured player and then panic and all of a sudden try to sell one of the injured players to get somebody in right now. I think we just have to scrap, try to survive, go pick up somebody like Trey Sermon. We need a player in our starting lineup right this second. I'm sure that you're already on that. And see if we can survive over the next few weeks before we get McCaffrey back in, before we get Puka back in, before we get Brooks back in this offense for the first time. And if those players do manage to come in, then obviously we could be much more excited. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I mean, I know I wasn't able to help you here. I wish I could have. But we're dealing with a ton of injuries. Really, the only thing is to just sit here and maybe be a little bit patient. Now, going over to the next question is going to be from C. Smith. This is Collins versus Ayuk, McLaurin, Hunt. This is going to be Nico Collins. My running backs are Kyron, Braylon Allen, Roschon, Brooks. Receivers are Rice, Wilson, Nico, Yoshi-Bosh. Is this linked? No, it's not. I mean, if this is like a 14-team format, then maybe you can convince me to go with the package. I know we're a little bit light on depth, especially as we lose Rashee Rice. But Nico Collins just has way more value than this. Now, Jake coming out. Here's Dallas Goedert, Devin Singletary versus Sam Laporta. I would rather have Laporta over Goddard rest of season. Like, obviously, Dallas Goedert crushed over the past 2 weeks. That was kind of just in the environment where you have no A.J. Brown, you have no Devonta Smith going into the future. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking that Sam Laporta is going to be much better than he was. So I'd probably go ahead. Or honestly, probably take Sam Laporte aside because Singletary is not really going to move the needle for me regardless. I know most people would probably go Dallas Goedert and Singletary, but I think that Goddard's going to fall dramatically. Now, Elias, I will say right away, as soon as we see this, I hate the trade. What business do we ever have making 6 deals? I mean, a 6 for 6 deal. Made this trade, picked up Purdy for free in the waivers to flip. Cup's on the IR, and we have Chuba. So I'm going to have to look at this deal, and we're going to have to try to clear out some of the junk. Kenneth Gainwell will never change my mind in this trade. Samaje Perine will never change my mind in this trade. You said, made this trade, picked up Purdy. That's on the they receive side. We're just going to ignore that. So looking at this, Barkley versus Lamb, give me Barkley, but it's not a massive gap. What can bridge the gap? Let's say Lamb Pollard equals Barkley. I probably prefer the Brooks, McBride, Flowers side. Purdy doesn't move the needle here. Rome, Flowers, about the same. Give me Brooks over Singletary, probably McBride over Smith. I think I'd probably go on the Barkley side. But yeah, when you're trading 6 guys for 6 guys, how does this ever work out to be a win-win for both parties? It's like, hey, I'll give you my team, you give me your team. Yeah, typically I hate making trades that are this side. I think you probably did win the deal if you got the Barkley side. Elias says it's non-PBR. If it's non-PBR, I'm more excited to go with the running back value then. If it's non-PBR, I'm definitely more excited to sell the wide receivers and get the running backs. Now, Dez coming out with the trade question. This is Myers versus Waddle. Oh, Jalen Waddle easily. Got offered Waddle with the news of the Adams wanting the trade. Oh, yeah, this is very easily Jalen Waddle. I think if Adams does get traded in the short term, maybe look at Myers slightly better than Waddle. But in the long term, when you get Waddle, Tua back in his offense, Waddle comes out and crushes. Okay. Now, Kyle says, would you keep Rice in the 8th round for next year? Running backs are Taylor, Brooks, Allen, Charbonnet, and can pick up Chase Brown. Okay. Keep Rice in the 8th round. So it really does depend on how many keepers are in the league. If it's like a 3-player keeper league, then honestly, it doesn't really matter much. You should have 3 players you're excited to keep every week. I'm going, Raheem Mostert's 0 in this trade, going to White, and Montgomery's a big upgrade. Obviously, if it's a deeper keeper league where you can keep 5+ players, Rashee Rice obviously does have a considerable amount of value there. But yeah, we'll go with the Rice Montgomery side. Next question, is it going to load more? And here, let me back out. Let's answer some free questions in the live chat. Just get some questions in real quick. Be happy to answer as many as we can right now. Okay. Yes, we are still up. If y'all are enjoying the live streams, we are going to be streaming for 4 or 5 hours every single day in the future. So what we did last week looks like what we're doing right now. Probably going to stream for another hour. It's looking like. And if you're enjoying this, by far and away, the best way that you can support this stream is by going and taking advantage of our Underdog offer. Shake A says, JSN or Deontay Johnson? I'd rather have Deontay Johnson. Hill and Pacheco for Nico and Dynasty. Give me Nico. Is Garrett Wilson a buy low right now? Everybody and their mom is panicking. Obviously, there are very serious reasons to be panicking. I don't know if... Definitely not selling him. I don't know if I have the stones to tell you to go buy him, though. Austin Marshall says, how's your day been going? I'm going to be honest with y'all, okay? I enjoy live streaming. I really do. I wouldn't be able to do it this much if I didn't. But to be making like the 2 videos a day, to be working on flockfantasy.com constantly off the live stream, and now to be live streaming 4 to 5 hours a day, I have not been able to leave the house in a while. I've not been able to even go work out, which I used to always be able to make time for. I'm starting to look pudgy. I'm starting to look pale. I haven't seen outside in God knows how long. So the day's going good, but I really want to have some free time so I can go run, so I can go lift some weights soon. Because your boy's turning into a little pudge ball. Okay, Gabe says start Purdy or CJ. Right now, you actually have the Niners projected to score the most points in the NFL this week against the Cards. But I probably go CJ Stroud. Probably. Okay. But let's move this over. Let's get back to the guaranteed answers that we have on the site. And real quick, definitely want to remind y'all, if y'all are enjoying these 4 or 5 hour streams that we're doing every single night, you can always get a guaranteed question answered over there on flockfantasy.com with the expert advice button up at the top right corner. Start set question, trade question, team review. I'm trying to stream as long as we can to make sure that we can try to get your answers as fast as possible, of course. If you wanted that team review, definitely would recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog. It's also the number one way that you can continue to support us doing these 4 to 5 hour streams every single day. Over there on Underdog, if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will get that free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard this Thursday night. And you'll get that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. You can find the link in the live chat and the description. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com after you use promo code FLOCK and make the $10 deposit on Underdog. That way we can go ahead and hook you up with that free team review voucher. But Dave says, one over the max right now. We can drop one of Geno, AR, Hill, and considering dropping Pitts for Kraft. I would drop Pitts for Kraft for sure. And then looking at who else we would drop. Quarterback, yeah, we have 3 QBs. We definitely want to drop Geno. Drop Geno and drop, you said you have Hill. Taysom Hill? Maybe we already dropped Taysom Hill, but definitely drop Geno Smith on this squad. And then if we were submitting starting lineup here this week, we're going to go Anthony Richardson over Geno. I would go Kraft over Pitts if we could pick up Tucker Kraft. And then for the flex spot here, Jahmyr Gibbs on bye, so we're going to go Najee. My monkey brain just sees Gibbs, and I want to click the button. We're going to go Najee with the banged up Jalen Warren. And if Tank Dell plays, I'll go Tank Dell over Jalen Waddle. Assuming Anthony Richardson's good to go. In that case, not that excited about Josh Downs. Oh, somebody says Justice Hill. Okay, yeah, I would go ahead and I'd cut Justice Hill there as well. Now, Corops 10 always out in this live stream with us. This is Worthy versus Josh Jacobs. Give me Josh Jacobs. Even in the instance that we have the Rice injury, I think that Jacobs is in a great offense going in the future with a 3-down workload. Preston says, my receivers are currently Lamb, London, Debo, Terry, Worthy, Shaheed. My tight end is Mark Andrews. I definitely prefer pivoting over to Sam Laporte in that case. I mean, if we are just absolutely loaded up with wide receiver depth pieces, obviously McLaurin's looked great over the past 2 weeks, but Andrews actually had a very encouraging target share yesterday night. Now, Bank coming out with a massive dono with this, dropping a $15 dono. Thank you so much, my guy. This is Brock Bowers, DJ Moore versus Jayden Reed, Chase Brown. Ooh. Team's not linked. Next time, if you link your team, I can actually see all your players down here, and I can try to, if you spend $15 on trade question, I definitely want to try to come up with some extra counters for you. So if you have any issues linking your team, just shoot a message in the Discord, the side issue section, and one of the developers would be happy to help you out. But yeah, definitely next time if you're going to submit a question, link the squad so I can try to come up with some counters for you. Looking at this, Bowers, you obviously get the bump if Adams is dealt. I'd rather have DJ Moore over Chase Brown. I think I'd rather have Jayden Reed over DJ Moore, but it's not a massive gap. I have Jayden Reed ranked 49 overall. I have DJ Moore ranked 51 overall. Ignore these wide receiver little tags. These are pulling something else. So if I view Reed and DJ Moore similarly, I probably prefer Bowers under the instance that you have the potential Devontae Adams trade. Now, a monologue coming out says, I linked my team. Not sure if you can see it. Got proposed as trade. We have Saquon, Monty as well. Okay, yes, sir. We can see the team down here, but let's first even see if this is a question. No, it's not even, I don't even care what the team is. It's definitely going to be Bijan Ayuk, especially if you tell me you have a Saquon. I'd rather Bijan straight up over Aaron Jones, Zach Moss. You just get Brandon Ayuk for free in this deal. Like, I know that obviously Bijan was very disappointing this past week, but still. Phoenix Lance, longtime member of the flock. This is a 3 wide receiver single flex format. Looking to recover from the Rice injury. The Rice injury is tough in this league in particular. Now, thoughts on this? I understand the thought process. This is a league where depth does matter more, particularly wide receiver depth as well. But with that being said, there's no way in my mind we can go through and we can trade away Breece Hall for this price tag. I think, honestly, you have to hold on to Hall here. I understand where you're coming from, but Eckler will be back. He will be taking targets away from Brian Robinson. And I still personally do view Breece as that top 5 back, even with the involvement of Braylon Allen. I think you need more value if you're going to do this. Now, Michael coming out with a start set. Here we presumably have no Devontae Adams. If Adams plays, you play Devontae Adams. Assuming no Devontae Adams, people will hate me saying this, but if you look at the implied team total for the Miami Dolphins offense this week versus the New Orleans Saints, sportsbooks are telling us they're pretty much going to be identical with the total points that they score. The Saints have a very tough matchup against the Chiefs. I'm going to go Waddle over Shaheed. Quarterback, I go A-Rich over Fields. You have a 22.5 point implied team total. Sportsbooks are saying the Colts offense should be solid. And then for the flex, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Zach Moss and hope that you end up getting a little less Chase Brown, a little more Zach Moss. That's next week. But moving over to Charles Sketcha, something like that for this team review. Okay, this is not loading right now. We will get back to this as soon as it does load, my guy. I am sorry about that. For whatever reason, sometimes the specific leagues don't load on initial load. Something about the endpoint getting hit too much. I don't know. I'm not a developer. That's just what I've been told. But Rated R Savior, longtime member of the flock, says, hey, Mason, I'm 1-3, but just lost Rice. We traded Olave Chuba for Mason and 50 Cent. First time I've heard Devin Singletary called 50 Cent. I like it. Now I'm offered this. Jordan Mason to Jayden Reed. Give me Jordan Mason. Tony Pollard to Devin Singletary. Give me Tony Pollard. Especially on a 1-3 team. If you're 1-3, you need Jordan Mason. If you're 1-3, you need Jordan Mason, my guy. We get that locked and loaded running back 1 production in the lineup. Now, Sahil coming out. Say, Mason, could we do this trade? We also been offered Zay and Achane for Neighbors. Achane for Neighbors. That is very interesting. I think, honestly, you could consider. Assuming it's a redraft format. Dynasty League, give me Neighbors. Here's St. Brown versus Ayuk and Adams. It's easily St. Brown for me. Like, not too tough. Ayuk and Adams both look like low-end wide receiver 2s at this point. St. Brown does look like that locked and loaded elite level asset. So, yeah. When in doubt, you take the elite player with no red flags whatsoever. Now, Fantasy Football 9 coming out says other notable running backs are H.N. Walker and wide receivers are Jefferson Pittman. I'd be getting the Amon-Ra St. Brown side. So Bijan to St. Brown, give me St. Brown. Godwin to Cook, give me Cook. Burrow to Lamar, give me Lamar. And we're paying Higgins to upgrade, presumably at 3 slots. I think we can do this. Like, when I'm saying, like, don't sell Bijan Robinson, it's like, hey, don't panic sell Bijan Robinson for, I don't know, a running back that projects out as like a low-end RB2. Projects out as a high-end RB2. Don't be selling Bijan Robinson for, I'm trying to think of a name. It's been, don't sell Bijan Robinson for Joe Mixon. Don't sell Bijan for a low-end RB1. But if you could pivot from Bijan to like the elite receiver, such as Amon-Ra St. Brown that has no red flags, I'm completely okay with that. Now, Joshua coming out with a free team review here. This is one of those Underdog free team reviews. Says, hey, Mason, we got 3 things. How does the team look? What players should I target this week in waivers? And should I be looking for trades since it seems like I got a good amount of depth? If so, any suggestions on who we should be going for? So in general, I would 100% say yes. In a league where you are sitting with 2 wide receiver slots and 1 flex in a 10-team league, any chance we get to make a 2-for-1 deal and sell the depth and get an upgrade in the starting lineup, that is a move that we are trying to make. So in general, before we even look at this team, based off the league settings that you're playing with, I think we are wanting to go ahead and make 2-for-1 deals and sell the depth here. Now, looking at the team itself, the league analyzer currently does have us as the best squad. Now, with that being said, really the top 3-ish teams are all pretty close. It's not like we can sit here and say that we have by far and away the best team or nobody's going to touch us, but definitely a good spot to be in. Looking at options on the waiver wire, I mean, if you could go from like Wandale to Dontavian Wicks, obviously we would. I'm sure you already know this, but I mean, honestly, this is one of those Scheller formats where outside of making 2-for-1 trades, it's going to be hard to make moves on waivers. Starting off at quarterback and tight end, we have Daniels and McBride. So we have an elite quarterback. We have an elite tight end, 2 guys that we're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. So don't need to roster backups at either position. Perfectly good spot. Going over to the depth running backs that we are looking at. I mean, running back right now, we have Aaron Jones, RB1. Beyond this, we currently are sitting with Josh Jacobs. So in a 10-team league, I'd be very excited about either one of these running backs as my RB2. Obviously, Aaron Jones has been performing as an RB1 so far. To project them going into the future, I don't know if I love them at RB1 and RB2 as well, specifically in a 10-team format. We have Brooks, Chubb here for the long-term upside, though. So the running back room, I really like some of the depth that we have. My main hesitation would be surrounded with maybe we don't have the top end player in a 10-team format. And that's kind of what we would be looking for. Now, going over to wide receiver, we have Lamb, we have Harrison. So presumably we have 2 wide receiver ones, even with this being a 10-team league. Obviously very excited about it. We have Devontae Adams, T. Higgins as wide receiver 2 options. We have Wan'Dale Robinson. Now, the move that we make, if we possibly can, is if we can go ahead and we can package together, say, T. Higgins and Aaron Jones, or T. Higgins and Josh Jacobs, and a 2-for-1 deal to go get a running back upgrade inside the starting lineup, that is what we are wanting to do. Now, with that being said, I understand it's much easier said than done in a 10-team league. We're going to have to target some of these teams that maybe don't have the depth surrounded their wide receiver position, which most teams will. This team has Pickens, wide receiver 3. Who's their Lad McConkey, wide receiver 3, but they have Jameson. They probably think they're chilling. Deontay, wide receiver 3. I mean, this team lost Rashee Rice. If you could somehow swing from like Higgins and Aaron Jones to get to Jahmyr Gibbs, I definitely would look to do that. This team is Waddle, wide receiver 3. Maybe they're a little worried here. If you can go like Jones and Higgins to swing to Derrick Henry, I would look to do that. This is the team we target. This team has Puka Nacua, wide receiver 3. So their wide receiver 3 is JSN. If we can swing them, maybe even a receiver better than Higgins. I mean, if you swing them Adams, like if this team thinks that Adams getting sent to the Jets and they're excited. If we send them Adams or Higgins, whoever they want, doesn't matter, and Aaron Jones to pivot over to either Brees or Kamara, whoever they're willing to give up, that's an absolute no-brainer for the squad. And this is a team that honestly may look to do that if they are panicking at wide receiver. Obviously, it's a long shot, but we can send out these offers. This team has plenty of wide receiver depth. There's no way that they bite. But ultimately, that's really the only move that you could potentially make with this team. I think it's a great team. Obviously, it's number one in the league analyzer for a reason. Main move would be to see if we can take that depth receiver with a depth running back in a 2-for-1 deal, pivot over to the elite level running back if possible. But I do understand it is much, much easier said than done. Now, moving over to Nuggy Boy. This is Zach Moss, Jordan Addison versus Davante Adams. Ooh. Is this a linked team? Yes, it is. So if we get Adams, we'll have Garrett Wilson, Davante Adams, DJ Moore, Khalil Shakir at wide receiver. Running back, we'll have Jacobs, Saquon Barkley. It's not a ton of running back depth. I think you could go Davante Adams. My only hesitation with it is this looks like it is a league where you start 4 receivers weekly. So if you're going to start 4 wide receivers every week, then or you can start up to 4 wide receivers a week. The depth probably does matter a little bit more here. I think you could go pivot to Adams if you wanted. Now, Sav coming out with the trade question. This is Worthy and Javonte for Pollard. I'm going to want the Worthy side. Need a running back. If not Pollard, who should we target? Also, we got Pittman, Kirk, Waddle, Wandale to trade. Yeah, I do not like this team, to be honest with you. This is not linked, so sadly, we're not going to be able to go. If you're trading Worthy, I think you just need to get to a running back that's in a better offense. That's going to be the main thing here. I mean, if you were desperate and you just needed a floor for touches, obviously Tony Pollard does give you that. Just specifically with Pollard, I don't know what the upside looks like from a Tennessee Titans perspective. I don't know what the upside looks like in this Titans offense. Now, Balla Boy coming out with the trade question. So I already do have Devonta Smith, Jefferson, Marvin. Thinking I can move Devonta Smith for another running back. I'd rather have A.J. Brown straight up over Aaron Jones. It's a no-brainer. So 100%. I mean, A.J. Brown should be fully good to go coming out of the bye. For Ramondre, like, you get Ramondre Stevenson for free here. Like, Ramondre Stevenson should be on the other side of this trade. This trade should be like, oh, I'm trading Aaron Jones or Ramondre Stevenson for A.J. Brown. Then I have to sit here and maybe think about it for a second. But yeah, no, if you're getting Ramondre on the A.J. Brown side, I don't care what our team is. I don't care what the format. The only situation that you don't make this deal is if this is a points per Viking league, where every Viking you have on your roster get an additional 10 points in your starting lineup. Yeah, you go A.J. Brown here. Now, Who's Ryan says, who do we start this week at running back in the flex? Henry's a lock, but do we trust the Tampa backs? Okay, so tight end, obviously we're going to have to pick somebody up. Hopefully we're able to get Kraft. Running back, Swift versus the Tampa backs. I actually go DeAndre Swift. It is a really good matchup against Carolina this week. And then for the flex, our options really are Higgins or one of the Tampa backs or Rome Odunze. Higgins had 10 targets. It's a game environment against Baltimore where we would assume that Cincinnati is going to be forced to throw the ball consistently. So I actually probably do go ahead and take T. Higgins here, my guy, but really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Okay, let's reset this real quick. Expression says, why is Flock Fantasy not able to load my league? I don't know if you're having any issue with flockfantasy.com. Obviously, I can't do support requests in a live stream. Send a message in the site issues section of the Discord. You can find a link to the Discord in the description of this live stream. So go to the description of the stream, go to the Discord, and you can send anything you have in the site issues section. And one of the developers would be really happy to help you out. Now, moving this over to Fire Guy here. This is a team review that says, I hate DeAndre Swift. Okay, here's what's interesting. I'm in your boat with you. I started DeAndre Swift week 1. He got me 5 points. I started DeAndre Swift week 3. He lost me my matchup. Now, with that being said, obviously DeAndre Swift on my bench last week blows up. And now you're in a spot that you can say, oh, okay, well, it's a great matchup against Carolina Panthers. Like, what reasonably can we do with DeAndre Swift at this point? Like, is this somebody that you could possibly look to trade? Like so hard. But anyway, I'm not trade, start. But hey, Mason, I'm currently 1-3. And with the bye week coming up, I'm picking up Wicks to replace Amon-Ra. And I was wondering if I could do anything to make the squad better. I'm going to also try to get Chase Brown, Kareem Hunt for Zach Charbonnet. But I'm prioritizing Wicks. And I'm trying to replace Carr for Fields at quarterback. So I'm surprised with everything that you're saying that we are number one in the league analyzer. But with that being said, all the top 5 teams in the league analyzer are very, very close together. So just because we're one doesn't mean too much. 100% Derek Carr, I do think, is a quarterback that doesn't have the rushing upside. So the ceiling will be severely capped. If you could pivot over to Justin Fields, we do it for sure. And we just play the matchups between Fields and Goff going into the future. Going over to running back, we are probably going to be starting Etienne and Ramondre this week. I mean, Ramondre does have a much better matchup going up against the Miami Dolphins than what you would normally expect from Ramondre, just because the New England Patriots may actually be able to win this game. Looks like we don't have Swift on this team, so either we cut DeAndre Swift and then he blew up on the waiver wire, or we had to play against Swift and he's the reason we lost last week. And I will say that Clash Royale emote as your profile pick. When I used to play Clash Royale, my little brother would spam that on me. Oh, dear God. But anyway, the depth at running back here, I really do like. You have the upside with Jonathan Brooks rest of season. Definitely not wanting to cut Charbonnet for sure. But Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving, all these guys are in a similar mold for us, right? If you're looking at this little grouping of running backs, they could be desperation plays if we really needed them to be. But primarily, you're looking at premium handcuff backs, where if Kenneth Walker were to go down, Charbonnet's a must-start player. If Breece Hall were to go down, Braylon Allen's a must-start player. If Rashad White's were to go down, Bucky Irving's a must-start player. Going over to wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Nico Collins. So we have 2 top 5 wide receivers. This is why we're number 1 in the league analyzer. We have Addison as the depth piece. We have Khalil Shakir, Keenan Allen. Who did we say that we were going to be dropping for Wicks? Okay. Picking up Wicks. I don't know who we're dropping here. Keenan Allen would be the guy that I would look to drop. But it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the wide receiver depth doesn't really matter. So yeah, we pick up Dontavian Wicks. We plug and play him over Amon-Ra St. Brown. I definitely play him over Jordan Addison this week, obviously with St. Brown being on bye. And honestly, for the long term here, I mean, any game that you have no Christian Watson, even with Amon-Ra St. Brown back from his bye week, you could possibly consider having Dontavian Wicks in there in that flex for you. Now, going over to what we have at tight end, we have Ferguson and Hawkinson. So Ferguson obviously looks like a locked and loaded option, especially with the amount of volume that he is getting in Dallas, where really outside of CeeDee Lamb, you have no other options to look at that are exciting for this Dallas Cowboys offense. So this is a very well-balanced team. Your waiver wire moves, I 100% like. It's difficult to say much. All I would say is if we find ourselves in a position where you have potentially a Ramondre Stevenson blow-up game against the Miami Dolphins because finally the New England Patriots can run the ball, because finally they win a game, and we look at getting Jonathan Brooks back in week 6, then in that case, if you're able to go through and you're able to potentially move from, say, Ramondre Stevenson and Jared Goff and pivot over to an elite level quarterback, personally, I would really like to do that. I don't necessarily know if we can afford the elite level quarterback. I don't know if we can sell the running back depth just yet. The primary reason being, of course, is we don't have Jonathan Brooks back yet. So before you get Jonathan Brooks back in, I think that you're kind of just stuck in this situation as is. But if we get Brooks back into this offense, back onto this team, Brooks is a viable option for us. And then at that point, we can go ahead and we can sell the depth running back, go get the elite quarterback, open up a roster spot as well, because, this is a team that's very difficult to cut anybody on. You just have so many different options. I think it's going to be the main thing that we are looking for, but ultimately it's a very good team. There aren't too many moves that we can look to make. It's the number one team in the league analyzer, right? So I think waiting for Brooks to come back in, making the play for the elite quarterback, and then obviously the waiver wire moves that you already laid out this week. Now let's move this over to Dank Hamster. This is a starting lineup question. Nico Collins, a must-start guy every single week. Beyond that, Jayden Reed looks like he is going to be the start over all these other names with the Rashee Rice injury and no Christian Watson. Reed should crush. Bijan, must-start guy every week. Don't care what happened last. We're going to go ahead. We're going to put Joe Mixon in here as well, assuming that Mixon will be good to go, knowing that Mixon did practice last Friday. And then going down to the flex spots, to be honest with you, I think probably based on what we had at running back, wide receivers are going to be the more interesting play. I think you go with Terry McLaurin and Jackson Smith-Njigba under the assumption that this is a PPR league, which is what the league settings are showing up as. If it was a non-PPR league, then maybe instead we pivot over to somebody like Bucky Irving. But I think going with the receivers with the volume. Now, Derek, a long-time member of the flock out here, says, 1 and 3, who are we going to start this week in any waiver wire moves? So wide receiver, if we were to pivot off of somebody, it would be Tyreek Hill. It would be for Amari Cooper. But personally, I would still rather have Tyreek over Amari. Tight end, if you could pick up Tucker Kraft, I would play over Dalton Schultz. But especially Schultz should be fine if you have no Tank Dell. Going over to running back, Gibbs is on bye. Zach Moss would be the play out of these options on the bench if we were to get anybody in, but not playing him over those options. Chris Godwin's still the play at quarterback. Wide receiver. And then over at quarterback, to be honest with you, 1, I don't think we need to be rostering this many QBs. And 2, I probably go A-Rich over Dak if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, where Dak has a really tough matchup going up against Pittsburgh. You have a 22.5-point implied team total for the Indianapolis Colts here. Possibly no Jonathan Taylor, so I think that Anthony Richardson has a better shot to score that rushing touchdown at the goal line. But yeah, obviously it's very, very risky. So I don't fault you at all if you don't want to go in that direction. And then, yeah, Godwin's the must-play guy in the flex. Damian coming out with the trade question here. This is Breece, Addison, Flowers versus Kyron Reed. Flowers to Reed, upgrade. Breece to Kyron, downgrade. We're paying Addison, get it done. I would rather keep the best player in the deal. I'd rather keep Breece Hall. And yeah, I think you're giving up on Breece early as well if you make this deal. I mean, if you wanted to make something that's a little more fair, I think maybe you keep Zay Flowers here just so we can get some of that young wide receiver upside. So if you wanted to send this counter instead where you give up Breece and Addison for Kyron and Reed, you can. But yeah, the first trade I'm definitely not doing. I think Breece is the best player of the deal. I still stand by it. Now, Vader, a longtime member of the flock. This is Reed and Pollard versus Chase Brown and Olave. So Pollard to Brown, downgrade. Reed to Olave, slight upgrade. I think Olave is probably the best player in the deal. If Christian Watson went to the IR and it was like, hey, we don't have Watson for another 6-7 weeks, I think we'd go with the Jayden Reed side relatively easily. But to be honest with you, with Watson dodging the IR, with it sounding like Watson may only miss a week or two, everybody in the chat, I was going to ask everybody in the chat, but everybody in the chat would go Jayden Reed. I think that this is a very, very fair trade. And honestly, I do think it's up to you. I think you can go in either direction. Now, Smooth Mike coming out with a trade question. This is Harrison and Najee versus Jawan Jennings and Kenneth Walker. Jawan Jennings is a 0 for me at this point. I do believe that Kenneth Walker is the best player in the deal, or close to the best player. I don't know. Harrison, you can make an argument. Either Harrison or Walker is the best player in the deal. They're pretty damn close. I would way rather have Najee over Jawan Jennings, though. So I'm going to go with the Harrison and Najee side. Now, Ty Chicks out here with a massive dono says the other team wants an elite wide receiver for Saquon. Should we make the deal? Really do appreciate you, my guy. I know we've looked at your team a bunch. I would for sure go Saquon Barkley over Chase. I have Chase in the flock league. I'll trade him for Barkley in a heartbeat, especially as we look at the rest of your squad where we have other elite receivers like Lamb and Deebo Samuel as well. I think it's an absolute no-brainer. I think go ahead and you take Jamar Chase. And you take Saquon Barkley, and I'd honestly be willing to even add a little bit to Barkley as well. Now, let's move this over, and let's see if we can load any more. Caleb says, do you sleep? Sadly, I have not been sleeping as much as usual lately with the 4 to 5 hour streams. But we've had a lot of questions on the site. I definitely want to make sure that we are not making people wait too long here. So we've been trying to get through the questions in the most timely manner that I possibly can. Let me see how many more questions that we have on the site. See how much longer we should stay up here. Okay. Does anybody in the chat need an answer to their question right now that they submitted through the site? Not a team review, but a trade question that you need an answer to right now and you're in the live stream. Please let me know in the live chat and I'll be happy to oblige and I'll be happy to answer that for you. Let me know what your username is on flockfantasy.com for the question that you were answering. You asked. And Brian, yes, we have been live streaming for 5 hours. Yes, sir. Max says, I bet you won't read this. Challenge accepted, my guy. Okay. Isaiah says, yes. Isaiah, we can go ahead and get to your question here. I see it right now. Okay. This is Debo versus Chase Brown and JSN. We lost Rice. We're wanting either Debo, Brown, Collins. What package should we put together? Appreciate you, my guy. Is this a linked team? Yeah, this is a linked team, so the league settings are correct. It's a 10-team format. With this being a 10-team format, I actually really like this trade for you to go ahead and get Debo Samuel here. So, yeah, I think you go ahead and you take Debo. Get the best player, fill in for Rice. Obviously, Debo's not going to be as solid of an option that Rashee Rice was, but I think at least it's a start. It's definitely a start there. Okay. Owen says it's Murphy Owen. Let me go ahead and see if we can find this for you, my guy. And yes, Worthy is startable for sure. Biggie to Bob says, what time is it for you? It's about 2 a.m. I got 2 a.m. But Murphy, I see your trade question. Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Really do appreciate you. Here, this is a deal where we are sending Godwin, Wilson, Kyler for Lamar. You're giving up way too much. Can you let me know in the live chat, is this a super flex trade? Honestly, even if it's a super flex trade, I probably prefer Godwin, Wilson, and Kyler here. Kyler obviously was very disappointing this past week, but Kyler Murray was still averaging over 50 rushing yards per game through the first 3. Godwin's been a wide receiver 1 so far this season, probably regresses a bit, but the Wilson probably actually a little bit better than he's been so far this year. So then you're looking at like 2 solid wide receiver 2s and not that large of a gap between Kyler and Lamar. Owen says, not a super flex. Wanted to know Godwin or Wilson for Lamar. If you wanted to trade like Godwin straight up for Lamar Jackson, if you have Kyler Murray, honestly, no. I don't think you need to. I don't think you need to mess with it. I think you just go with keep Kyler. Kyler's going to be much better going into the future. This game may be a little bit of a tough spot, knowing that you are playing against what should be one of the better defenses in the NFL in the San Francisco 49ers. But honestly, I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it. But Jace, I see, says just sent a team review, but it won't let me upload my league, so I sent pictures of the team. Going to be really excited to check that out, my guy. We'll probably get to your team review tomorrow. I'm sorry, but we've been live for over 5 hours tonight, so I don't know if we're going to be able to get to another team review tonight. But we should be able to get to all the team reviews tomorrow. No problem whatsoever. Now, Coop Aden coming out. Like the profile pic. Pretty funny, my guy. But let's go ahead and let's check this out. Says, if trade goes through, I'm worried about my running back too. What are some running backs I can trade for with the wide receiver depth? Okay, so 100%. I think that this is a very reasonable trade to go get the elite receiver in Amon-Ra St. Brown. Looking at the running back two that you could actually, this is a 14-team format. With this being a 14-team league, to be honest with you, this is one of the very rare instances that I'd say I actually don't necessarily think you need to get the best player. I think you could go ETN and Debo. Definitely a fair trade regardless, just a little less excited about it in a 14-teamer. And the wide receiver that I'd be looking to maybe pivot off of, specifically if we're looking for a running back too, we'd have to trade a wide receiver, obviously, that people are excited about, that they're willing to give a running back for. I think we're going to go ahead. We're probably going to move on from Terry McLaurin. I think McLaurin would be the guy that if you all of a sudden you were very worried about your RB2, you could go ahead and look to make that move. Honestly, what you could do as well is you could offer this team, instead of Debo Samuel and ETN, if you can offer him Terry and ETN, I mean, I would love to swing that if that's possible. Obviously, much easier said than done, but can't hurt to send it to them, see what they say, and if they say no, then we go back on the first one. But let's move this back over. Okay. Amter, I see your question here. Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. This is a DJ Moore, Stephon Diggs versus CeeDee Lamb. Definitely going to prefer the CeeDee Lamb side of things. I mean, once you get Tank Dell back in this offense, I do think the target share should come down for Diggs just a bit. Diggs is running really hot on touchdowns right now as well. And if you're looking at the limited passing volume that you have in Chicago, plus the addition of Keenan Allen eating into the target share of DJ Moore, I think that is kind of a fine spot to just go ahead, just take CeeDee Lamb, to be honest. Okay. But let me I'm sorry. We've been live for over 5 hours. Your boy probably at some point needs to go to bed. Of course, if you asked any questions on the live stream, through flockfantasy.com tonight, I promise you they will be answered in the live stream tomorrow, and they will be sent to you directly through flockfantasy.com. That answer as well. You'll get a YouTube URL, which is the exact clip of me answering your question. So you don't even have to be in the live stream tomorrow night. I would love if you came out and hung out with me anyway, but you're going to get your answer to your question no matter what. And of course, if you want to support the 5-hour streams, definitely the best way to do that is going over, taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Go use promo code FLOCK on Underdog. Get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Go get that Kirk Cousins free pick, more than less than half a total yard. And most importantly, of course, support the 5-hour streams if you want these every single night. And then always, you can ask whatever questions you want over there through flockfantasy.com. With that expert advice button in the top right corner, you can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question. And so even if we're not live at the time you ask it, we'll answer it that night, and you will get that answer sent to you through the site. So you didn't even have to be in the live stream to get your question asked or answered. But I really do appreciate everybody for hanging out with us. And I really do hope I get to see you out in the live stream tomorrow night as well, even if you're not going to be able to be there for the whole 5 hours.